Hey, how's it going, everyone? Just doing an impromptu live stream. No real topic actually. Just bored, And I saw that End Times teacher was live, and so I asked him if he wanted to do our debate now. But he said he's not up for that. But he said that he may just want to chat. So I'm just gonna kind of leave the panel open and see if people want to dialogue. But I don't know. We live in amazing times. Without a doubt. Um, it's to me, it's very, very clear that that the Bible is true. I'll drop the link. If I know End Times Teacher, but anybody who I don't know, obviously I know LoP. He's free to join. People who've joined my panel in the past, feel free. But if you're somebody new, then I just want to make sure that you're a real person. And then you're free to join. There's no real topic. Just the weather is very dreary here in Houston, so just kind of a quiet day. So didn't get to golf. Just resting and just see what's on people's minds or whatever. We don't have to talk about the Bible. Talk about whatever. We got the zingers. Cake Treat ETT. What's up, man?
What's up, man? I'm just I'm just surviving. But there is some interesting stuff I do want to bring to the table tonight. I
Yeah.
did speak about it a little bit in my show, but I don't believe you caught the that part when I was speaking about it. So before
Yeah.
everyone else jumps in here, I do want to run it past you.
Yeah.
One thing is that those two cats from what is it, the Tried and Refined camp, which these are
Yeah.
two good brothers. I've talked to them on the phone before. But they wanted to have us, they either wanted to come on our show or we could go onto their page and
Mhm.
talk with them, right? They wanted to have a discussion with us. So I might go ahead and send you their Gmail, so you
Is
can
that
get
the
in
guy that you
contact.
sent me the link to yesterday? Like the
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Did you see those? Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
it's those guys.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And I went on there with them last year for a little bit. Those brothers are cool. In fact, he was on there with us when we were on with Naz and all them. He was on there too. I don't believe he talked, but he was
That
on
guy
that
seemed more
platform.
reasonable. Yeah, he seemed like a little bit more reasonable. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. That brother's cool. That brother's cool. But yeah, I definitely want to, bring them on the show. They wanted us to come on with them, but
Yeah.
I told them maybe it's better if they come on, my page or your page or something like that, because we
Yeah.
have, a little bit more than them as far as, people who can watch. Um, but yeah, that's one thing that happened. But then another thing was let's see, what is it? Oh,
By the
that
way,
cat
on that, I think at
go
this
ahead.
point, since we're at the top, we're at the peak. So people should come on our panel. So you don't mute anybody. You're not unfair. You've dealt with people that are out there. So when we go on those other panels, we get kicked, we get muted, and so I think it's fair that people come to our smaller channels and show that they're sincere, right? They're not doing it
Yeah,
for the
yeah. I mean
views. They should
I,
come to
I
our
mean
little
hell
channels.
you yeah, yeah. I mean hell, you saw what happened when the Christ himself, right? Samuel Owen came on the show. He was on
Yeah.
there saying, "Oh, ETT's, a hogging up all of the streaming for himself." It's like, wait a second, what? Right, right. It's like, well, wait a second. What the hell are you talking about? I mean, we've been letting you ramble on for the last, 25 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Samuel Owen should be called Samuel Only Allowed to Talk, right? We don't even get to talk when that guy comes through, man. Really? Dude, he gets angry if we like interrupt him with a breath. It's like, why are you breathing? That's what he'll say to us. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah. And then Sacramento was on there and he was like, well, hey, look, everybody let him talk. And then Samuel was attacking him because he was interrupting. But wait a second, he was trying to tell us to not interrupt him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. It's like, dude, man,
Yeah, yeah.
be aware of your surroundings, man. You're on somebody else's channel, so you gotta be somewhat diplomatic. You know what I mean? But shout out Concave Earth Christian, man. We're not here to start beef. It's just kind of a relaxing day here in Babylon. So That's what it is.
Yeah, yeah, man. One thing that I did want to bring up is I was just watching what's that cat? Faithful Servants of Christ on his channel, and he uploaded a video within this hour actually. And I called it right when he uploaded it, so I talked with him in the comments for a few minutes, and he did the video saying that oh well, the Vatican City is Babylon, and one of his proofs was that the rulers of the world, right, these nations and their leaders, are going and they're paying homage unto the Catholic Church and to the popes. So he's using that to say, oh, see, well, this proves that that great city who reigns over the earth is talking about the Vatican City. How would you respond to him?
That's it. That's crazy, man. I don't know, dude. Like, I saw his stream for just a couple minutes, or like one of his videos or whatever. But I don't know, man. Like, I think that that's really sad that people are actually spending time doing that with what we know now. So, if that's what those people from Tried and Refined want to talk to us about, do you think that's what they want to talk about
I, I
Babylon?
I believe there's a few other subject as well because he didn't necessarily tell me a certain topic, but I mean I definitely do want to talk with them about that because it's
Yeah,
going to be interesting to see why they think that. I mean that's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
oh,
I
and
mean,
two
that's
other things they believe.
it's kind
So,
of
sorry,
strange
sorry
to
to cut you.
But it's just strange to talk to people who are Israelites or aware of that to and who taught that in the past, and then they want to go and debate that now this late in the game. So, but that I think would be a bit more fruitful because they've taught it in the past, so they understand our viewpoint. It's not foreign. I doubt Faithful Servants of Christ has ever probably even considered that. Like I don't know. Like, I doubt he would even make a video that would say, "Yeah, this is the arguments for America being Mystery Babylon," and then be objective about it. So,
Oh,
the
hey,
way
hey,
the
look.
way you worded that, you called him an actor, right? When you mirrored that, and I was like,
Yeah,
"Yeah, he's
yeah.
probably that then." So, you know, that's what it is. So,
Yeah, yeah. Well, I was gonna say, man, that cat, which I want to bring him on the show. That'll be a damn punching bag right there, because he's on there. He's teaching that white Jesus, juice
yeah.
is all he's teaching. I mean, hell, he said that the beast is the devil, is what he says. You
Hmm.
know what I'm saying? It's
Right.
like that guy. He's drowning. He's drowning in the souls, as mine
Yeah.
God's
Yeah.
quote goes. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
and that sauce really is not that deep. That's the thing that's amazing about the times that we live in now. It's like I'm not saying it's not special, but a lot of the stuff that we teach once you read the Bible, it actually becomes fairly obvious. So, yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah,
It's just
definitely.
strange. Yeah, like God behind good and evil, that's not deep anymore. That's everywhere.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
that's definitely. Yeah, I mean, hell, man, the guy is, drowning in, ankle deep water.
yeah, that's
It's
what I'm
it's it's
saying.
just
Right.
ironic. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
It's like a little puddle in New Jersey on the turnpike. It's nothing, man. You know what I mean? It's not even that big of a deal. So, yeah, it's wild, man. So, and then we see chariot sightings. How can a so-called African American not know the times that we live in now just based on the frequency of the sightings? Like, what is that then? Is the government, why would the
Oh, and
government
that's
do that? What would it benefit the
and,
government to do that? Doesn't make
and
sense.
that's another thing. That's another thing because the ITR guys, right, the guys that want to talk with us, they don't believe in the UFOs, right? They don't believe that those are the chariots. They also teach that we're under the new covenant right now. So those topics are going to be, yeah, we're going to have to dive deep with them on that because like how the hell can they sit there and say that this late in the game? You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. I'd like for them to define what the new covenant means because what does that do they even dismiss the quote unquote commandment of loving God and then loving your neighbor? Like what rules are there in the new covenant? I That would actually be a useful discussion because if they're basically like you kind of do whatever you want, then what's the point of the Bible if that's their laws now? So we need even more laws in a sense now because there's so much evil. So like we need sort of more rules, so to speak, from a religion, any religion, whatever one you follow. So I'd be curious to hear how Naz sort of tap dances around that. So
Yeah, yeah, those cats, man. Hey, look, a lot of these cats out here, just like what we saw with, D Coon and his sidekick Assad,
yeah,
these cats are tap dancing around those scriptures like the bottom half of Betty Rips. That's all these guys are doing, man.
You know what's funny
Or
about
as,
that though, ETT,
vocab.
is they're tap dancing around
Go
so
ahead.
many scriptures. You know, if it was like a few, it would be,
Yeah, yeah.
less awkward, but now it's like even the stuff on evil we bring out, I mean, we could bring out like at least a verse from every book in the Bible, right? At least one verse in every book that proves that God is behind good and evil. So it's too much to ignore. I'll pass it back to you.
Yeah, yeah, they're doing, just like, Vocab Malone, coins it, they're doing that Hebrew hopscotch. I mean, hell, we're gonna have to entitle a stream that sometime in the future. These
Yeah.
cats are playing that Hebrew hopscotch, man.
Hmm.
And I mean, they're very, as you said, they're very bad actors at this point. I mean, it's just like when I was on there and I asked them about the flat Earth thing, they were like, "Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's definitely interesting." But then I asked them, it's like, "Well, I mean, you're sitting there telling me what the Bible says, but it's like, do you believe that though?" And he
Hmm.
really didn't know how to respond to that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing times. We have all these different options. We got this channel called The Mind of God, guys teaching that two men are going to be in America. So we got all these teachings, all these philosophies, right? It's going to be, man, let's just say this, the next couple of years, get that popcorn ready, and I would put a little extra butter on it. That's what I would recommend to everybody. It's going to be an amazing time, man. The Biden's not slowing down. Old Joe's not slowing down with his narrative. He's putting his foot on the gas with what I'm talking about. So we live in amazing times. You and I would agree with that, man. Something's going on. So
Yeah, yeah. I mean, hell, man, it's like, something's definitely going on. I mean, only a damn fool at this point, couldn't see that, man. You
yeah,
know what I'm saying? Oh, and here's
yeah.
another thing I wanted to bring up, man. As I was going by some of these churches earlier today, man, and they're celebrating Halloween, but they're doing it with a little twist. They call it a trunk or treat, which basically is kids can
I
come
saw that.
dressed up. Yeah, yeah, and they can get candy out of the trunks. But that just shows you, man, that these Christians are worldly. It's like, how the hell? I mean, even Christmas, you know what I'm saying? I mean, hell, if you want to do that, that's going off. But you know what? How the hell could a Christian you celebrate Halloween? I can't even get that. That's one thing I can't get. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? That the holiday's clearly going off. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
I mean
saying?
it's and they're timing this stuff that's going on around Halloween. Notice that in the news, like, what everybody knows that we're talking about.
Yeah,
Um
yeah.
we'll call it the juice, the orange juice. Okay. So yeah, man, I mean it's incredible, to me, and we're clearly surrounded by people who not even hiding their hatred of God's word. That's the way I would word it. It's not even a secret anymore. So then either they win or God wins. So that's the times that we live in. I'm sure you would agree with that. That's what it is. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I like the Orville Redenbacher popcorn myself. So that's what I'm going to be eating over the next year or two, just kind of see what happens. But I'd be surprised if we do not have a visitor visit us soon. And I think we know who
Yeah,
that
yeah.
visitor is. Yeah.
Yeah, but the whole thing with these guys, teaching that the UFOs, are not spiritual. It's like, think about that. When they see these things in the sky, they're gonna think that those are, those are fallen angels, is what the Christians teach, and then
Yeah.
these guys are talking about, Project Bluebeam and stuff like that. So that's a scary thing, man. Because these guys are gonna be caught off guard, when that day finally comes.
Yeah. Let's just play the devil's advocate on that. Let's say it was Project Bluebeam. What would be the purpose of it? It doesn't make sense. Like what would they already can get everybody to do whatever they want based on financial manipulation. You know what I mean? Or you're going to lose your job if you don't do whatever the thing is, right? We see that they could pretty much do that. Like even LoP was talking about how that grocery store, Aldi's, they're everywhere. They're here in America, they're in Europe, they're in Australia, they're everywhere. So one grocery store has to say, if you don't do this, you can't work here. And then what can you do? So what would the purpose of a Project Bluebeam be? That's what I don't get it.
I don't know if you've seen. I sent you a video a video that the Harp, did, and he left a link in the comment section. It was to uh this thing right in this orange juice. There's like some type of living thing in it. Did you get to watch that video? I don't want to use the word
Yeah,
in
yeah,
case
yeah, yeah.
they.
The egg?
Yeah, what do you think about that? Yeah, that thing
Wait, sorry, what did they say was inside of it?
is like some type of like they call it a hydra. I'll only say the word
Oh, I
once.
didn't know what you were talking about, dude. Okay, I would have to look that up. I thought you were making like a song reference or something, dude. I had to Google that. So
Oh, you didn't hear about the hydra?
no, not in the Maxine. No.
Oh, hey man, you better look into that, man. I was looking at, a video DeHart put up on his page. It was in the comment section, and it's a link to a third party site, right? A site where they don't censor what you're talking about. And they
Hmm.
were going deep into it. I believe the documentary, I watched like 20 minutes of it. It's like a good, hour long. But I'll have to send you the link to that, man. That's some deep stuff on there, man.
Well, dude, were you kidding that your mom took it, or were you joking?
Oh no, I'm serious. Both of them ended up doing it because the what we were talking about with, certain places don't let you work there unless you get
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
that shows you, man. And that shows you, man, that these people, are out here talking about, hey, look, well, I will stand up for my freedom. It's like so-called freedom, of course, but they'll sit in
Mhm.
there, saying, oh, my rights, and all that. They'll never put anything in me. But here it is. I mean, these people's integrity is like a damn as thin as a piece of paper, man. I mean,
Yeah.
all you got to do is tell them, hey, look, if you don't take this orange juice, you're not going to be able to work here, and they'll take it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
agreed.
these cats
It's
are
easy.
saying, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's easy peasy, as I like to say.
And it's kind of crazy because they could literally implement anything. I mean, not overnight, but it won't take long. So if people think, oh, there's still a lot to be fulfilled in the Bible, not really, actually. When you think about it, there's definitely not a singular antichrist. And I'm glad you addressed that on that video. That's absurd. So if that were to happen or necessary, then yeah, it would take a long time. That who knows how long that would take. But really, when you think about what the Bible requires to happen, it's not actually going to take that long, I don't think. So
Right, right.
we're in those
And
days.
with these, yeah, yeah, with the whole Antichrist thing, because if you ask what's this cat? If you ask faithful servants of Christ, he's gonna tell you, well, the mark can't be out yet because we're still waiting for this Antichrist,
Yeah,
to rise up and become the one, ruler of the world. Right.
yeah.
Then, good servants, he doesn't know, right? He's just like,
Good
well, we're waiting
serpent.
for an Antichrist. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure who you talking. Yeah, yeah. I get it. Bennett, BS22. I understand. Yeah, that guy. LOP sent me a link of his title for his stream tonight. The servant is nice. That's his title. ETT. What the frig, man? Oh my god, dude. I have to like subscribe and unsubscribe regularly to his channel because it's so cringe. Like sometimes I'm like, I know it's funny, but I can't listen to this. You know what I mean? Like you got so many one-liners, like it keeps people wanting to come back. Your channel. That's actually
Yeah,
why you have a Zinger
here.
treat as your avatar. So
Oh yeah, exactly. Because you see, the thing with us is we keep people entertained, and even Sacramento was talking about this one time we had him on, that he makes the video entertaining so people don't lose their interest in it, right? And
yeah,
that's what we try to do. We
right.
put jokes in there, try to keep the audience engaged so they stay
Yeah,
and watch, right? That's what
yeah,
this is all about. But cats like that, I mean, that's like, I mean, that hurts to watch because I mean, all he's talking about is the exact same thing that he's done, 20,000 other times. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, exactly. And shout out Sacramento, man. I only deleted your comment just so you know. You can obviously comment on my channel, but if you make a reference to like, obviously he was joking, but like I don't leave comments if you say like, oh, this person's gonna get beat down and all. I know that he was joking, but just so you know, I don't keep those up. But shout out Sacramento. We got a Wake in Pennsylvania here, man. What's up, dude?
What's up, guys?
Yo, just chilling, man. It's just a quiet day here in Babylon the Great. So
Oh my
Yeah.
God. Yeah, this place.
it's
So
waxing
what's
worse
up
and
with
worse
you?
daily.
Yeah, it's getting worse for sure.
But yeah,
I,
how are
I
things on
think
your end, man? We're not talking. We can talk about anything. It's not like a Bible thing. ETT keeps hiding from debate number 3. Sorry, excuse my stutter. But it was just informal. So
Can you
yeah,
say
man.
I
I
joke?
mean, the I think the dollar's gonna crash soon. I mean, it's just getting crazy. And I actually saw a picture. I'm not sure if it's like real or not, but it was like a picture of this guy was in a grocery store and there was like the shelves had like pictures of food on it.
I saw that. Yeah.
And I was like, dang. And I've noticed though that there's been a few short, like the shelves aren't as stocked as they used to be. Like there's a lot of stuff. Like there's some aisles that are like pretty empty. So
Mhm.
I mean,
I
I don't
mean,
know.
let me say this. I mean, you know that things are getting serious when you have GMS telling, their followers that, hey, I mean, it's a smart thing to go get some food.
Right,
Why
right,
don't you
right.
steal some stuff? Which that's a smart idea to do. I mean, if you have the opportunity, why not get some extra things while you have it here, right? So they say,
100%.
for an example, if I like a certain type of, mixture of something that's going to be hard to get when the shortages come, why not get 10 packs of it and put it in the closet so we have it? When the shortages come, I won't have to worry. You know what I'm saying? That's a smart thing.
ETT, I'm coming to raid your pantry if anything, if SHTF, man. So I knew everybody. ETT lives in Washington. He lives next to D Coon. So go there. Okay.
I mean, hell, hey, look, man, hey, look, ETT's so financially, in such financial ruin that ETT's already eaten, emergency MREs. I'm not even
Ooh.
being sarcastic.
I don't think. Yeah, it's good to prepare no matter what. We had that grid failure here in Houston, and I think a lot of people. What I normally do when I hear word of that coming is I have an Instacart grocery delivery weekly. I just double it. So, whatever you do, I mean, that would only last me an extra week. But if I had like kids and stuff, like I would be like that without a doubt. I
Hey,
obviously.
real quick,
Yeah, go ahead.
sorry to cut you off. I just want to say, because LOP asked, is this open panel or is it a debate? LOP, click that link, man. It's
LOP
open
is going to
panel
be the
time.
mod of our debate, by the way, just so you know. So he's welcome, man. Because he's neutral, and so yeah, man, we're
Yeah,
just
yeah, that brother's
talking
cool.
about whatever. It's fine, man.
Well, it's crazy because Americans are always like, oh, we're civilized and stuff, and once dang well when the SHTF comes,
Yeah,
people are gonna be like they're gonna be like barbarians. It's crazy.
yeah, big time.
And honestly, like, I'm not saying it's a bad thing to prep, but honestly, I think people should like learn a skill, like learn how to like actually hunt and grow their own food because even the stockpiles you get, you're eventually going to run out of that, and you're going to eventually have to find out some way to get food. I think people should start getting like I got a book of like this about Pennsylvania about like the wild food you can eat
Hmm.
and the plants you can eat, and I do want to take up some like archery and learn how to hunt or make snares and stuff because like after a while your food's going to dry up, and what are you going to do?
Yeah,
So I think
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
more.
I have not to cut you off or anything, but to and build on what you're saying. I definitely have. I want to say probably 15 books I've purchased over the years.
what the
About
heck?
how to have your own garden. How to survive in certain situations, stuff like that. I kind of collect those things. Because that's always good to have because the internet won't always be here, right? So
Yeah,
you're not
that's
going to be
true.
able to access that. So it's
Yeah,
good to have that physical copy. But here's the thing: you have guys out here, man, that are teaching that it's a sinful thing and it shows that you're unfaithful if you actually have 2 weeks worth of food in your house. Isn't that crazy to believe something like that? Come
why
on
would they
Yeah,
again,
I'm
what
say
not
do you
that,
think
dude?
about that?
I mean,
the
that doesn't make sense. Even if we were not in the end times and the Bible did not even exist, like that's just prudence, So
I mean,
uh, that's
I
dangerous. I would say it's okay if somebody teaches that and they really live by it, but that's not gospel. That doesn't apply to people who have kids and stuff like that. Hell no. So no, I
yeah,
would say do it.
yeah, I mean, as I said, I mean, to learn a skill, I mean, learn how to, because the reality of it is most Americans or most Westerners do not know how to grow food or hunt. I mean, some do, but a lot of Americans do not know how to do that stuff. They've been
Yeah,
so conditioned and they're so used to hopping in their car and going right to the grocery store and getting it already chopped meat chopped up and everything done for them, and they don't,
well,
and vegetables, and they don't know how to they don't know any of that stuff.
agreed. I mean, look at ETT. He's so used to getting in his car, going to freaking Popeyes, and expecting that damn chicken to be there, right? That's what he does, and I do that too. Chipotle, I expect Chipotle to be there every day. But you know what's funny
I,
about
I mean,
ETT, I'll pass it to you in 1 second, but check this out. If people did prep earlier, we really couldn't have an end times, because it's not even that they're prepping, but people would be smart. They'll be like, oh, shoot, the government's trying to screw me. And then they would plan accordingly, and then they wouldn't rely on the government more and more. We couldn't even have an end times, because like even if 5% of the Earth population was self sufficient, then I don't know, people would be like, I'll just do what they're doing. I'll pass it anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
You have oh, which by the way, I see Two Letter J has a what is that? A damn moon pie as
I thought
his
that was LOP.
thumbnail.
I don't know who that is.
Anyway, you have these guys out here, man, these people in this society. I mean, hell, they'd rather sit there and watch, damn Squid Game, inside joke shouts. Anybody knows what that is. They'd
Yeah.
rather sit there and watch damn Squid Game than to actually learn, about how to grow food or something like that, which is important to know.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all know that this is Bible prophecy. Like, it basically you could not have an end times unless you had a centralized banking, if you didn't have centralized food, if you didn't have centralized education, centralized everything, and centralized truth to some extent too. So,
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry to cut you off. Well, the Western world, particularly the United States, is I technically view that as well, not technically, but I view this as a poor nation, because, like, yeah, I mean, everything's in a way convenient and the pretty veneer and stuff, but actually, if you really think about it, the people in the so-called third world countries are more rich than the people here, because the people in those countries, they know how to grow food, and they own everything. They're not restricted as much as they are here. Like, the people, like, even if they wanted to, there's a lot of restrictions and stuff to even kind of live off grid, unless you have money or something. I mean, they make it very hard for you to, I mean, I even think, I'm not too sure, but I think in some states collecting rainwater is illegal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I saw that.
And that is the craziest
I
thing.
think it's in Israel, actually. I don't quote me on that, but I've heard that somewhere for sure.
Hey, well, let me say this. Let me quickly throw this in here. Here's one thing that you all should go ahead and do while you have it available, is go down to damn Walmart and get yourself a $20 life straw. Have you guys ever heard of those before?
I have one of
what
those.
they are?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
filters.
Okay.
Yep, I have one of those.
ETT. Yeah, ETT got about 26 of them, or maybe 27. But
I have two.
But but those are good. My God, hey, with all that money you got, man, you better go ahead and get a couple of those, because what they do is you can pretty much drink any water. Say if I find a water source that's like a puddle or something, I can put the life straw in there, and I can drink through the straw, and it would take all of the contaminants out that otherwise, if I drink it how it was, that could possibly kill me. Right. So as I said, man, in your free time, look that up. You should have one of those, laying around.
You know what else is good too? You can actually get you can actually learn how to distill your water too. There's actually like portable distillers you can have over like a fire, and it actually distills the water, and there's like a filter at the tip, a carbon filter, and you can actually use that too. Distill your water and clean it, because distilling it takes all the stuff out of it. Purifies the water.
If I could do this over, man, I would build one of those freaking container homes, man, like Red Pill Philosophy. He just left YouTube literally to do that, and it's not stupid at all. Like, my apartment's actually kind of small, so I don't really need that much space, and I've lived in New York City before. And so whoever did that, and just those people who saved and penny pinched, and even if they got involved in cryptos or whatever, man, those are the freaking geniuses, man. So TMoG was too busy on YouTube debating all these actors and golfing. I didn't have time. But shout out Red Pill, man. If he actually finished that, I wish he actually documented that on his channel. He just disappeared from the flat earth. But anyway,
you got people living in RVs now. That's why a lot of people are doing that, like van life, and
that's brilliant.
RVing and stuff like that.
Shout out to RV Truth too. But yeah, RVing, dude, if I would actually love that life too, because you could go to whichever state has the most lax requirements, and then I would just go live there, and you could just change. Oh, okay, so this state got rid of the mask, I would go there. So it'd be perfect.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, FaceTime. Yeah, exactly. Job 9:24, ETT quotes all the time, right? So, that kind of thing. But Yeah, man, it
Yeah.
just shows. It just shows that they got us by the you know what,
Yeah,
wrong
man.
with what it is.
And even the RV prices, I don't know if you've seen the RV prices. I was looking around at some of them, and they're almost as much as a house is right now. Even a junky used one is.
I think people are selling their homes to do that, especially retired people. And
Mhm.
to me, that's brilliant on many, many levels because if they start policing people and rounding people up like we see, oh, did you get that? You know what I'm talking about? I'll be like, well, they can't find you. That's a good thing. So I have a feeling a lot
Mhm.
of
Yeah,
retired people are selling.
let me say this. As I said, I used to work, for a millionaire. I used to work for a guy that had, a few million. He sold all his properties. Because I used to work on the property, cleaning, stuff and around the community there. But he pretty much sold everything when this whole, Corolla thing started.
Yeah,
He pretty much sold everything. He got like $4 million for it. And what he did is he pretty much went and got an RV for it, so he can travel wherever he
that's
wants. But
brilliant.
that's a good idea, man.
Yeah, I actually like driving too. It's actually relaxing. Like I think that that's brilliant. I think that everything in the economy makes sense. There's no chip shortage. They're talking about some chip shortage leading to like new cars being produced. No, no one's buying a new car because they can't afford it. Okay, there's no freaking chip shortage. If anybody, not people on this panel, but that's what's going on. So what people do is they downsize. They'll go to an RV, they'll go to a motorhome or whatever, or they'll even build a freaking container home.
Yeah,
Yeah, we got LoP here.
Yeah, what's up? It's
it's
an informal chat. Anybody can just talk about whatever.
it's
Hey
funny.
guys,
What's up?
what's up? Yo.
Yo,
Hey,
hey,
So
go ahead,
what?
AP.
Yeah.
oh yeah, yeah, you were mentioning the shortage. Yeah, I think that's a load of crock too, because I know somebody that has like they're looking for a job and they have a really good resume and they can't find any job and they have their applications everywhere. No one's hiring them. So
Yeah.
I think a lot of those like ads and signs you see, I think they're just doing that. I don't really think there's a
No, they're
shortage
not
of
real.
works.
Yeah, agreed. It's all
Oh,
window
that's
And
in
dressing. Literally window
that.
dressing.
Hold on, that's in mind of God. You know about, what is that? Isaiah the 24th chapter. You want to read a little bit of that because it
Yeah,
goes
let's see it.
into it goes into what we're seeing right now. Why he's pulling that up, man. As I said, I was at the mall just earlier today because I had to pick something up. So I was walking through the mall and I was looking at all these stores, and you can see, man, that literally every single store where they had a hiring sign up, and then the
Yeah.
other ones you could see half of the store was pretty much closed. The stores had to close down because they're not doing, business very well right now. They're not making no money, and even the ones who are still somehow staying afloat, they're trying to hire as many people as they can. You know what I'm saying? Mind God, I'll throw the mic
Mhm.
back to you.
Yeah, this is a good verse. Isaiah 24, 4. I'll go to 3. The land shall be utterly emptied and utterly spoiled, for the Lord has spoken. Hit this word. Listen to this, verse 4. The earth mourneth and fadeth away. The world languish and fadeth away. The haughty people of the earth do languish. Check out this verse for those Christians. The earth also is defiled on the inhabitants thereof, because they have transgressed the laws. Whoa, wait a minute. Because they have transgressed the laws. Listen to this. Change the ordinance, broken the everlasting covenant. Verse 6, therefore hath the curse devoured the earth, and they that dwell therein are desolate. Therefore the inhabitants of the earth are burned, and few men left. That's in Isaiah 24, 6, 6. So that's a good one, man.
But I feel like most of Isaiah is really like depressing.
Yeah, it is. That's
Yeah.
why I love the Bible,
Yeah.
man. Honestly, if you're out there and you're sad or whatever, I would
But like
highly recommend reading the Bible, man, because like all the Israelites will relate to you.
yeah,
Every single one.
yeah,
It's
but
amazing.
the think about this, like a lot of depressing music kind of makes me happy. For example, I listen to like black metal, and
Yeah.
they have very depressing lyrics, or even the death metal, they have very depressing, but it like makes me kind of like, because hate these like feel good songs, happy songs.
Yeah.
So yeah, it works that way with the Bible, but at the same time you have some verses that are kind of like even funny. We were talking about it earlier, that like, hath he smitten him as he smote those that smote him, or is he smitten according to the I don't remember, but it's like Isaiah 7:7 or something like that. But like that verse is pretty like funny. It's hard to understand it, like hath he smitten. Wait, let me actually look it up, because that's an interesting verse. And
Yeah.
somebody was saying that it's relates to actually the Christ.
Mhm.
But But
Yeah,
do,
I
do
remember
you
that's in
remember
our
that
that's in our
verse? If
email,
you
right?
read
That's
the King J, it's the other versions would have it differently.
yeah,
But
I can
like,
get it. I can get it. You sent that to me in the email, right? I can look that
oh,
up.
I did I?
I
Okay.
think because like so LOP, what people know, LOP and I are talking about how the Bible sometimes can actually be funny. Like I found that verse with the apostle saying these guys aren't drunk because they're all speaking in tongues. It's like it's too early in the morning. Like I believe the apostles had a sense of humor. You know, they're not all obviously we read all the serious stuff, but
But
like
but but
you know,
I was telling you that I find like so many verses funny. Like
yeah.
even like it shall come to pass that if there remain but 10 men in the house, that they shall die. I just like it. Like it's like that they shall die. He just says like,
Well,
uh
the Bible
to me
says in
that's
Enoch.
funny.
Well, the Bible says in Enoch, God's going to enjoy this destruction. So, and Christ
But
wants
also
to
I
do it.
told you that I have a morbid sense of humor. So
No, but in a way, it's not morbid because it's actually prophecy. So, in a way, we have to take comfort in it. So, I'll read a few more verses here. Isaiah 24. Listen to this. 10. The city of confusion is broken down. Every house is shut up that no man may come in. There is crying for wine in the streets. All joy is darkened. The mirth of the land is gone. The city is left desolation, and the gate is smitten with destruction. So,
I like the word smitten. Actually, every time I hear this word smitten, I
yeah.
sometimes, because like in the other part of the Bible, he says like the rest of the men that died not from the hail were smitten with the emerods, and emerods is an archaic word for hemorrhoids, right? So
Yeah.
that's pretty funny. Do you
But
know that word?
LOP, you know
That's
what's funny about that word? You know what that word, the normal people here use that like when you're in, dating in a relationship, like an attraction. So this is the thing about the God of the Bible. Like he loves
Yeah,
destruction. So he's smitten, like he gets happy when there's things destroyed.
yeah,
So
and I mean, like me too, actually.
yeah, that's good. I mean,
But I
that's
mean,
the
like
people
not
that
beautiful things, like the earth has beautiful places, but like if something is wicked, then why not?
well, check this out. This is
Let
the
me
cool
let
thing
me
for
add something.
people. Yeah, go ahead,
Can
ETT.
can you
Yeah.
guys hear me okay? Can
Yep.
you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to add something in real quick. If you go to what is that, Nahum? I want to say the 3rd chapter. The Lord, it says what was thy wrath against the land? Was thy wrath against the sea? Right. The Lord isn't angry with the literal land itself, with the literal mountains and grass itself. The Lord's angry with the inhabitants. And as mine of God read, right, the earth
Mhm.
is defiled under the inhabitants.
Right.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
also, even the Harzalt on there talking about how really what we're seeing play out right now, right, is Isaiah the 24th chapter, and what Second Ezra's the 15th chapter. I don't know if you guys seen it, but earlier I put up a video on my page. It was about these two pastors on there. They were saying, oh, the Apocrypha isn't true because nobody ever quoted from the Apocrypha.
Wow.
So we'll finish up with what we're saying here, but we should talk about the Apocrypha in a little bit.
Anybody
I'll throw the mic
listening,
back to you.
we got 500 people watching. If you're not subscribed to ETT, then you're missing out. Like you don't need the comedy channel on Netflix or none of that. Okay, hit
Wait,
that
we have
subscribe
9
button.
people watching, or
Oh, sorry.
wait?
Yeah, I've dyslexia. I was just trying to make it sound like we're more popular than we are.
Yeah, I
But
say that
it's
too
not.
sometimes. Like, yeah.
Nahum 3, man, this one's good. This is Old
Nahum. I
Testament though.
think it's
ETT.
pronounced Nahum, but that's okay.
Yeah, actually, I wish I knew actually how to pronounce these properly.
Because,
Honestly.
dude, I mean, didn't I tell you that I have audio King James Bible,
Oh,
and
nice.
I have like, yeah, and this guy pronounces like everything I would say correctly, and
That's good.
yeah, and I have like people are like saying I'm totally crazy, which I am, but they are saying because I have a music page, right, and then it's like all like top artist is the King James Bible, but top 2 artists is like Mariah Carey, and then you have some like death metal band. So people are saying I'm absolutely, and Nicki Minaj, like I'm absolutely crazy because I listen to the Bible and
Well, LOP, I don't know if you
rap
know,
and heavy metal and all
but
that
me and
kind of
ETT,
stuff.
we got about 1,000 emails about your rapping on the last live stream, and they're like, "When are we gonna hear round
Wait,
2
I
and
just
round
uploaded
3?"
it, dude. Like the did you see my latest upload of the
Yeah, I
Kanye
gotta
West
check that out.
Monster?
I saw the email. I'll check
It's
it out.
it's funny, yeah, I think. But
Your
like,
flow is better than ETT. He claims to have all this flow, but we haven't heard him spit a single bar. And I
no,
don't
but
recommend people be rappers. Don't be a rapper and a prophet like D Coon. Please stop.
I'm not like I most of my music, or actually all of almost all my music is just like in the style of metal
Yeah.
and not hip hop at all. So I just did that because I cannot do it. So that's why I rap it, but it's more aggressive because I do more aggressive vocals, right?
Yeah.
So I kind of, but that's kind of makes it parody, that song, because you know, if you listen about it, I'm just like, you know, the chorus is like, yeah. Anyway, yeah.
No, that's cool. It's all good, man. We're just. Did you want me to read anything in Nahum ETT or just reference that for the audience? I would. People go read it. Nahum 3:4. Because of the multitude of the whoredoms of the well-favored harlot, the mistress of witchcrafts that selleth nations through her
Wow.
whoredoms and families through her witchcrafts. I mean, come
Oh,
on.
wait a second.
I
Wait a
like that
second, though.
one. I like
Hold,
that one.
hold on. Let me chime in. But wait a second, though. That harlot there, that woman's talking about the Vatican City, according to faithful servants of Christ.
Wow. So I don't know.
Hey, what
man.
is that Zingers thing? Is that an American, some kind of food?
Oh, it's like a junk food.
Oh, okay. It's your favorite food.
Well, I
that
can't
might
lie.
actually be that might be intravenously injected into ETT's veins. You don't know how much of that he actually eats at this point. The guy's 240 pounds. He's about 5'6". That's not healthy.
Wait,
So,
no, he
I
said
mean-
he's 6'1", dude.
I'm just fudging the numbers to make it seem bad. You know, I'm exaggerating.
Oh, trust
I'm
me, it's bad.
5'11" only. I'm pretty short. 5'11".
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I'm-
trust me,
compared to
it is
ETT.
pretty bad. It is pretty bad.
when he posts 3 videos a day and he's got a Red Bull in every video, that's a problem, you know. And he's, you know, there's something, he's got the same flat earth shirt on. That means that he drank those in the same day. That means that ETT's bouncing off the walls after that. If I drank 3 Red Bulls in a day, I'd be flying through the air.
Hey,
I
man,
have
to
like
tell you
no
the truth,
problems with
man,
Red Bull, but yeah.
I mean,
Coke.
hell, a damn case of 12 is only gonna last ETT about 2 days, man. You're not even being sarcastic.
Yeah.
Didn't you tell me that you once drank like 60 Dr. Peppers in a few days?
What the hell?
Yeah. I mean, it's true.
You
man.
did?
It's true.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's insane, dude.
No, but I used
How
to
are
drink
you alive
like,
right now, man? That's incredible. That in and of itself is a miracle of the
Hey,
most.
that's a mystery in and of itself.
Right. That's
but
what-
I used to drink like when I was in the Philippines because I hate everything that they have their own drinks. So I would always drink like every day RC Coke all the time or Sprite or like I drank all these soft drinks because I don't like their water. Their water is like not clean there. So in the Philippines, it's a third world country. So
That's wild, man. We live in crazy times, LoP. What's going on with you, dude? Everything's good, or how could it
well,
be? Better?
yeah, I mean,
What
I
could make it
just
better?
I just got returned to my cottage, so it's peaceful more here than in the city. So I'm happy for that, you know. But like my dad is still badgering me about like, oh, there's people coming here all the time, blah blah blah,
Mhm.
you know. But so far I'm alone here for a while, so that's good. Yeah.
We're all alone, man. We're all vagabonds. You know, is a good word that I like to use on this plane that we live on. We did that. We talked
Hey,
about
well, guess
that
what?
last time, man. We're out there.
Tomorrow's stream on ETT's page is going to be entitled "The Real Losers Club" because hey, look, man, we're the real losers. But you know what? We have to be that way in order to make it to the kingdom, right? Because the scriptures say what a man has to go through the narrow in order to come into the broad, right? So the narrow path is what not to follow the way of the world, right? We're going the opposite direction. The whole world's telling everyone what go get the juice, right? Everybody go get the orange juice, but we're telling
Right.
people what don't do that. We're going in the opposite direction, right? So we're going to be the outcast of the societies, right? So we are the real losers club, right? But you know what? That's a good thing.
Proud
Because
of
at the end of
it.
the day,
Yeah.
Proud of it.
go ahead.
I'm telling literally everyone not to take it, and you know, so I mean everybody I know, Facebook, whatever, what have you, you know, in real life.
You know
too.
what's crazy, man? When I heard Luke talk about that, you know, not to slander him unnecessarily, but it's kind of strange because especially if you live here in America, maybe it's better in Australia. I don't know, but ETT can attest to this, man. Everybody looks sad here, dude. No one has money. It doesn't. It's not gonna. It's not gonna survive anyway, right? If we were all financially thriving and there was good businesses and this came along, I can see how it might be tempting for people. You know, if you have a wife and kids and a nice car or whatever. And I'm like, okay, well then, yeah. But dude, no one's thriving here, so it doesn't make sense from a financial
and
perspective. So
I can attest to that. I can attest to that too, man. I mean, ain't nobody have any damn money over here, man. Nobody has any type of money. I mean,
Yeah.
hell, hey, look, if you go to a grocery store, before this whole thing, you might be able to see a few families have a grocery cart, full of groceries for the week. But now, man, when you go to the stores, everybody has maybe a cart that's like 25% full. And what does that show you? That nobody has money to even afford to live here
Yeah, exactly.
anymore. So
Yeah.
this place is totally done, man.
Check
Got
this
these
out,
cats on
ETT.
here. Go
You should
ahead.
do a video on this, and I might do one on this. Check this out. The cost of living spiritually is increasing, not just financially. I want people to understand that there's a lot of risk now spiritually to stay here in Babylon, wherever you are, because the philosophies are worldwide. And so there's a financial risk with inflation, which we all see. And there's a spiritual risk because if the Bible is indeed the word of God, wow, something's coming, man.
How do you mean?
Hell, man.
How do you mean the spiritual risks?
I would say this is what I was actually gonna do a lesson on this because, like, with what I teach about what we believe, I would say the few people that come by here, that this juice is the mark of the beast. That's actually a spiritual risk because if it's not, then we're telling people to avoid something that could cost them their job, maybe their health, because now we know that this thing is actually real, like it's affecting people's body. I have enough stories in my life of people who I know are not lying that they went through it. So there's something real out there.
Well,
So,
yeah, me too. But like, not really anything that would convince me that it's not a false thing.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah,
Because like my dad had it, but he said, okay.
Yeah.
But I felt like it felt like flu and stuff.
Yeah, fair enough.
I had flu many times. So
yeah,
No,
but I would say it's very possible that people have had their lungs collapse and die. I don't think that that's a lie anymore. I can't prove it. I don't know somebody in my life, who went through that. But all I'm saying, just the point of this, there's something physical going on out there. And then I'm saying to avoid it or whatever. And so that's risky spiritually because let's say there's an other God, or it is the God of the Bible. Sorry, another God, let's just say that. And he's like, dude, why are you going giving people advice about something that's supposed to like help them? He'll be mad at me.
But it's not, because we know from the Bible that it's
no, I get it.
Vaccines are.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm just playing the devil's advocate. I'm not saying it's a big risk, but I'm saying there are spiritual risks associated with going.
Because I know from experience, like that any form of like medication that is mind altering, that is not like it takes you away from God. I know it, like from experience.
Well, no. I get it. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just sort of playing the devil's advocate. I'll pass it to ETT.
Yeah. I just wanted to add something in, man, because you see online these churches are on there talking about, well, God wants you to go get the juice, right? God wants you to do it. And here's a whole nother can of worms we got to talk about with these guys that are on here talking about, obeying the government. You see these guys everywhere. Now they'll pull up a verse that speaks about obeying all the ordinance of man, and they'll use that to see, well, see, you're supposed to follow it. But here's my question. The understanding to that is back then in those times, a few thousand years ago, the small communities, their governors, they actually rule by the laws in the Bible. That doesn't apply to today.
100%.
And let me say this. For guys who want to use that verse, well, guess what? I can turn it around and then say, okay, well, then guess what? If that means what you're saying it means, well, then by logic, that means that you are saying that we all have to take the juice. Because if not, then we're in sin against God, because the government's God's minister. And then you say that to them and they're like, but that law goes against the Bible. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous.
Yeah. No, it's like for math people, it's what I consider a spiritual saddle point. Okay. We're on the edge where if you go any direction in any way, you could fall off a cliff, And I'm just saying that's just the way, that's the time. I didn't make this up. LoP didn't make it up. ETT didn't make this up. This is the situation we're in. And we got to tread carefully. We got to really, really make sure, because it really what we know now is like people are getting fired on the daily. And they're already struggling before this financially. So
yeah, I just wanted to bring up one thing that about our friend Samuel Owen, because look, but look, I've seen a podcast with him a long time ago. That was way before the Corolla started, right? And he was at that time he was already like against any kind of vaccine. So like he was like on this like he was you know, he was correct. So I'm just saying, you know, he's, you know, some of the
just call it
things
the
he's
juice.
right.
I know it doesn't matter, but just call it that. You know, I don't think they're gonna censor that. We're just not allowed to.
Yeah, I heard that like if you are against that, that they are removing channels that are anti.
Yeah, they are big time.
Yeah, so we shouldn't. But like, yeah, how are they gonna find it anyways?
No,
like,
I don't think they don't target smaller ones like
yeah. That's what I meant.
You
Yeah.
know, it's not a big
But
deal.
I'll try not to say then.
No, I don't. I don't care that much. But
Yeah.
but you know, this is the amazing thing about the times that we live in now. And so Sonny G's asking, how do you forgive TMoG for insulting you so much? Okay, people, I want people to understand. Me and ETT are what are known as frenemies. We'll say this for the 100th time. Okay, we understand we're actors in this movie that we're living in. Okay, we just want to make sure you understand what we're living in. Okay, if the Bible's not true, ETT is a great friend of this channel. Why? Because we were both greatly deceived. However,
Real quick. Let
this is my
me
last
add to
point.
what
I'll
Mind
pass
of
it to you.
God's saying.
Listen,
Go ahead.
I'll just last thing I'll pass it to you. But if the Bible is true, then I would say the quote truth is somewhere near one of our channels. You know, and then we'll have to see in the sky. I'll pass it back to ETT.
Right. But I wanted to add in there. Remember the old saying goes, what? You know, keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer, right? So me and Mind of God are what we call frenemies, right? We're
It's from the
frenemies here.
Godfather, but yeah, right?
Yeah.
So as I said, you know, how can ETT, you know, keep, you know, getting back up after these spiritual slugs that Mind of God shoots at him in almost every video? I mean, hey, you just got to take it as a joke and keep it moving, man. ETT got thick skin, man.
And here's
That's
what I
how
want.
gotta look at it.
Here's what I want people to do if my teaching doesn't come true. I ask you to send spiritual slugs my way. You have, it's your responsibility, whoever's listening, to do that, because we're not allowed to promote false teaching. We're not allowed to. So that's
Hey, we got
why.
someone's in the back chat.
Oh, it's the
Cage.
no, it's the same guy. It's the same guy, man.
And I wanted to say something about like Mind of God always like you know, ripping on you know, ETT or other people and stuff like that. No, but listen, like my friend Alex, like he called me, you know, the worst things too, and he said like I will go to hell and I will burn in hell and I will become homeless. That he wished that on me, all of this, and I still forgave him and I unblocked like I you know, and we are still friends now, you know what I mean? So I don't hold grudges. That's one thing about me. So even if like Mind of God call me mentally retarded, I don't care. Or ETT, I forgive, you know what I mean? Like if that happens, which it didn't happen, but I'm just saying I would forgive like anyone basically, except for one person who said something that is even unspeakable to me that I will not forgive. But I don't want to say it here because that would probably get removed.
Here's what I would say.
Hold on. You should have.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go
Should
ahead.
I say it then?
Or no, don't say
Wait,
it.
no. I was just gonna say that, you know, whoever told that you the thing you were prior, you know, talking about, you should have told him, well, you can't go to hell because we're already in hell.
Facts.
I told him that, but he believes in there is a war, you know, spiritual realm where people are like, it's much worse than here. He said that this life is like heaven compared to that other spiritual realm of hell that he's seen, actually, that he's been there. He says he's claiming. So I mean, I told him that, and he says like, you know, but that's the guy I told you about. He had so many visions, and he claims to have seen God and Jesus Christ, you know, awake vision, right? So this guy is intense as shit. Like,
here's what I would say about the hell thing. If Christ, who ETT calls Yahushua, came to earth and he was basically ignored, they're like, whatever, man, let the guy talk. Just leave him alone. Then this wouldn't be hell. It would be almost hell. You know, it would be sort of hell, but it wouldn't be hell the way the Bible describes, because what the Bible says in all those verses that we always read, this earth is set opposite of God's laws. All of them, literally all of them. So if it were not all of them, or they would just ignore people who tried to follow them and leave them alone, this wouldn't be hell. We wouldn't have an end times. But that's why we're in hell, because all of God's laws are being not ignored, which would be one thing. They're being opposed diametrically opposite. So that's why it has to be burned. I'll pass it
But
down.
why I disagreed with Alex, that friend who claimed that there is a worse place than here. I've had like so much like nightmares and stuff, and like all that kind of stuff with mental illness, torture. It seems
Yeah.
like I had millions of sicknesses at the same time. I just cannot imagine anything wrong. I felt worse than burning in hell. If
But here's
so
the
how
deal,
can he
LOP,
say?
LOP, this is why you came by our channels, because you have a spiritual sense with your experience in the past, but we may be providing a little bit more clarity. Again, it's obviously God doing all of this, but that's what I want people to come here. We're not coming here to sell you anything and all that. We're going to tell you the truth. We're going to tell you that you're in hell, because guess what? That's what the Bible says. Okay. We didn't make that up. We're going to tell you that God made it that way because he's behind evil. We are not supposed to be involved in the evil. So that should be comforting to God's children.
I
And
mean,
then it'll help.
I knew that already a long time, that or I had that sense since pretty much like 2010 or so, but I just feel like it seems never ending for me, because I felt like that for most of my life. So, and it's only getting like it's getting
But
either
LOP,
worse or it's staying the same.
But how do you think I feel? I have ETT. I have to make videos every day rebuking him. I'm in hell too. You know what I mean? So, and
Yeah, we all suffer,
just kidding. I'm
in
just
a
joking.
different way. I
I'm just
agree.
messing with you. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah.
No, I do not like the situation you're in. My heart is saddened by anybody out there who's being oppressed. Our body is a form of oppression. I want people to understand that. It's a judgment. So we don't want to be in this body anymore. And definitely not in this damn earth. That's for
like
damn
my friend has bulimia. That's one of the worst. Like he has like buckets of vomit. It's just terrible.
Yeah, I have a
how
close
can
friend.
he not see that this is hell already?
Yeah, I have a friend who has like Crohn's, which is kind of like a bowel syndrome, and it's just the way he describes his life. I'm like, I wouldn't even want to do that for a week.
Right. I have my friend, when I described my situation, he said I might have Crohn's disease as well, but in my case it's probably schizophrenia combined with, and schizophrenia has basically everything that it's just like all in all diseases together. Sometimes like it can have its moments when you're okay, but when it's not okay, when you're not on somebody, you're completely fucked, basically.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Just hang in there, LOP. We're almost there, man. There's nothing to make light of quote unquote mental issues. I feel like I've had anxiety, depression, all these different things. I feel like I have multiple personalities. I have to put on one personality when I interact with these normies, and then I have another personality. We all have that. I'm not trying to make light of your situation, but we don't want this anymore. Okay, we want this whole thing to stop. That's just what it is.
Yeah, trust me.
Exactly.
ETT's been there. Hey, I've been there. I've done that. I've been there and I've done that. And as I said, it isn't easy, right? This whole thing, isn't easy. But you know what? The thing that keeps us going is knowing what there really is a reward for all of this at the end. But you know what? The catch to that is, even though there is a great reward that comes with it, there is one catch, that the only way to get the reward is first you have to go through misfortunes, and you got to go through hell first, right? You got to go through adversity in order to get that reward, right? So that's the path that we're on right now. We're not on here telling you what the Christians are saying. They're saying what the closer you get to the Lord, the more money you're going to be making, the more better off you're going to do. That's not true. All right, that's not true according to the scriptures. The closer you get to the Lord, you're going to be tempted more. Why? Because Satan is going to be trying to sift you away, right? So me and mind of God, we're trying to tell the people who are listening that we're all on the right path here, right? We're on the right path. We're not trying to listen to these Christian pastors that don't know what the hell is going on. We're on here telling the truth, right? What's that, Cat? Just like the Atlantis report says, right? The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, right? That's what we're on here telling the people. I'll throw the mic back to you.
And we're speaking it to all the crunchies. So worldwide, you know what I mean, dude? This is ETT zinger night. That if people are wondering what we're doing, no, we're not debating. We're trying to explain the world through ETT's infinite number of zingers, and he's got like 30 of them. So that's
what is it from 60. That thing, like I solemnly swear, and then he says like that I and blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Like I solemnly swear. Is that
Who says
at
that?
like the court or no? I don't. I have seen it in some movie. I don't know if it's from like wedding or like
Mm.
but I find it funny. Like, I solemnly swear that I will uphold the Constitution of the
Yeah.
Oh, it's when they take the U.S. president and when they you
Yeah.
know set him up. I mean, set
I
him
had
in
to
it.
say that. I had to say
And
that when I.
he has to say like, I solemnly swear that I will uphold the Constitution, so
Yeah.
help me God, and whatever.
No, it sounds like I even had to say that when I became a U.S. citizen. They basically make you feel like you're marrying the country. I will
Yeah,
defend.
that's
It's
weird, man.
like this place has got to go, man. Like,
I'm actually kind of glad I'm not an American, but
no, you should be. You don't want to be here, man. Because what the Bible says actually is the judgment's going to begin where? At the house of Israel, which is here in America, and that's where the destruction's going to start. So people think, oh, there's going to be something in the Middle East pop off. No, really, the Middle East, like Israel, has not really anything to do with the end times. So
yeah, but many things like the Middle East region is like there's been wars like since the dawn of time there almost.
yeah, exactly. So how can that be a place that will sit as a queen and see no sorrow when it's
Yeah.
been in sorrow its whole existence?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
There you go. So that's true. So yeah, all roads lead to America being mystery Babylon. So we got
Oh, but wait a second.
yeah.
According to that cat we mentioned earlier, he's on there saying that that's talking about the Roman Catholic Church, though. He's saying that the Catholic Church is the harlot that reigns over the earth.
Yeah,
As I
I mean
said,
that's
man,
absurd.
that cat,
No,
that guy
many people
doesn't know
still
the
say that
scriptures.
actually.
It couldn't be more obvious. I remember when I first read Revelation when I was like, maybe 17, 18, 19, I literally thought this was like, no, I was like, this is nonsense. I was like, okay, but this last book doesn't matter. That's what I literally was thinking in my mind. I'm like, this is not real. And so now it's like I read Revelation 17. I'm like, how can this not be America at this point? So ITR, if you want some of this, you better get those scriptures up, man, because they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna have a few slugs. There's gonna be a full artillery shot at them spiritually, of course. If anybody believes America is not Mystery Babylon right now, this late in 2021, I don't know what to say. You're drowning in a pool of nothing.
Sauce.
Yeah, it's exactly like the hell.
And as I said earlier, man, I mean, as ironic as it sounds, it's really this simple. I mean, they're actually somehow drowning in water that's only, ankle deep. That's how
Yeah,
simple these guys are, man.
yeah,
They're getting, cut up and choked. Oh, and this
yeah,
is in, what is that? This is in what is that, Matthew the 13th chapter, right? The cares of this world, they choked them that heard the word, right? So they went back into the world instead of following,
And it
this narrow
becometh.
path.
I remember that
Go ahead.
verse. And the cares of this world choke the
Yes.
word, and it becometh unfruitful.
yeah, exactly. Just think about this in general, okay? For people to understand what we're talking about was what Revelation 17 and 18. What other religion made a prediction like that? Just that alone. Forget about the mark of the beast. Forget about all the Israelites and the slavery and then all that. How does those two chapters, a God thousands of years ago, make a prediction like that? And it's obviously true. Okay. And even if it's not true,
Wait, what are you referring to again? Sorry.
Revelation 17 and 18 describing America,
oh.
all the cargo and the shipments and the music and all that. It's like, how would any God or something religion know that? So just that alone, we should be like, oh, like somebody predicted this country a long time ago. So it's like, how does that happen? It's like, is it a
Right,
coincidence?
right. And here's the thing with that. It's like if that's not talking about what we're saying it is, well, what and who else is that talking about? The Catholic Church? And I even brought this up to faithful servants. I was like, well, wait a second, but the Catholic Church doesn't sell merchandise. I mean, hell, the last thing, because I remember being in a church, the last thing that they were selling was, what is it? Dave Ramsey's financial guide for like
Yeah.
$70. But I
Yeah.
mean, they're not selling any type of merchandise. They're not selling cinnamon, right? They ain't selling fine linen, right? They're not selling wood. They're not selling any of those things. So they
Yeah.
don't have any way to get around that. It's clearly talking about what we're saying it is. And
Yeah.
it's not just true because ETT or Mind of God says it. No, but we're providing evidence, by looking at the text. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So it's just, I mean, as I said, these guys can't get it, man. So I can't even believe You have guys out there who, know the truth, who knew the truth at one point, who went back to that vomit, like these ITR guys that we want to bring on the show. I mean, it's like, what the hell are these guys talking about, man? The Vatican City. These guys, are out of their mind, man.
Yeah. Yeah, they're totally finished. It's at this point we know that either these truths are true or the Bible's not true. That's how powerful the times that we live in now. If America is not Mystery Babylon, then the God of the Old Testament has changed his mind to the New Testament. So he didn't like Sodom apparently, but he's like, yeah, America, that institutionalizes that behavior, and you have to applaud it. It's one thing if it was in isolation, but you have to applaud that behavior. And then so God's like, no, I'm just kidding. Whatever, dude. I forgot.
And here's another cut to that doctrine, because wait a second. We know that primarily a majority of the elect are going to be beamed away, right? They're going to receive salvation from Babylon. But if the last time I looked it up, the Vatican has a population of about 2,000 people, right? So I mean, hell, there could be one person or two people who are the elect there, but I mean, hell, you better be damn well sure. There's clearly, you see, you get the point I'm getting at. It makes no logical sense.
What he's getting at is that America is the headquarter of salvation. It has to be the place where the Jews are, because salvation is of the Jews. That's from Jesus's mouth. So no, the Jews are not headquartered in the Vatican. Are you kidding me? Stop. So he's right. America is going to be the headquarter of what? The salvation, and then of the pursuing destruction. So it has to be. It's not going to be rebuilt in the future. It's not going to be the location of ancient Babylon in the Middle East. None of that. So we're standing on it. I'm in Houston, man. So this place has got to go. And so that's why when people come by my channel, they, I'm not trying to be rude, but if you're like, oh, TMoG was mean to me, but I'm mean to people if they're teaching something that's obviously false. If you teach that hell is a spiritual realm, you're gonna get a lashing. Okay, I'm sorry, because it's too late in the game. And the same with America being not being Mystery Babylon. I mean, come on, good serpent, man. You got to know what time it is, my friend, man. You got to be teaching that. The guy live streams 4 times a day.
Yeah.
Okay.
He will get a whiplash.
I mean, can't you take an hour and read the 2 chapters, man?
Wait, hold on.
1 hour.
I seen that our friend Andrew went on the stream, and I saw he asked Good Servant. He asked, "What do you know?"
Yeah,
and Good Servant didn't respond to that though.
Andrew keeps it all the way 100. Andrew, shout out Andrew.
I came to his to Good Serpent's live stream, but I just said like the earth is hell, and he blocked me, and then I came with my other 4 or 5 accounts, and he blocked all of those also. But like Too Little J, I mean the Sacramento Truth Movement, he's a moderator there, so so he was like no, but he was saying to him like, hey, you should join ETT and his live stream. So maybe he's convincing him, because ETT just told me that Good Servant is considering it, right? Did you?
Let me say this.
He's not going to let him.
Hold on.
Hangs out with us.
I think.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me say this. I reached out because remember I have Good Servant on a few other platforms I talked to him on. So I reached out to him as like, I had a fair conversation with him, over the chat, and he was like, if you guys, are respectable, and maybe I'll stop by one day, in chat. And you know what? I'll respect that. That's cool. As I said, hey man, if you ever, around when we're live, stop by and we'll be cool with you, right? We're not trying to laugh at you or make fun of you, which is hard not to do, just like with, Christ himself, Samuel Owen. But we'll keep it simple, right? We'll keep it civil.
ETT,
there's no reason.
If you listen to our Skype convo, I had one of them with him for about close to 30 minutes or so. I wish I recorded it, dude. It would have got 10 million views on YouTube.
With whom?
With Good Serpent. Sorry, Good Servant. Part of my list.
Oh, I thought with Sam.
No, with Good Serpent. So.
Hey, nobody could. Hey, tell me anybody who has had a live stream with Sam that was longer than 90 minutes.
No, it won't happen.
Can you?
No, you'll be suicidal. You'll be suicidal after like.
No. I did, and I withstood it because I am. I mean, like I also have psychosis, so I can take his bullshit and kind of bring it back to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's.
Hold on, I had Sam on the show for I believe I believe I had him on for like 2.5 hours one time. I had him on the show, but
Wait,
2
really?
Liter J was there. What was
And
that?
he didn't. And he
Yeah, that was
didn't
the
have
first time.
He
That was
didn't
the
have a
first time.
meltdown like before.
Oh, he
Before
did
1
have.
hour.
He did have. He did have a meltdown. He
He
pretty
is a
much did the
meltdown.
entire.
What do
So
you
I
mean?
guess
He is
you
a
broke
meltdown.
my record, bro, because my record is no mine was like 110 minutes. So maybe yours is longer, I guess. Yeah.
Well, if you're gonna try and keep up with ETT, you better be exercised. Let me say that this guy, he's got endurance, and you know he's fueled by zingers, cake treats. So that's not something to be taken lightly. But shout out Samuel Owen, man. Don't make a live stream of us for all day tomorrow, please. You know, just relax on
Oh
Sunday.
yeah. We're just messing around, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
don't wait.
and
Just
wait a second. Hold
take a break.
hold on a second. We got to even talk about him for a few minutes because he's on there talking about the rapture and all of this. But wait a second. I thought that already happened since you're Christ and you're already here on earth.
Yeah.
So what the hell is this guy talking about?
That's what
And
you
then
got
you're
to
asking
ask him
about it.
if Sacramento, if you hear this and you talk to him again, ask him what salvation is according to his paradigm. I actually genuinely want to know because we're all offering a product, right? Me and ETT, at least, we teach that salvation is in the sky first and foremost, and by these so-called UFOs. So we're giving you real hope. You know, we can't promise that it's going to happen, but that's the quote product. I want to hear
Yes.
actually what he has to say. What is his salvation in his concave kingdom?
Yeah, I'm not actually
yeah.
sure. He's just saying about the center of the concave earth, that being the octahedron and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right. So, like, and he keeps saying that flying horse coming. Like, I don't really get that. Like,
No, I don't get
you
it
know,
either.
but
I actually would like to hear him actually show a picture.
no, but he's saying
of the
actually the
earth.
flying horse. No, he's saying that the flying horse. That's what Christians believe, that the Jesus will come on a white horse, which is actually a verse from the Bible. But like, he's saying that that's not the case. That what's the Christian believes, but he believes that he's the Christ, and what people are deceived that he, whatever, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Here's the deal, ETT. We got a question in the chat that we can talk about. Sonny is welcome to the channel. If I made fun of you for an hour, hopefully what I said helped you. But I don't know who you are. But if I made a video about you for an hour, then just hopefully I was correct. But they're like wondering then, which world did God refer to in Genesis when it said, "For God so loved the world"? That's a good question. Okay, so
No, I can answer.
yeah, go ahead. I was going to pull up John 3:16.
Yeah, you go ahead and pull that up. But while he's doing that, you see, and here's why the Bible's not easy to understand, because Christians will read that and they'll say it's talking about anyone, right? Talking about the whole world. But here's the problem with that. If you go to what is that? John chapter what is that? I believe it's 17:9, right? John 17:9.
Mm-hmm.
It says what? I pray for them that you've given me out of the world, but I pray not for the world, right? So Christ didn't pray for the world. And here's the other one. If you go to, what is that? Isaiah chapter 45 and verse 17, it refers to Israel as a world of its own. Okay, so the world that Christ was sent for was the children of Israel. And you see, and that's a hard pill to swallow because that goes against what we were taught at the church. But as we understand by reading these precepts going line upon line, precept upon precept, now we're starting to get the understanding of that. I'll throw it back to Mighty God.
Yeah, and I'm glad that they brought that up because that's a big stumbling block. And it's if you read it like superficially at the surface, you will think of a lot of contradictions. Well, wait a minute, as ETT would say, wait a minute. You're saying God loves the whole world, but he's going to burn it in the last days? How does that work? Well, let's look up the world. Let's look up that word world. And it's very, very important. I've done a lesson on this. I have a feeling he has too. It's a word called cosmos. Okay?
Yeah.
You look it up. It's G2889. And this is what the quote unquote Hebrew Israelites brought out. So, shout out to the sincere ones. They told us to look up words, and we have to listen to the definition of cosmos: an apt and harmonious arrangement or constitution, order, a government. So that's exactly it. So God loves his physical earth. There's no doubt. He made it. He created it. It was beautiful. But then man came and perverted it, right? And so, yes, this is what I was talking about with Flat Earth Boxer. I have no issues with people saying that the garden was truly the garden, of course, because it was perfect, but man then corrupted it. But what does this say when it says God so loved the world? He's talking about a group of people. He's talking about the things on the earth, people on the earth. And here it's a government, so it's his elect. Okay. And so
another
yeah.
Just to add to what you're saying, a good precept to go along with that, to prove that God didn't choose all the people. What is that? If you go to 2nd Ezra chapter 6 and verse 56 on down, right, it speaks about how the Lord has chosen a certain group of people and have discarded the rest. And as I said, to us that might seem weird, but that's just the way the Most High works. Who are we to tell the Most High what he can and cannot do? All right, that we just got to go by the text. Throw back.
Yeah, I mean, does God love child molesters, pedophiles? No. So God does not love, obviously, evil people. I mean, like the Christian church, I would say, has successfully brainwashed quite a few people to believe that God does love evil people, but that's not the case. That because we read the text on our own now. And so we leave all that stuff aside. 2nd Ezra 6:56. As for the other people which also come to Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing. Listen to that. They are nothing, but be like unto spittle, and has likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel. God
Spittle.
does not care. Yeah, that's funny too. Actually, this is the part that
Yeah.
God has a sense of humor, man. He's like, you could spit on the ground, and I'm gonna think more about that spit than these people that I'm about to burn. And that's billions of people.
But there's one word in the Apocrypha. I don't know which books of the Apocrypha that is not even in the other books of the Bible, and it's like there through, like one word. I've never seen it anywhere else except in the Apocrypha.
Yeah,
there through, like that's pretty cool word, and it's not used much.
Apocrypha is gold, man. It's literal gold on.
But wait a second. According to the Christian church, the Apocrypha is not part of the Bible because nobody ever in the Bible ever quotes the Apocrypha as one of their proofs. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, the proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the prophecy. It's like that's what makes the Bible unique. In fact, is that it's loaded with prophecy. That's why you're not going to be able to get a God like this in any other religion. That's why when LoP and I were going back and forth a little bit on the comment board, I was saying it's either this God or I'm an atheist. And for me personally, obviously, I'm saying this knowing that this is true, but that's my mindset. And that's what the God wants, because he says, I am the only God. And so this God is very unique. Why? Because he's prophesying constantly, everywhere. Enoch, Jasher, Jubilees, Wisdom of Solomon, Sirach, everywhere. So that has to be from the same God. So these Christians
but wait a second.
And they are mentioned all in the Bible. These, like in the 66 books that they accept, the Christians, right?
Yeah, I agree.
All these books are mentioned.
Quoting each other. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
one time, let me say this. One time, I heard the pastor say that the Apocrypha isn't true because there's no prophecy contained in the Apocrypha. What do you guys think about that outlandish claim?
Well, let me find one actually right now. Well, let's debunk that live.
Okay. Oh, wait a second. What is that? Go to 2nd Ezra, the 15th chapter, start at verse 1, read on down. It says what? These
15?
It says what? These words, they were written in paper, for they are faithful and true. Right. So that clearly cuts these guys. And what did he go on to describe in the chapter? He went on to describe pretty much what we're seeing right now in the world.
Yeah.
Right.
Verse 5, behold, saith the Lord, I will bring plagues upon the world. Okay, well, that sounds like Revelation 16. So, I mean, how could this not be canonical?
Wait, and to add to your point that Christians say that Apocrypha was never quoted by in the New Testament, it was actually.
Yeah.
And I can prove that right now. So there was a verse that a man shall leave his father and mother and his own country and cleave unto his wife. That was not that was not quoted from the Old Testament. That's quote from the Apocrypha. You know what I mean? I cannot really find because I don't have it right here.
Christianity is a joke.
If you can look it up, can you? It's in. I think it's in 2nd Esdras too, actually. But if you could, it's if just look up the keyword like
I got it.
And his own country. His own country, and you will find that, and that's very similar to what the Christ said in the gospel. right? So he basically quoted it, except for the Christ didn't say the and his own country, but that's a small thing. It's pretty much word for word a quote from the
Mhm.
Apocrypha.
Well,
So
well,
it
well,
was
hold
quoted
on.
in the New Testament.
Right.
Well, here's the main nail in the coffin. Is even Christ himself, right? The Messiah himself, quoted directly out of the Apocrypha. My God, do you want to get that verse for the audience? Do you know
Yeah.
where that
Which one
is?
was that?
If you go to
That was
what is
Mark.
that? Second Ezra's chapter 1 and verse 30, and then you match that up with Matthew chapter 23 and verse 37.
I think, is that what you were just talking about? Actually, LOP. This one. Oh no, he
No,
was
it
talking
wasn't
about
this
the
one.
leave your father and mother. Okay. Second
No,
Ezra's
that's
130.
no.
Second Ezra's 130. I gathered you as a hen gathers her chicks under her wings, but now what shall I do to you? I will cast you out from my presence.
Right, and we're gonna see in Matthew that Christ said these exact same words. So my question is, if the Apocrypha isn't inspired, and remember the Apocrypha was written before the New Testament, a few hundred years prior. So this is undeniable proof that Christ was quoting directly from the Apocrypha. Mind of God, I'll go back to you.
Yeah. Matthew 23:37. Um, Oh, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, thou that killest the prophets, that stonest them which are sent unto thee, how often would I have gathered thy children together, even as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wings, and ye would not. Yeah, I mean that sounds
See the same
like Second
language,
Ezra. So yeah.
right? It's clear cut that Christ clearly was quoting from the line that we read in the Apocrypha. I mean, it's very clear, and that's what he was referring to. So that clearly is undeniable proof that even the Messiah himself directly quoted from the Apocrypha.
Yeah, and in Joshua 10, this is one that we read a lot, is quoting out of the book of Jasher. So what's up with that? Just by consistency.
I just
by
I just found that
consistency-
verse. Sorry to cut you off, but
Yeah,
I
go
just
ahead.
found that verse. It's First Esdras 4:20. A man will leave his own father who brought him up and leave his country to get married. This is a bad translation, but can you get one
I'll read it.
Esdras 4:20 in like a better translation? Thanks.
Yeah. First Ezra 4:20, a man leaveth his own father that brought him up in his own country and cleaveth unto his wife.
Yeah, so that's Christ have quoted it.
Yeah. It's the same spirits. That's what's amazing about the Bible. They're all
Hey,
Israelites. So yeah,
Hey,
agreed.
LOP, later go ahead and leave a comment on my video and leave those verses. I want to add that to I have a little booklet where I have all of the connections between the Apocrypha and the Bible. I've never heard of that one. So go ahead and leave me a comment with both
I
of
can
those verses.
or
Does
I
that
can
sound good?
send it to your email if you want.
Yeah, that's go ahead and do that, man. That sounds good because that's a good one, right? That's deep.
Yeah,
That
man.
that
For
clearly
sure,
was
for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean we're scholars over here. We're not a bunch of goofballs like these Israelite tried and refined. Really, you clowns. Okay, America's not Mystery Babylon. Freaking October 2021. You dumbos. No.
Hey,
stop.
mind of God, have you ever go ahead and get what is that? Psalms 19 and 1, and we could start at 1 and read on down because this talks about how the sun moves over the earth. So my question for these guys, like the brothers in Great Millstone, is how do they answer this one? The scriptures refer to the sun as moving, just as we see in
I remember
book
that
of
verse.
Joshua,
Right.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I remember.
This was actually sorry, did you say Psalms 19 and 1? Or Psalms
Yeah, 19
Psalms
19.
19 start at verse 1.
Yeah, this was a famous quote on Werner von Braun's
Grave.
tombstone. Yeah, the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament, which is not the atmosphere, Aram Lab, you stupid clown. Okay, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Really, come on.
So my dad
But listen to this: God's handiwork is the atmosphere. Are you kidding me? No, we
Yeah,
live in
exactly.
enclosed
Like I'm
space.
trying to tell my dad all these biblical verses that like prove that the earth is not what they're telling us, and he's like, no, this means this and that. Like he's like that.
Yeah.
He doesn't get it. But
Yeah,
I give up
it's
with
just
that guy.
what it is. It's not for everybody. If we receive it, I would do this right. If you're listening, pat yourself on the back because there's not many of us. So if you can receive it, receive it. But it's not for very many people. It's amazing.
And also like the God opened the windows of heaven in before the flood of Noah, right? So how can they, like, there is some barrier there, right? And it cannot be like, how do you explain it with you know what I mean. It
Mhm.
cannot be explained because it says waters above the firmament.
Yeah,
Are
exactly.
there waters above like the there is no they're claiming there's
Yeah, there's
vacuum
nothing.
there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
this alone, the Bible is not consistent with what the science teaches, that or
100%.
yeah. So
Yeah, 100%.
I don't get
You
why.
can't have a vacuum of space if you have water at some point somewhere up
Right.
there. Agreed. It can't work for
And
sure.
and,
Right.
and
So
let me say
yeah.
this, because you have cats out here, man, that they're like, you have guys out here who believe in the flat Earth, but then they're actually atheists. Let's think about how foolish that is for a second. How the hell is the Earth flat? Which it is, right? But if that's true, that clearly proves that a force, right, an actual living being or beings, clearly would have had to construct the Earth. But these guys are out there saying, "Oh, well, you're crazy to believe in a God, even though they believe the Earth is flat, right?" And then
Mhm.
it's like
Don't
it
they
just makes no
believe?
sense.
Don't they believe
Go
like
ahead.
they these guys that are atheists, but they believe in some sort of like this it's a flat Earth, yeah, but they believe it's just like a simulation or that kind
Yeah,
of stuff.
like awake
Yeah,
souls,
yeah.
basically. Yeah,
But like
exactly.
that would still like, even if it's a simulation, that would require a creator who has created a
Yeah,
simulation, right?
exactly.
So they are
And
not really
and
atheists
here's
anyway. Like
and
um
here's the other thing. Here's the other thing though, because everybody's like, well, why would they lie about that? Like, what if they did find out in, what was it, the 60s when they went up to the moon supposedly?
Mhm.
If they did find out, with Operation High Jump, you know, uh,
Operation High Jump.
Yeah, it stopped there, ETT, at Operation High Jump.
I need to look more into these operation. I know what I don't know all the details.
Mhm. But LOP, by the way, sorry, a
So
random topic change, man. I like how we both got on ETT for his latest quiz, man. You broke it down. Maybe
which one was that?
about the John the Baptist thing, man. We got on
Oh
ETT, man. That was fun.
no,
So
but yeah, he said no. But somebody actually voted that it was King David who, or like there was some
no, but you were right.
ridiculous.
It was the woman ultimately at the root of it.
Oh yeah. No,
Yeah,
it was it was like Herodias, and that's his wife. So
exactly,
she actually persuaded him because of the
exactly.
daughter dancing, and he said like, "I will grant you whatever you want,"
Right.
and he had to agree. So, but he didn't want to kill.
Mhm.
What's his name?
John
John
the
the
Baptist. Yeah,
Baptist.
he was hesitant about it. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah,
hey,
yeah,
hey,
yeah. So
can you guys
ultimately,
hear
his
me?
wife,
Yeah, we
Herodias.
can. Sorry, TT. While you were gone, we cut you 6 ways to Sunday, my friend. I'm just kidding. Welcome back, man.
Uh, anyway, I don't know where I left off on, but I was saying that
Operation High
you
Jump.
know, the, yeah, I was talking about, I was leading into these guys out there. They're like, well, why would they lie about the shape of the world? Why would they
Yeah.
lie if they did find out the world was, not what they, not a ball, right? Why would they lie about that? Mind of God, you want to answer that question?
Well, we know now that God is actually behind the deception, and this makes sense because this is why people got to understand that the ball earth and the mark of the beast are essentially 1-to-1 and really the end times, because you cannot have an end times if the earth is flat and stationary. Why? Because people would be more concerned about who made this place. Okay, you wouldn't go to your freaking slave job or or listen to what a woman says or Biden says if you know that you're on a flat stationary earth. You'd be like, who made this? Okay, and you'd be like, what's out there? Okay, I want to go for a swim in that water out there. And so no, we couldn't have an end times, so that was necessary for the end times, and then undoing it is a huge treasure for us to not go along with the beast. So it's
And
a
like a
gift.
lot of
It's a gift.
it raises a lot of questions, because like what's beyond the firmament, right? So
Exactly.
yeah, and nobody can really get there anyway. So
What I suspect, again, I can't prove this, but I suspect there's more land, and so when the kingdom comes to heaven, it's going to be a lot wider, and then there's going to be like space travel. Again, I can't prove this necessarily, but that's what I have a feeling, that this realm is much bigger. We're just on a little spot of it.
did you guys know about this one guy, Quasi Luminous? And he was saying that like the North Pole, and he was gonna go there and something, and that there is like an entrance to the to to the spiritual
Portals,
realms.
yeah.
Yeah, the portals. Yeah,
Right.
and he was
Enoch,
saying,
yeah.
but he's a Satanist actually. He says that the blood over intent kind of thing.
Mm. No, I've
So
never heard
he
that.
Yeah, I've
no,
seen that. I've seen that.
it's crazy, dude. He's yeah, and he says like in all his videos, I don't know, he's probably deleted already, but he says also already like he donates blood, and he also make blood over intent, which means he pours his blood on a paper
Oh, I never
and then he
heard of that.
burns it. It's satanic. But I mean, he says like always like, I'm standing on the gallons of my own motherfucking blood. That's what he says in every video. And he's like,
Jeez.
I am the angel of death. I am Satan himself, and I will all free you from this hell. So he believes the world is hell also, but he
Well,
believes
that's
he's
good.
the savior because but he's false, because he said by the end of 2019, I will lead all my 144,000 to the portal, but which he didn't. So,
Wow.
but this guy was intense, as like he was saying, like all you people are just necrophiliacs. He was in like his words, like
It sounds like Sam. That's kind of serious.
like
you,
what?
You know what
No,
that
no.
word means?
He's cussing. Samuel Owen is just saying muppets and critters, but this
Right,
guy
right.
was saying like
That's right. He told us
motherfucking
Hey,
critter.
real
blood
quick.
and necrophiliac.
That was funny.
Hey, real quick. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Real
Yeah.
quick. Do you guys know what the word necrophilia means? Do you know what that means?
Yes, it
Yeah,
means
no, here's a little interesting fact. Back in ancient Egypt, right, they would have to keep the females, when they pass away, they would have to keep their bodies, in a different place other than put them in the morgue, because some people would try to, lay with those women, right? Lay with the bodies
Jeez.
of those women. So they would have to keep them, in a separate area, to stay away from that. And that's just a little, dark
Wow.
history with Egypt. And anyone can look that up, to confirm that.
If we
No,
really
it's
knew all
possible.
the evil, but imagine if we really knew all the actual evil acts, like we would lose our mind, dude. It would be too much, It
But
would
we
really
know
be
enough
crazy.
to say that as you said, that this
100%.
place is hell. Yeah,
100%. But I'm just saying, if we like, God knows all the evil. Oh man, like we couldn't handle it, dude. Like it's who knows what's going on, man. Like scary.
But at the same time, it's for me, it's been hard to justify knowing that this place is hell and there's evil occurring every second, right? How is God like all loving and all good and all that kind of stuff? But
Mhm.
but like so that's been my problem. But I still want to believe that God is ultimately good.
Here's the
But
deal, and I'm not preaching to LoP, but I want people to understand from the highest. When I say the highest, we're talking about the most highest. Okay, he lectures us and says you can't go and like say you love people if they're going to pay you back, right? That's what Christ would lecture us. He's like, how much love is that if you're going to give to somebody who's going to pay you back or pay you double? That's not love. You're doing it because you're going to get paid back, right? So he's like, the only way you can truly say you love somebody is if you give to somebody and they're not able to pay you back. They might even be your enemy. And so at the highest level, that's what, again, I'm not trying to preach to anybody here because I think you guys understand this, but for people to understand evil, God has to show the full amount of evil and then show the full amount of righteousness in Christ and then show the full amount of forgiveness. What did Christ do? He asked for forgiveness for them on the cross. So that's the only way God can demonstrate his infinite love is actually through near infinite evil. That's the amazing thing.
wow.
So it's what it
But
is.
I mean, all that Christ was teaching is if you
It's
follow
consistent.
that,
He walks
that's
the walk.
it's just amazing.
Yeah, it is, and he walks the walk. He didn't look around.
Yeah, I've many people, and I know, and also partly from my experience, that if you really like try follow what he was teaching, that you can get like euphoric feelings
Agreed.
and that stuff.
Because you're invincible, because you love your enemy.
Invincible.
So
yeah.
if you can love your enemy, I'm not saying I do this. ETT and I were frenemies. Okay. I'll go at him. But what I'm saying, but if Christ loved his enemies, who do you fear then? You love the person that hates you. So you're invincible. And so I'm saying that's the highest ethic. It's not easy to do, but that's why we worship him, because that's not easy.
I felt like at that time that I had no real enemies anyway, and I felt literally invincible or immortal. That's the same thing.
Yeah, and I don't discredit that. I don't discredit that. When you're, let's just say you're near.
I just looked up the
creator.
definition before. We were talking about invincible and immortal is different, but it's not really. But invincible means like what's the definition? Not subject to decay
Yeah,
or
exactly.
yeah, but like also indestructible, right? Or undestroyable.
Yeah.
So
But it
that's
makes sense though.
immortal,
If you're
pretty
close
much.
to God, if you're in the spirit realm and you have an experience like that, you should feel invincible because who's going to harm you? Okay, it's like you got the biggest, strongest thing near you. You know, it makes sense. I
Exactly.
believe that,
Exactly.
100%.
Yeah.
Hey, well, let me say this, for all of us here, hey, look, we've all came to the right place, right? Hey, look, we all have finally found our place in the world, right? It is what to be right here, whether it be on
On
Mighty
the
God's
Losers Club.
platform.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the real, and that's what we are. That's what we are. We are the real Losers Club. But you know what? In order to win, you first have to lose. That's what Christ told the apostles.
So he said
What
that
is
the
that?
last
Go
shall
to-
be first. So we are
Yeah,
really
yeah.
not doing bad.
If you go to what is that? Matthew the 19th chapter, the apostles said they lay down all things to follow Christ. And Christ told them, look, hey, look, if you endure all this, you're going to gain everything back in the kingdom. Right. So that's what we're that's what we're fighting for. But we're really the only way to get there is we first have to go through this lowness, right? This lowness, right? This loserness, for lack of better words, in order to get that greatness, right? That's the only way to get there is by first we have to be humble and be brought in low. That's the only way to get there. So yeah,
100%.
we are the real Losers Club, but we shouldn't be upset about that. That should be a good thing. That should motivate us because you know what? Because Christ's teaching is what? That I mean, hell, if you look at the story of Christ, right? He was born to an average, man and woman. And then when he was doing his journeys, his teachings, there's a verse that says, what, hey, foxes have holes to lay in, birds have nests, but the Son of Man has nowhere to lay his head. What does that imply? That means that Christ was what you would call a
Homeless. Yeah.
couch surfer, right? He didn't really have a house of his own, right? He was what you call a loser, right? So that shows us, man, that's encouraging right there. I'll throw it back to Mind of God.
Yeah, and ETT and we're going to find out who's the bigger loser, in November on our pay-per-view debate. So keep an eye out for that. Smash that bell and subscription. But yeah, it's amazing. I mean, we can find countless number of verses.
Yeah, everybody can watch it for the small payment of $9.99.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
Kidding around.
That money will go right to LoP. Okay,
in Bitcoin.
No. Exactly. But yeah, the Bible, I mean, we could find probably hundreds, maybe thousands of verses about how God sticks out for the defenseless, the people that are weak. And then he uses them to embarrass the mighty. So it's incredible, man.
And one of the best verses is also that the Christ said, I am the first and the last. So he was the last, like loser and that kind of stuff. But he's also first because after he got everything, basically. And
I'm glad you mentioned that.
It became the Alpha and the Omega and the Almighty God. He became pretty much. Yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned that because Christ also gets a lot of flack in the Bible with people at that time because he can associate with the kings and he's comfortable there, but he can also associate with the poor and he's comfortable there. And he was just comfortable around ultimately the Most High's creation. And so he's not intimidated by the powerful or snickers at the lowly. That's the amazing thing about him. He truly was the top Israelite because he didn't respect people based on their position, whether high or low. So you're right. What he's saying, what LoP is saying is correct. The first and the last.
He wasn't afraid to attack the positions of power. He called them all snakes and hypocrites.
Right.
In today's language, it would probably be even a worst, worse kind of language. So
yeah, he wouldn't last very long in today, modern day. Absolutely not. They'll be like, no, excuse me. Like, can you imagine all the rainbows that are running everything? He'd be like, no, like his ministry might be a few months at most.
Oh, and what happened? What happened when Christ went into the temple there? Right, the temples there. The people were changing,
right?
Selling stuff there. And what did Christ do? He went in there.
He was
started to flip.
Angry.
In fact, hold on. It even tells you, I believe it's in the book of John, it says that he actually made a whip and started to hit things with it.
Yeah.
Yes,
And I
he
mean,
made a
hell,
whip made of chains, I think, and he overthrew the tables of the money changers, and
yeah,
he
yeah.
he
So,
drove them all
so
away
ask
with
a
the
Christian.
whips. So
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah,
Just let, just let him
ask a
finish.
furious.
Christian what they think
Just let him
about that.
finish. Yeah.
What does a Christian think about that?
Right. No, he's definitely angry. I think us three, we know how angry he is. Because how else could a God even write the book of Revelation unless you're pissed off? Pardon my French.
Right.
Here's a good verse for people. 2 Corinthians 12:9. And he said unto me, my grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in what? Weakness. Most gladly, therefore, will I rather glory in my infirmities, that the power of Christ may rest upon me. So this group is boasting about their weakness and the power of their God. It's amazing. Wow.
Yeah, yeah. Because you see, the few of us here, especially the three of us on this platform here.
How
Hey,
many
look,
people?
the real well, the tree of us
Oh,
on here, the
three
tree
of
of
us.
us,
Yeah, okay. So I got you. Keep going. I got you. Tree
or
of us.
the three, right? The three, FREE, the three of us on here. Hey, look, we know more than 99% of the population, other than the top 1%. We know more than everyone else out here, man. Regarding those scriptures and regarding everything else.
That's a fact. It might even be more, and I'm not trying to say that to brag, but even 99%, I don't think 1 in 100 people even know that God is behind good and evil, even though it's obviously true at this point. So,
I mean, hell,
But with
that one question
sorry,
alone can crush any Bible teacher.
agreed. That the 501c3 church will not touch that with a 666-foot pole. Okay. So, yeah.
but with what is that, like 8 billion people now? What is 1% out of 8 billion
Yeah,
people?
exactly. It's more,
That's a lot.
it's too
That's
many.
still a
Yeah,
lot.
exactly. Exactly. It's
So are that many people, really in the know
Oh,
of,
and wait,
yeah, I doubt it. You're right.
wait a
No.
second. We have to talk about this for a few minutes. We got to talk about this. Monica, go ahead and get me what is it, Matthew 7 verse 13. Let's read that and then think about this. Because the last time I looked up the amount of Christians there are in the world, it said that there are like 2.8 billion followers of Christianity in the world. So wait a second. The verse we're about to read says that there's a narrow way. So how the hell can Christianity be the way? The
Agreed.
Bible is true, but the philosophy of the Christian church is wrong because they have almost 3 billion followers all
Right.
over the world. And remember, there's only like 8 billion people on earth. So the fact that they almost have 3 billion followers worldwide, that shows you that something's off. I'll throw the mic back to you.
We'll answer. We'll read this question in the chat. It's a good one. We can come back to that. Sunny G is asking a good question here. Clearly familiar with my chat, or my channel. Shout out Ronnie McNutt for those people who understand where this question's leading. I have another question for TMoG. Mostly, Bible does mention that in order to receive the kingdom, we must endure till the end. Would it be safe to say God is talking us out of ending our own lives? Okay, so we're going to get into this. Okay, what does it mean to endure till the end? First and
good
foremost,
question.
yeah, first and foremost, the kingdom is not only for the group that's saved. They're going to be the leaders in the kingdom. Okay, the Bible does say, ETT and I will agree, there is going to be slavery in the kingdom. We will discuss this on round 3. Okay, we do agree there is going to be an enslavement. There is, but it's going to be according to God's laws. We both actually will agree on that. But there's going to be the elect, which are Israelites, and groups of the quote heathen nations. So no, it's not only the group that are saved that are going to get into the kingdom. That first and foremost is what the Bible says, and we agree on that. So no, but the elect are a special group that will endure till the end. So the elect are going to be self-identifying. When they're saved, we're going to be able to know that that group is the elect. So that means that we're obviously in the end times. They obviously endured till the end, and they're going to be physically lifted up into the sky. Okay. So the Bible says the tested quality of God's elect will be made manifest. It'll be visible. Okay. So if a person passes away in the end times, which I think everybody on this panel believes that we are living in, doesn't mean that they're a bad person necessarily. They could be the dead in Christ. We don't know if Rob Ski was on God's left or right hand side. Okay, even if he did indeed pass away, condolences to his family. But he's not of the 144,000. So that doesn't mean God hates you. Okay, so just know that first and foremost. And then the topic of ending one's life, that is not a recommendation. Okay, I'm not trying to. That's not a thing that I'm suggesting to people, because everybody has to work out their own life with God. Okay, we were talking about prepping earlier. That's a prudent thing to do, especially if you have a family. I would not be the type who says that's a faithless act. The Bible everywhere talks about this group, especially read the famines in Egypt. They're preparing. Okay. What do you God's like, now whatever, we'll figure it out. No, Israelites are always planning for the future. And guess what? They're planning for other people before themselves. So that's the selfless thing to do. So I would recommend doing that. All I can state on my channel is the way that I think. Okay. And I'm not planning to do that for people to understand.
But I agree with Saniji that the endure till the end would is actually God talking us out of ending our lives. Because
no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's
why
not.
it's not?
No, because here's the thing about the Israelites. Okay. I can't say how a person takes their own life, but the biblical narrative is that Christ took his own life. It was
no, I know, but I'm saying that you said that the elect shall endure till till they are taken. So they will be alive. They will not take their own lives before they
No, but that's if a person does do that. I'll just use me since I'm talking about that. Then I'm not of the elect, because they will not die. So it's true that the elect will not do that, but that's going to be their mindset. Okay. Because let me finish. They're a group. All of the Israelites are the type of people that will take death before violating God's laws. That's what I'm here to remind people. I would say ETT actually does that sometimes on his channel, not so much recently for some reason, but that's what we have to tell you. And that's not an easy thing to swallow in the world that we live in. Why? Because I have been literally what's that word? Marinating, okay, in 501c3 Christianity my whole life. Like they turned me around, rolled me over, flipped me over. I was covered in it, okay? But thankfully, because of the flat earth, and then I would say a lot of the teaching of the Hebrew Israelites, we now know that God's laws are alive and well. And that's the only way that you'll be able to identify an Israelite, because the law is given to that group. So if you read stories in the Bible, Maccabees, Eleazar, Christ himself, John the Baptist, Elijah, all these people, they wouldn't eat a freaking sliver of pork to violate God's laws. They'll take death with a smile on their face. That's a hard teaching.
Yeah, but can I just say, but you like are not forced to violate God's laws right now.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Are you? So
yeah.
So you can just like shoot your, you know what I mean?
I'm saying if I wanted to make more money than what I have right now, I would have to violate many of God's laws.
But you don't.
No, I'm saying if I were to need more money than what I have now, I would have to. Do you see what I'm saying?
And do you? Do you need to make more money?
Well, to live, you need money. Yes.
Wait, let me just say something real quick. Which I do got to say real quick that I'm going to have to get going and soon, because my phone is going to be dead in a few minutes.
Yeah.
But I do want to ask this, though. Here is one law that we, have to break, not that we want to, but certain places that we, work, they might say that that you have to work on the Sabbath day, right? The scriptures say that you can't work on the Sabbath. But since we're in captivity, certain times, we have to do that, right? So that's one law that we're breaking, is working on the Sabbath. Because there was a man who collected sticks on the Sabbath, and what happened to him? He got stoned, right? So that shows you it's a serious thing. But that's one law that we can't perfectly follow, in today's day and age.
Well, that's where it's a personal thing. I'm not policing anybody else on how to honor God's laws. That's not my job. First of all, there's way too many. And there's way too many variables, and I'm not in that position. And thank God I'm not, because I'm barely trying to figure out what's going on with me. I can only tell people what I'm going to do. And I would do this. This is what I want to really remind people. I would do it even if the Bible did not exist. Even if there's no book like that, I want people to know I was irritated with this system prior to this Corolla narrative that ETT has coined cleverly. Okay. We know what Corolla is.
Yeah, but ETT, well, he's saying that the Sabbath day, that that the Christ was talking about the Sabbath day, and he was saying, that I would have to pull up that verse, but he was saying something like, every day that is the Sabbath day, pretty much for those that, that
Where's that? What verse? I can pull it up.
I don't know, but like they
anyway,
asked him about the Sabbath day, and he was like, "Yeah, I would have to look it up."
No, I know what you're saying. No, he was saying that he can heal on any day.
Yeah.
I know, I get that. I understand that, but that's not Christ taking away from the Sabbath that the Israelites would still follow. He's saying that if there is a need to help a person, you don't take a break on the Sabbath. It's like, oh, that's fine. Just let him die. No worries.
Exactly.
No, but I'm just saying that that doesn't mean that they didn't honor the Sabbath. They still kept that holy, of course.
Yeah, but what if
real quick.
but if your job is like helping people
There's no one helping people here in America. No, I know, I get your point, but not here in America. That would not, that again, in a righteous society, yeah, then there would be a lot of, but no, the medical system's fraudulent, education, government, engineering, everything. So it's all wrong.
I see your point.
Hey,
I'm not arguing with you. You're making a good point, LOP, but this is friendly, right? What we're talking about.
Okay.
So yeah.
Can I chime in real quick?
Yeah.
I am gonna have to go now because my phone's about to die. But tomorrow I'm gonna be doing a live show, probably tomorrow evening. Around when I was streaming, or maybe around this time. We'll see what happens. But I'll be live tomorrow, so everybody make sure you stop by. Right, everyone in the comments, hey, go subscribe to ETT.
Yeah, I'll put the
right,
link in the chat.
That's the main channel where you're gonna get the knowledge of the scriptures. Anyway, thanks for having me on tonight.
It'll be funny for sure.
Oh yeah. We'll have a whale of a time. But anyway, thanks for having ETT on, and in the words of the D-Coon.
What? In the words of a D-Coon, what?
He said good night. He might have said good night. That's what he used to always say. But yeah, no worries.
Sikari, right? D-Coon.
Yeah, Sikari. Yeah, I went there. We got blocked and kicked immediately.
Hey, you know what's strange? That the Sikari, he's saying the Rakrakadash, but the ETT is saying only Yahweh Bahava Shai. So he's ETT is he subtracted the Rakrakadash.
I actually wanted to ask him what the hell that is. Actually.
I have no idea. Even the Bahava, what is that? I know, like Yahava. That is like.
What that is. LOP,
I know what that is. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's Yahweh Bahashem is in the name of Yahweh Shai. I believe that's what the Bahashem.
No, but the Bahava, I don't know what that is. For example,
it's all nonsense, but it's in the name.
Yeah.
It's complete nonsense. We have Flat Earth Boxer. I don't know if you're here. You can chime in, man. We're just talking about whatever.
Oh, but, hey, I just commented on his video actually today.
1 second. I want to clarify my point regarding the life stuff. Okay, I want people to understand this is not a recommendation. I'm not trying to be callous, but my channel is me. Literally, people who follow my channel know almost everything, almost down to my balance on my bank account. Okay. So that's the way I think, but I want people to understand, remember this. I would do this even if the Bible did not exist. I would very likely not go along with this narrative if I just didn't feel like it and if I was just bored. So it would be different. Let's just say the Bible didn't exist and I was married and had kids and like I was like sort of enjoying my life. I probably would maybe take this thing if it was required for me to have a job. Maybe. I don't know. I can't simulate that because that's a lot of differences to the way I am now. But it's very likely if all things equal, the Bible literally just didn't exist, I would still be bored of this place. So that's what I want people to understand. So understand that, Sonny G or whatever you're talking about. But what I want people to definitely understand, and this is not me, go check this yourself. The people of the Bible, the true people of the Bible, knew God's laws first and foremost. They obviously knew God exists, which is a lot different actually than a lot of our experiences, but they would not sacrifice or violate it even slightly. Just out of principle, they'll take their life is over. So that's the example you follow. Don't follow mine. But for me, I'm like, personally, I have nothing to lose. Because I'm like, this place is stupid. So like I feel bad because like I really like would have again just I'm not hanging around here for much longer anyway. So that's my stance. So take that for what it's worth. But taking your own life, people who've done that, someone's doing that right now somewhere on the earth. Many people are. It's a financial decision. So it's not evil. Okay, I want people to understand that God is behind good and evil. God is behind central banking. He's dishing out the cards, so to speak. Okay, and if God doesn't dish out the cards to you, and your only option, let's say, is to go and sell your body or something, which women are doing, I wouldn't be surprised men are doing that. You're not supposed to do that. You just die, because the Bible says it's better to die than to live a beggar's life. Okay, so that's what the Bible says. I'm not.
I would say.
One second.
Can,
I'll give it to you in a second. I'm not saying that I'm on some next level law stuff. I'm very upfront with people. Like I said, I would do a lot of things that I'm going to do even if the Bible didn't exist. But the nice thing for my position is like, wow, like a lot of these things are actually kind of easy for me to fulfill, because, you know, I would say even people like LoP and all that, like, we don't want to be here. So it's like, we're like, hell, get this thing over with, man. We don't care. So, you know, it's kind of fun actually, because it actually makes honoring the Bible a little bit easier. Actually, I would say quite a bit easier, because we have no investment in this place at all. I'll pass it to anyone.
I was going to say that for me, I would consider the only option of taking your life if there was no other way that you could survive. And also, I would not do it by, for example, jumping off of anything. The only for me is to fast until you die. That's the only way, not like cutting because that's also, you know. So
Yeah,
for me, that's my view on that.
Yeah,
I would like, for example, you know, I would become homeless. Let's say I would just, like, I'm just saying, I don't know what will happen, but I would just go to the woods and wait and don't eat or drink until I die.
You would do it in like a spiritual way, basically. Yeah, I like that. That's cool.
Yeah, because like, why would I speed it up if, like, for example, maybe if I fast, you know, for many days, then maybe God would take me.
Yeah, exactly.
Stuff like that.
No,
so,
I like that.
yeah.
I think that's very Israelite-like, because it leaves it leaves open for God to provide in those moments. God can bring food on a bird. He can do anything.
Yeah, like he did with Elijah, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah. And Moses also, you know, both of them, Elijah and Moses, they fasted 40 days and they survived. So
100%. I would just say for anybody out there, don't shoot the messenger. Okay. TMoG is here. I'm a normal person. Okay. Like,
the messenger will shoot himself.
The God of the Bible, the people of the Bible, if they're ever, let's just say a situation, and we obviously see that happening right now. If it's ever your life or God's laws, if it's ever your wife or God's laws, if it's ever your kids or God's laws, you always take God's laws. There's no decision there for the Israelites. Okay. And so that's what I'm trying to be. Okay. I'm not built like them. Obviously, in the Bible, these men are incredible, and women too. But that's the message. So don't yell at me. Okay. But anyway, that's my message. And I'm trying to do that as best as I can. And the nice thing for me is, like, there's not even another option, because I'm not going to go get a job in this place because it's stupid.
Wait, does this guy have a Donald Trump profile photo?
Yeah, that might be Flat Earth Boxer. He's just mixing it up. Yeah,
that's like Donald Trump with like
Dude,
a
Trump's the
savior
yeah,
figure.
he's the Messiah. Hell yeah.
For some people.
Can you imagine if Trump was our savior, dude? How much more screwed we would be? Like, that's.
Yeah, but like it's still better than. Yeah.
They really look at him this way.
Yeah. I haven't met anybody like that face to face.
He's a funny guy, though.
Diehard Trumper, even though I live in Houston. Yeah, I know they're out there for sure. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy, dude. Like, but you know, I'm glad Sonny G brought that up.
And they're anti-vax. They're opposed to the thing.
Yeah.
And yet, this guy, he's responsible for the thing.
And he was saying to get the thing also.
Exactly. And he's like, oh, I would have got it out faster. I would have not made it voluntary. I would not made it mandatory, but I would have did it another way. It's like, well, what other way is that? That dude was talking about the military coming out and doing all that shit.
He calls himself the father of the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Did
Exactly.
you know
So
that Aleister Crowley, he had two students. Well, I mean, he had many students, but two of them were Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard. And then they did a 3-month-long sex ritual with some other woman, where in which it was called Babylon Working, Babalon Working, where they did a whole bunch of sex rituals in order to bring about something called the Scarlet Woman, i.e., the mother of all abominations, the Antichrist. And then 3 months later, on a full blood moon over Jerusalem, this guy who's the father of the vaccine, of the thing, which everyone in great and small, rich and poor, free and bond needs received in order to.
right.
And he's received this wound because in the Bible, in Daniel and in Revelation, it talks about heads and horns and this and that, and it talks about in Isaiah chapter 7, it says, and the head of Syria is Damascus, and the head of Rezin is this and that. And so heads are signs of leadership, and this guy's gotten his he got his head wounded.
Yeah. I mean, he's obviously part of the Babylon leadership, what I would call the Chaldeans. But like, I mean, anybody who thinks that, not just Trump, but I would even say Gandhi. Let's say Gandhi was like alive now. Anybody who thinks that Gandhi would just be outside of the system, give me a break. Mother Teresa was part of the system, man. Really? You think Mother Teresa did all that homeless stuff, which was great, don't get me wrong, but you don't think she had the pedestal to call out the Catholic Church, the perverse of the Catholic Church? So come on, even Mother Teresa's controlled. So who are the saints then? Well, the saints are the people that love the truth. They don't give a flip what their parents say or their government says or anybody. So that's the starting point. That doesn't mean that we're the elect, but that's the starting point. So that's the cool thing about the Bible is that it's everyday average people. It's not Trump or Gandhi or Mother Teresa and all these damn actors.
When you say when you testify that your belief is that the thing is the MOTB, who do you think is the one who caused all? Like, who is that beast, or what is that beast?
Let's read that actually, man. That's a good one. Let's get into. I know that
that's Rev 13, Rev 13:11.
Right.
And there appeared another great beast coming up out of the earth, with 2 horns like a lamb, but spake as a dragon. He exercised all the power of the first beast before him, or something like that.
Yeah. Let's read that just for the audience and stuff. Like I haven't read this in a while, even though it's happening. There's so much in this chapter, man. Revelation 13:11. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon, and he exercises all the power of the first beast before him, and causeth the earth and them that dwell therein to worship the first beast whose deadly wound was healed. I'll be honest, like I just find that confusing. Like I for people who want to go into like who the 7 heads and all that, credit to you. I don't really think about the depth. Kyrie, if you have a position, you can definitely share it. I just believe the beast is God's entire left-hand side. But ultimately, what I do like about this language, he had 2 horns like a lamb. A lamb is like somebody who comes across like innocent, but they spoke as a dragon. So they really had some evil intent. That's the way I read that. So.
Right. If you go, it all maps very clearly. If you go to it all maps to the sky, basically. If you go to and you guys were reading Revelation, Psalm 19 earlier, the heavens declare the glory of God, the firmament showeth his handiwork, right?
Yeah.
Day and day utter speech, on tonight showeth knowledge, let him that hath wisdom, all that. Mm-hmm. And it says, they that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, as the stars forever and ever, and they that turn many to righteousness. You know what I'm talking about. That's Daniel 12, like something. So like all this stuff's in the sky, and that's why Jesus has in his right hand, or Yahweh Shai Yehuda has in his right hand 7 stars in the midst of 7 candlesticks. And those 7 stars, the 7 golden candlesticks, are Pleiades, obviously, because every time it's Pleiades, 7 stars in the Bible is Pleiades. And so when it's talking about the 4 beasts, and this is why, starting from the beginning with the issue, elaborates the rest, is if you know that the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all unrighteousness of men, becomes clear that the prophecy pertains to the sky, and the sky pertains to things on the earth. And so if you go to Revelation chapter 4, that one's amazing. It says, and I something like behold, the doors open in heaven. Can someone pull that?
Yeah, I'll read that. Revelation
4:1 and on.
I do believe the actions that are going on earth are being mirrored or governed by the stars or the heavens, however you say it. So I fundamentally agree with that. But
Yes,
Revelation
it's a
4,
very complicated way. It's hard to put it in a way that's not weird.
But well, I believe that we're somehow like the stars or something. I don't know. I'm
There's a
not sure
script.
that
It's a
verse, but
script.
like if we're Aster, if we're the angels that were once in a heavenly place, then the movements above, we're here as a judgment, and then God has it all mapped up. So the movie is a projection onto the firmament, and we're the projection onto the earth, kind of thing. But
Yeah,
that might be a bit over people's heads. But Revelation 4, which one do you want me to read?
I'd start at the first one.
After this, I looked, and behold, a door was opened in heaven, and the first voice which I heard was as it were of a trumpet talking with me, which said, "Come up hither, and I will show these things which must be hereafter." And immediately I was in the spirit, and behold, a throne was set in heaven. On one sat on the throne, and he that sat was to look upon like a jasper and sardine stone, and there was a rainbow round about the throne, in sight like unto an emerald.
So if you pause there, it's straightforward. Like it is he who sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and heaven is thereof like grasshoppers, stretches the heavens as a curtain, blah blah. The heaven is my throne, the earth is my footstool. Where's the place that you build unto me, and where's the house that you build unto me? Where's the place of my rest? So that's obviously, the Lord. That's God sitting on the throne. It's jasper and sardine stone. Those are like, the color of like a red heifer, or like, it's like a black eye, ruddy black eye. And then after that, there's a rainbow around the throne. Obviously, that's Aurora Borealis. You can just inside like an emerald. That's the only green rainbow going around the North Pole. And then around that rainbow, there's 4 beasts, obviously. So when it's talking about beasts, and it's pertaining to things in the heaven, the word zodiac, zoodiakos. If you look up in the Revelation, look up the Greek on beast, it says zoon like zoo, zoodiac like a circle. And so you have with this when it's talking about this I beheld the beast come up out of the earth with 2 horns like a lamb, but spake as a dragon. Well, I mean, there is a beast in the zodiac. Well, sorry, but before, if you're just looking at Revelation 4, you got the lion face for man, eagle, all that, ox. Those are all the fixed signs of the zodiac: Taurus, Leo, Aquarius, Aquila, which is an analog of Scorpio. So they form a cross and all that. They're all around the rainbow. And so when looking at Revelation 13, and behold another beast, keeping with the theme, it doesn't just it goes from heaven to earth to heaven to earth. Like the 4 horsemen, those are all
100%.
signs. Those are all just signs in heaven. They all pertain to a Sagittarius and Centaurus and all that. And right now, Monoceros, respectively. Anyway, so going back to the beast with 2 horns like a lamb, but spake as a dragon. Well, there's Capricorn, which is a beast that's like a lamb, but it's a goat, but it has a dragon's tail. And when Saturn, which is Molech, Kiyun, you beheld, that's like Amos 5:9. Beheld the tavern, you worship the star of your god Molech, Kiyun, your images. Kiyun means image in Hebrew. Kiyun. That's Amos 5:9, I think.
So wait, FEB, just to summarize this, what is your position then? We understand that maybe I would say at this point, probably you think that it is what's going on in the firmament is being projected or mapped or reflected on Earth. Who do you believe then is causeth? What's the take-home message then?
I mean, it's abundantly clear that Trump causeth. And this man, he was born under a full blood moon over Jerusalem on 70 days before the nation became a state. And then he recognized Jerusalem as the capital of the Zionist state of Israel on the 70th anniversary, and he was born 700 days before, or something like that. And also on the 66th floor of his apartment, building, he has an entire 3-floor, a 33,000 square foot condominium, the theme of which is, I kid you not, Apollo worship. Now, who worshipped Apollo before going to war with a whole bunch of other Roman kings and then becoming the first Christian emperor of the great empire that was called Babylon at the time? Well, that'd be Constantine. And then he legalized Christianity, and then thereby liberalized it, because a whole bunch of fake Christians didn't want to call out the paganism with the guy who just who made a call to stop persecuting them. And
so wait, your position is what about Trump in Revelation 13?
Trump is he's the beast with two. Well, he's not just he's the analog to the beast with two horns like a lamb, spake as a dragon, and he causeth all, both great and small, rich and poor, free and bond.
Mhm.
During that eclipse, there's that photograph, there's that article, that topic of him looking at the sun, even though without the sunglasses.
Mhm.
That was an eclipse of the sun and moon at Regulus, the brightest star in Leo. Leo, which is the star that where there was a triple conjunction before the birth of Jesus Christ, and it was a triple conjunction and a great conjunction.
Mhm.
So he's like it's like literally, as far as the heavens are concerned, he had the opposite of Jesus Christ's birth sign.
But I get, how is he causing anything outside of America? Like, what, he doesn't have any influence now, even in America.
Well,
Yeah.
that's face value, sort of. He causeth all to the extent that he is responsible for Operation Warp Speed. Well, you could say, well, God's responsible for that, but at least according to the narrative, the story, he's the one who said, okay, well, let's just get the vaccines out as quickly as possible, and he can do a worldwide distribution program, and everyone's just doing the same thing.
Mhm.
I mean, if who's responsible for it? Like, well, he's the guy who put Scott Gottlieb on the board of the FDA or whatever.
Gottlieb scares me, man. That guy looks like a used car salesman.
He looks like a vampire, zombie, transgender. He looks like all the bad things, and he's Jewish. So it's like, and I love the Jewish people. They're always amazing. They're awesome.
We just don't like the ones that hate God.
I love all of them. They're all just the best. Everyone, okay. There's nothing wrong with them.
Hey, what did you say? Like the zodiac signs. What about the Scorpio? What does because I'm Scorpio, I want to know, like, what does that signify?
You're not Scorpio. Okay, first of all.
No, but like according to my birth.
I know. Lest I be pedantic and tell you a whole bunch of things that the audience doesn't actually care about. What is Scorpio?
No, but you mentioned it in relation to the four beasts. Like,
but just so you know, LoP, he's talking about actual, like, visible looking things in the sky kind of thing. Like,
right, not a birth.
Not
star.
astrology.
Yeah, but like the Scorpio, whatever constellation.
Okay, well, maybe he wants to know, what does that
you're
represent?
saying what's it, an eagle? Okay, yeah. How's that eagle?
Yeah.
If you're at a computer, because I don't think I could screen share. I might be able to screen share. I don't want to make this more complicated than I have to. But I would recommend, I can't do that. So I would just look up Scorpio, go to the Wikipedia page, or just type in Scorpio Greek mythology. You'll see it has 3 modes. It can be a scorpion, a snake, or an eagle because of its correspondence to Ophiuchus and Aquila, and the way the firmament, the way the stars appear at different times of the year. Because Scorpio is just at a bizarre angle where it kind of includes Ophiuchus, which could be considered a 13th constellation, along with Orion, which is sometimes considered to be a 13th zodiacal constellation. And Ophiuchus is right next to Aquila, and there's actually someone in the Bible by the name Aquila, and that's where you get the term aquiline nose, which is like an eagle-like or bird-like nose. Aquila. So that's the eagle.
Okay.
It's the Scorpio. It's the Scorpion, Lion, Snake, and Eagle.
So FEBR, as far as just your teaching, are you pretty much certain at this point that we're dealing with the thing, or
the thing is absolutely the thing.
Okay, no, just wondering.
And the irony is that people say, well, it's not in your right hand and forward. It's like, okay, well, so are you waiting for a man on a horse with a bow to show up, huh?
Yeah, if the whole revelation's symbolic, it's clearly never going to happen. It's actually a joke. It's stupid. So yeah, agreed.
It's offensive to me if people say that.
Yeah. So that's okay. So that's good. I mean, this is what I was talking about earlier about the sort of spiritual cost of living, because if, I think all 3 of us on this panel are in agreement on that. It's like, if we were to go and proclaim that, like, it's going to be scary, because now, let me see the number of them that have been administered worldwide. I literally have a bookmark.
I would like if you spoke in the same tone in private as you did face to face, though. That would be cool.
Who are you talking to? Me?
Thou.
Yeah, we can address that. Let me get the number that are out. But yes, we can go into that.
Wait, I didn't understand what you're saying.
I know what he's saying. So I just want people to know that worldwide, this is weird. This actually shouldn't make me happy, but I like keeping track of this.
Like 66 million, or
1% of the freaking earth. Oh my gosh, dude.
Fully
just-
or only one?
No, just at least one. At least one. At least one.
Oh, okay.
So
But
that's
fully marked is
insane.
one. That's fully marked. One is.
Even one is enough to be like. You think?
Yeah, in my opinion,
Yeah.
I'm not in
Why
charge
would-
of this. I'm
who's
not in
gonna-
charge of this, but
He's like, okay,
But they're
well, the
pushing.
marks of the
They're
beast.
pushing. Yeah, they're pushing more like to be fully. You know what I mean? Fully.
100%. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
they're not even considered fully in Israel anymore with the fully. So
Yeah, it's gonna be a third one.
oh, sorry, I was looking in the U.S. My bad.
Because God's funny.
Forget about
That's
that
why.
percentage.
That's why there's
Yeah, look
multiple
at the
verses,
whole
like, to make a
earth.
point very clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the U.S. So worldwide, at least one pokey, 49%. There's been freaking almost 4 billion.
Almost half. Then
More than
almost
that.
half the
That's
earth
sick.
has taken it. Then.
Right. So the point that I want people to understand is that think about that this is why the Bible is like it's like so extreme, you know, because if we do take the position that that is the literal thing, then first of all, that's the Bible's true because we're proclaiming something in it as being true.
Right.
And then that means that all those people are going to get swords and then burned with fire. So that means that we're not going to be very popular, needless to say. So that's scary. You know, that's why, you know, if my parents call me and stuff, like I can't answer the phone because I don't even ask if they've done it, but I'm assuming they have. And then, you know, what we were talking about earlier, people's parents have. So it's like, that's what I have to wish upon my own parents. So
My parents have done it, and I told them about it, but they just kind of dismiss it.
I think that's why some people go to the microchip because they don't want to believe it. And I understand that too, because it's horrifying.
My father would have taken it if I had not told him 3.5 years ago, because that Revelation 12 sign that this was going to happen. Then bam, 3.5 years later, it happens.
And really, without the flat earth, I would go along with it because then the Bible's not true. So if the earth is not flat and stationary, then who cares? I just do it. No, I'm not saying go be a bad person, but like, that's the only reason why I don't take this narrative seriously at all, to the point of death. I just can't take it seriously. So that's why it's important.
If this isn't the mark of the beast, not only is the Bible not true, then the sky also is entirely useless. The stars are there for no reason. There's just a clock.
Yeah.
And the numbers, like it's like it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but 1 doesn't equal 1, and 2 doesn't equal 2, and 3 equals purple.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's completely nonsense. The whole system, the whole reality it's not worth living in.
Yeah. Agreed. This is what I always say. The world is hell either way. If the Bible's true, then we know it's hell. And then if it's not, then I'm part of the hell, and I made it hell, like with 20 some years of my life reading the Bible and then pushing it, different levels of intensity, but I would be responsible for it. It's like, well, what am I going to do? Like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to come back from that, is what I'm trying to say.
But doesn't it also make you sick just watching all the people with the masks? It's horrible for me. It's like 100%. Retarded, and I hate it.
Yeah, because that's not the way it's spread. From the Bible's vantage point, God is doing it. So that doesn't do anything. It just shows that you're a part of the system. So it's basically a Masonic ritual. That's what that is. That's Job 9:24. So
I look at them and like, I know they are on the left-hand path. So or left-hand side, sorry. Left-hand path is more of a philosophy. Yeah.
I like to find them and point at them, and when they have the mask on their nose, I point at them and I scowl and I tell them to put the mask over their nose.
I used to do jokes like other things like there was a boy and wearing the mask. I would tell him like, "Hey boy, don't wear that mask, man. It will choke you."
Yeah.
It will, like it deprives you of oxygen.
Agreed.
And they give it to small boys near school, for fuck's sakes.
I know. I drive past schools on the way to the golf course sometimes, and I see that, and I'm like, I can't believe it, dude. I cannot believe they've hoodwinked all these.
I hate this, man. I hate this world.
So, yeah, it's crazy, man. But no, a Flat Earth Boxer, about your comment, it's I don't even know how to respond. Actually.
Hey, what did he say? He was saying that you were talking different tone. Okay.
Here's the deal with me. When I talk to End Times Teacher, for example, he was on this hangout earlier, right? I'm friendly with him. But then, the next day I will, and most likely I will make a video of people like him, and I'm very nasty to him. So that's the thing that I've had to do really throughout my life, is that when I disagree with somebody, I have to be diplomatic. Okay. Cause like, I don't know how to like just tell them right to their face certain things that I know are true and stuff. So I guess what I would do is the way that I am in those response videos. That's what you're asking me to be here. And so I just don't know. You would never join this panel again. So if you want that, I guess I have no issues doing that. But
can I tell you some story?
Yeah.
Only short one, because like you always say, people are mentally retarded, and I say it to my friend's friend, because my friend Justin from Canada was saying that his friend is from Hong Kong. He doesn't like to be called Chinese, and I said like, hey, like Hong Kong is in China, so like him saying that he's not Chinese is mentally retarded. Like you always say that word, and he got offended, and he said like, hey, don't talk to me like that, or don't talk to him like that. But like people get offended, man, and that's the fact of life or of people, and I am not one of those, and neither are you. So maybe just listen to Mind of God, and like think about it as like don't get offended. Like, I don't care if people call me the worst insults ever. I don't care.
Well, my point is that if the things that I teach are not correct, I am mentally retarded. So, but that's a nice. I want people to understand that's a nice way. That's a euphemism. So I'm way worse than that. And so, especially with the stakes, the consequences of what's going on right now. So, yeah, I'm friendly with End Times Teacher, but he's teaching Luke Matt that, oh, don't worry, just don't take the booster. He potentially, again, we're all actors in this movie, so Luke is ultimately responsible for himself, but that's a sinister position. Okay, right. So he deserves way more. I should literally be making again. I know that God is controlling all this, or else I would make more videos. But he deserves way more harsh words than what I share with him.
That's why I completely reject him.
Yeah, but so I just want people to know, like when we talk, when I talk to End Times Teacher, the reason that I have a friendship with him is the one in, at this point, 50 million chance the Bible's not true. Then him and I, first of all, I am apologetic that I made fun of him, because we both were deceived. So that's the element of, quote, sweetness. That's the element of friendship that I have with a friend of mine who I golf with. I still interact with him and can be somewhat normal because I can't prove to him the Bible's true. If I could prove to him the Bible's true, I can't be around him, because what I teach is horrifying to the whole world, maybe even me. And so that's the element of sanity that I have when I'm around people. I still have to be humble and be like, the whole thing may not be true. So that's the element that I relate to people who don't agree with everything that I teach. So that's why I'm like that. But the way I am in those response videos, I want people to understand that's the nice me.
And that's not even for me, sorry, but for me, like saying it makes me laugh, the word mentally retarded. So it's not even an insult for me. No, for me, because I would say like, okay, if you said like this guy is some much worse swear word, then I would be like, okay, maybe that's a bit offensive. Okay, I'll take that. But I love swear words, so I don't. Yeah, I like that actually.
But I would say for people like
I would dare someone to say, diss me or something.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal with people like us three, right? We're in the know, so we're the elite. So like we're trying to get out of here. So we're trying to be saved. So. It's like it's somewhat cosmetic, especially if FEBR teaches the thing is the thing, which he does. So that's good, and LoP knows that. So we're on an upper echelon. So we're just trying to prune each other a little bit here and there. And even I would say Jewish Questions is the same. He's clearly into the Bible, okay, and he is running out of resources. He wants to get the hell out of here, and so do I. So I just want to make sure that if we are taken away in our lifetime, and it is the God that I present, then we're all in agreement. And then we're all on the same page. And if I'm wrong on a particular topic, or if I'm too anxious or whatever about certain things, then you have to tell me where I'm wrong, that kind of thing. But that's the position that I'm in. It's not that's where it is very serious. But again, I would say the thing I do like about anybody out there, even Mike 444's channel, I make fun of him, but he puts 3 videos a day telling people to not do this thing. So he's warning the people. A lot of
Who's that
sellouts.
guy?
This guy Mike 444. It's a good channel to subscribe.
Don't.
Upside down 66. Trump
Yeah.
is Donald Trump's name in Hebrew is 666.
Yeah, they're all part of the system. So this is somebody like you, especially, even like I think LoP is kind of in the know for sure. Like we're, like we said earlier, like people don't even understand what the hell we're talking about when we go into the Bible. They're like, what do you mean? Like this is just another thing. You people are paranoid and all that. But if it is what we say it is, then Christ is going to return on the order of days. He has to.
Yeah, but the thing with the
People have already taken it.
666, sorry, the thing with the 666 in the name, that like the Pope's name is also 666. If you add the Roman,
Yeah, it's everywhere. It's
yeah,
everywhere.
so it's not
The
just
thing,
the
LOP,
one guy.
that's retarded though.
No, it's not. How it what?
It's what you're saying is
It's not
retarded.
retarded.
I'm being funny. I'm being
But
funny.
wait, the Trump.
No, but like I'm saying, even Nero, the
Nero
you know,
Caesar is not 666.
yes, it is.
Okay, how do you spell Nero in Hebrew?
No, but in I don't
No,
know,
I'm
but
asking
like
you, LOP,
in some
LOP.
numerology, it was
Okay.
666.
Says who?
I don't
you
know.
check that
I've
for yourself?
researched it before, but like, who cares, man?
I'm
Like,
saying what you're saying in both cases is not true. Nero is not 666.
so you're saying the only person that has ever lived with the number in his name 666 is
No, I'm
Donald
saying the
fucking Trump?
only one who has 1,260 days after a sign appearing in the heaven, the beginning of what's obviously the tribulation, and cause everyone to get a thing made of aborted children in order to blah 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 blah, whose name
But
is also
FEBR,
4 through 4.
check this out.
Who was
Just
born on
so
a
you
full
know.
blood moon over Jerusalem. He's the only
But just so you know, check this out.
Oh, okay.
Predators,
Wait. Okay.
LOP, just listen to this. You're right about the Nero thing. Predators theologians typically support the interpretation that 666 is a numerical equivalent of the name of Nero, Caesar. Written in Aramaic, this can be valued at 666 using Hebrew numerology of gematria.
Yeah,
Yeah,
how are
see?
they spelling? No. How are they spelling it?
No, I'm just saying, I'm supporting his point that it's not in one language that 666 exists. Like obviously we see 666 in all corporate logos, every language, everywhere. So
Right.
it's not one language that encodes the 666. That doesn't make sense.
In the first place, preterists are retarded, and Nero is not spelled none yod resh vav none. That's neuron, and
Yeah.
they're just lying in order to make that case, because preterists again are basically the scum of the earth. As far as they're worse than literally everything. They claim that they're going to make the earth so awesome Jesus can come back and high five us for our efforts.
Mm-hmm.
These
But
people.
so wait,
it says
your position is then that son of perdition is Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude, why are you teaching that? Dude?
And also, I just wanted to point out one thing, that the verse, and I've already said it in another live stream, that the number of the beast, which is a number of, and it says in the Greek anthropos, and that if you look at it, it's a mankind also in general. It's one of the definitions also. So it's not a one man.
No,
it's a
definitely
number
not.
of all humans.
Who's darkeneth counsel with words about? Okay, numerology.
It's definitely not one person. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, the Bible says there's many antichrists.
There are many antichrists, but there is a son of perdition who exalteth himself, who causeth all great and small.
Which verse is that?
Who causeth all?
No, the son of perdition.
That's 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 verse. I just started 2, and I'm guessing 7 or so, 7 or 8.
Yeah, let's get into that. You have to know that the Bible's part of the deception. So
I know.
It doesn't mean that one verse means that that's what it is. Okay?
I know, and I got a case. Case.
Let's see. Okay. 2 Thessalonians 2:3. Let no man deceive you by any means. Right away, that's talking about the elect. Let no man deceive you. So he's talking about the elect. For that day shall not come except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God. showing himself that he is God.
Which is not Trump, okay?
No, it's not, dude. There's
Yeah.
no temple anywhere
And
on
also,
earth.
I want to say this, that it says that the beast, right, and the man. So it's the whole beast system that is gonna cause it, because the
Agreed.
number of a man, right, 666 is the number of
It's his
humanity.
entire
Humans
left-hand
are
side.
causing the humans are causing the thing, right? The six,
Oh,
you know. So that's it.
Yeah, it'd be his
Yeah,
entire
you know,
left-hand
the
side.
Bible
They are
says
they
he
are
who
they are
answers the
surely
matter.
people in
You
charge, but like it's many people. It's not just one guy.
He who answereth the matter before he heareth its folly and shame on them. Numbers 13:13.
Okay.
And it's even called Numbers 13:13.
Yeah, 33. So what's that about?
What's your point?
Okay.
Yeah.
So first actually let's start Proverbs chapter 25.
Okay.
Proverbs 25. It says, these are Proverbs of Solomon, which the men of Hezekiah, king of Judah, copied out. It's the glory of God to conceal a thing, but the honor of kings is to search out a matter. The heaven for height, the earth for depth, the heart of kings is unsearchable.
Mhm.
In Hebrew, Kavod Elohim Hastar Hasatar Davar, Vachabod Melachim Chakar Davar. Hastar, to conceal, that word is the root word of the name of Saturn in the Chaldee pantheon. Saturn, which is where you get the name Satur, which is the same. It's the same name. I'm guessing one of you guys is on the BLB, so you can verify this. If you go to Numbers 13:13,
Mhm.
Numbers 13:13.
That's related to something else.
Numbers 13. It's just the name of a man. Namata Asher, Setur ben Michael, Michael, Setur, Samek Tav Vavresh. That adds to 666. It is the number of a man. And Saturn is Chronos, which is Corona. And Donald Trump, this is a coronation ceremony for Donald Trump. This whole thing.
Okay, so like I still don't understand what the significance of that is. Like, it is what it is.
It's the number of a man.
No, but wait, let's just say he got the ball rolling, okay, and it's rolling clearly now.
He
And
caused
so
it.
what is his position now at this point going forward? Because it's already out to 4
He's
billion.
received a deadly wound to the head.
No, I get that. But at this point now, in October 2021, what's his role going to be in terms of Bible prophecy then?
And right now, the wound to his head is going to heal, and he's going to return. And this whole this Biden character, the whole thing, it's all scripted. Like, the whole American project the purpose of it has been to like give the appearance, like basically run the Roman Empire scenario, go from republic to an empire, and then but actually have it all controlled Masonically.
The flat earth doctor, you don't have to understand, dude. The elect. This is why I get on you about the elect, which I'm not sure if you understand fully. We dictate what the deceptions are. We're not going to fall for Donald Trump or anything.
I'm not claiming we are going to fall for that.
Okay, so if Donald Trump, then he's not going to come into the future and do a single thing of any significance. That's already not getting started right now by God. So he has no relevance in the future. Nothing. Okay,
and also
wait 1 second. Let me confirm, dude. There are people in the flat Earth community, like even Mark Sargent, I would call an actor. So why would the elect go and care about Donald Trump doing anything at this point going forward, or ever really fundamentally? But so he has nothing to do with the Bible.
It's not about deceiving the elect.
That's what the whole Bible is about in the last days.
We can't be deceived. We're not going to be deceived, but if it were possible.
Right, and the reason why I'm not deceived is because I know God is identifying his left-hand side. He's ultimately the one who's doing this mark.
I know. He set it up.
Right.
So God's the beast with 2 horns like a lamb that speaks as a dragon?
He's the one behind all of these things that are being described in Revelation 13. He's the mastermind.
I know.
Of all of it.
I mean, there's no disagreement there. God caused the whole thing from beginning to end, every single component. But if the claim is that, the beast with 2 horns like a lamb, that speaks as a dragon, and he causeth all, and his number of a man, that's God. If that's the claim, okay, then just make that very clear.
No, he's all these people. This is why I got on Antap's teacher about the John the Baptist thing, is that person enacted the killing of John the Baptist, the beheading, but the decree was sent from the Most High.
I don't disagree.
Okay, so the decree to do this was sent from God, and we know that now.
Yeah, no one disagrees on that front either.
Yeah, but I'm saying now, again, I have no issues going into details, but like it really actually doesn't matter at this point, because it's clearly going out, and it's gone out to a lot of people, and we know God is doing it. So all those people that took it are actors
Well,
on
in
God's
any,
left-hand side.
I mean, I'm not the one who said Revelation 13 was confusing to me.
But can I
Yeah,
just say, with the
It is
Revelation
confusing
13?
because you believe that that's referring to Donald Trump, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Dude.
And can I just add to that 1
Oh,
second?
who causeth all, LOP? Who caused? I'm just gonna see if he can answer the question directly. Who, besides, if you're again, if the claim is God and God exclusively is He that causeth all, great and small, rich and poor, and
Yeah.
God is the beast. If that's the claim, then fine. I guess that's your take on Revelation 13. I wouldn't even bother arguing against it, because then you can say literally every character, everything in the Bible is God, which is not false, but
Of course that's true.
Yeah.
it's true.
That's why the
But-
elect can't be
But what I'm
deceived.
saying, it makes discussion about the Bible. It's like when what's to be confused about in anything in the Bible. It's like, oh well, then why would you say you're confused
No,
by
but I
Revelation
had
13?
one question
No,
for
here,
you.
let me answer that. I'm just saying what the specific nations are, for example, where it says like, the 7 heads and 10 horns. Like, I know, like, for example, it might be one of them would be Iran to fulfill Jeremiah. To go in and list them, I don't know, like what they are. And like, I wouldn't get into an argument. I'm talking about Revelation 13:1, having 7 heads and 10 horns. Going to list those out is not important. Why? Because
Nah.
the cool thing about it is you can actually work sort of backwards. We have a candidate for the mark of the beast out, which we all agree on. And then we know that it's underpinned by 666, BNT 162B2. Check there. Causeth all. Check there. Buy or sell. Check there. And so does it really matter? Okay, at this point,
Right.
like whether it's Trump or the
But
American
can I-
government or
Hey,
whatever.
hey.
Trump, and it's not Trump too, it doesn't matter. And I've also made the case numerologically. Okay, what are you saying, LOP?
No, but it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
I was
That's what
gonna
I'm
ask
saying.
you. So Revelation 13, verse 13, it says he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on earth in the sight of man. So you are saying that Donald Trump is gonna do great wonders and make fire come down from heaven in the sight of man? Are you
Sorry,
saying
LOP,
that?
in the midst of this conversation, did you just take an ice pick and lobotomize yourself? Like, I'm sorry.
What?
Okay, this whole conversation, we've understood that the book of Revelation is allegorical and non-literal and or celestial and or numerological. And
No, we
therefore,
believe some of it's literal. Some of it's literal.
the vaccine need not, or the mark, whatever, need not literally be in your right hand and forehead. But now suddenly it has to be literally fire come down from heaven.
No, have you watched any of my videos? It is literal. It's literal in the Greek, okay, which is what it was meant to be understood in. So no, it's not literal in the English. That's part of the deception, but it's literal in the Greek, the Dexios. So there's nothing symbolic or figurative about.
There's a literal beast
right
with 2
hand.
horns like a lamb.
No, but I'm just saying we're allowed to take some of it as literal and some of it as not. Or else the Bible can't make sense. If it's all symbolic, it doesn't make sense. If it's all literal, it doesn't make sense. So
I do agree on that. So I'm saying making the strict requirement for my case to make any sense be that he make fire come down from the sky. That
it's
it
not
could
a
not.
requirement. He was just asking you, do you have an explanation for that? If you
Yeah,
don't,
do you
that's
have an
okay.
explanation for that, man?
Not a
Before
big
you
deal,
fucking call me the lobotomized, man.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly, dude. It's not a big deal. Like,
Yeah,
okay, we don't have a literal
This
thing for a
man,
lot of things.
this guy is the only person. This guy has lost the presidency. And again, I travel around the country and I'm a consultant to the guy who's covering this stuff. These people, they stand in the rain and chant this. It's insane. These people in Israel, they name streets after him, all these things. This guy's, and despite the fact he's made everyone receive this thing, which is made of aborted children, which these people claim they're not going to get. Despite that, they support him wholeheartedly.
But that's fine. LOP, or sorry, Splatterboxer, if you want him to be the guy who, quote unquote, beheaded John the Baptist in that example and got this thing rolling, fair enough. So, like, I don't understand what the significance is at this point. Like, what's so deep about it?
Well, I'm just making the claim. It's either factual that he caused it all or he didn't cause all. Like, that, those are the facts. And if it refers to God exclusively, then okay. Well, I think that's a trivial.
We know that that's not God in this example. That's why the Bible is precept upon precept.
Okay,
but
then
we know
throw that out.
The highest decree to do any kind of evil, or really everything, has to come from the Most High. We understand that.
No one disagrees.
So, but in this Revelation 13, of course, it's talking about the evolution of a power structure, consolidating to a one world power structure. That's clear, without a doubt. So but let's say it is Donald Trump. What do you think? That doesn't alter the narrative that's going on right now, because it's out to like half the number of people. So your position then is what? That what's next in your understanding?
What's next is that these UFOs they're gonna run this UFO op, and that's why they need to keep this space thing in play. And they need to keep this demographic of people who are enamored with this Trump character again, and these Jews who think that he is Mashiach because his name also is 424. When you remove his middle name, which is Mashiach ben David. And,
so you're a Project Bluebeamer, basically.
False. Project Bluebeam is a hoax that's in order to keep you from understanding that the chariots or that the UFOs are from God. The Project Bluebeam is to convince people that the so-called UFO aliens, that they're not God and that they're demons or devils, and that's why they've convinced the mainstream the people who like ask interesting questions or whatever, that's the nicest thing I could. That's too generous to put it about these Christians, but
so
they say things like aliens, UFOs, or demons.
So what the next thing is then? What's going to happen in your estimation specifically?
What would be most plausible? There'd be a catching away of the elect. They'll frame that because of the people who get caught away. The elect in that scenario would be the least liked people on the face of the earth.
Right.
And so not a single Christian in the world will like those people.
Yeah.
And so it'll be easy to convince the Christian world and everybody else in the world that UFO catching away was in fact demons. Because if they take me away, for example, then everybody in the state of Arizona hates me because I can't shut up about the Holocaust and the Earth being flat. And I stabbed Steven Anderson in the face. I stabbed Jeff Durbin in the face, and everybody I've stabbed in the face. And so if I'm caught away, which I don't think that's what God has in line for me. But if that happens, then of course they'll think that they were demons.
Okay, so you're not against 1 Thessalonians 5:9 then, that prior to this wrath, then there is going to be this invasion that's going to be deemed evil by the world.
Yeah.
Okay. Well then, yeah. So that's you clearly word it differently than I do, but that's not that far really. I would say Trump is part of the cause of all, of course, but not somehow one. No one's really cares about leaders that much anymore. In general, like people are making fun of Joe Biden every day, and I haven't heard really anybody talk about Trump that much, but. That's fine. Let's say you believe he got the ball rolling and now it's like at 4 billion or whatever I said. And then, it looks like the next thing is these UFOs.
So. I testify what I've seen, man. And I've been to these rallies and I go to these rallies all the time and these people, and I talk to these people. I go out in the world. I think maybe you stay like in your flat. For the most part, you go to Chipotle or something. And thank God, because if not for you doing these things, then who would be around to compile these news clippings, which are actually very useful to people in the church that I attend. And I attend this church, as you understand, for the sake of I'm running the op just to make, because this is the only church in my area.
Yeah.
That said that the pastor admits the earth is flat. Now at this point, I'm like, okay, this is interesting. Well, what I want to do is see how much truth I can just drop in this collection of people until I get kicked out, or until the pastor just spirals into denial, and that's what he's doing currently.
I had a feeling that's what you were doing.
And it's funny.
Wait, are you in Arizona? So you are in the same state as Pastor Anderson, right?
Yeah, I got kicked out of his church when I stabbed him in the face.
You've been at this church? Wow.
Yeah, he was important to my awakening and all that stuff. And I've gotten kicked out of IUIC. I've gotten kicked out of other more fringe Hebrew Israelite groups. I've gotten kicked out of. I chased down Jeff Durbin basically, and he avoids me.
Who's that?
So
Jeff Durbin is the head Calvinist, preterist, Neuro Caesar 666 retard.
So how did Steven Anderson kick you out? Based on what?
So what's going on was around 2016. I figured out, that the economy is just printed money in order to keep, how should I put it? It's what do they call it? Quantitative easing.
Yeah.
Just quantitative ease the economy into functioning. And then it's like, okay, so why am I working? And then this thing can fall apart any moment. Who decides it are people who worship the devil and eat babies. So this is a terrifying life, and I just tapped out of that, and I kept working my corporate job basically, but Like, in fact, my CEO, the guy to whom I was a consultant, he in fact was the guy who explained this to me, and I was just like, "What the hell is this?" He's just like, "Yeah, okay, anyway, like, and welcome to it."
It's going down, that's for sure. We agree on that. 100%.
Yeah, he was on this. Yeah, he's never gonna hear this, but he was on some like gold is the smart hedge to inflation sort of. And I was just like, "You're not that smart, then. Like, you don't understand what's going on."
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So I'm like, all right, and I just figured out how am I ahead of you? So long story short, I slowly tapped out, and I started tapping into the Bible very radically. I'd already started a space agency at some point in my life, and I had to get kicked out of that too. And then anyway, what happens with this? So then I'm reading the Bible. I'm trying to just get the most extreme stuff because I was becoming I learned about the H cost and how awesome the Jews were about telling the exact numbers on that and exactly how many clearly real gas chambers there were. There was any fewer than 6 million is an absolute lie. Absolutely. And I was just so pissed that they lied to me about that, to speak no longer ironically. And I was listening to Stephen Anderson. I was like, okay, this is how I got radicalized, And then I was like, okay. And I thought that all Christians, I thought their average 501c3 Christian was being made fun of in like the media all the time because they were secretly like anti-Semitic, because obviously, like Jesus says, I'll make them the synagogue of Satan twice. He talks about like wrecking them. And it's like, oh, so like Christians, this whole time I've been like thinking these guys were like loser nerds. These guys are just bait.
That also refers to Israelites, just so you know.
Yeah, sure. First, I mean, at that time, especially if you're referring to Israelites at that time.
I think
and it's a long story.
Mm-hmm.
There's a range of categories. So I'm like, all right, dude. So I better get baptized. So I just figure I'll just go across the street to the church across the street. It's called Grace Community Church. I go in, get baptized. Then I'm like, I realize everyone there is gay, basically, and none of them want to talk about Revelation 12, Revelation 2939. Mm-hmm. And that was my test. So I wanted to see what would happen. And then they pretty much, I could feel myself getting ejected as fast as I was walking out the door of their community life groups or whatever, where they wanted to like hold hands and pray and talk about it was just pure faggery, and I wanted nothing to do with it. And then I went home and I started listening more to Stephen Anderson. And then he says, yep, Stephen Anderson, Faithful Word Baptist Church right here in Tempe, Arizona. I'm like, oh, I'm in Tempe, Arizona. That's nuts. And I checked the address. Oh, he's down the street from me. So I get on the bus. I go down to Stephen Anderson's church, and they're dressed like, oh, brother, where art thou? And I'm like, all right, I can get used to that. And I get a King James Bible. I'm like, awesome.
He's funny.
He's a very funny character.
Yeah, it's funny.
But Flat Earth Boxer, why do you have an issue with calling him an actor? He's obviously an actor. I don't understand. Why do you have issues with that?
No, he is literally an actor. Okay, for myself, looking in my life experience, well, I get you call yourself an actor, and you don't, and I'm sure you experience yourself as not acting and sincere in your behavior and unmotivated by anything beyond that, which is,
if I'm wrong, I'm an actor. If I'm right, then I'm free.
People are sincerely wrong because people prophesy. We all prophesy in part. We all know in part. And later, when we're translated up and we're out of this body, we'll know even as we are known.
Yeah.
And I can't say that the degrees to which I am wrong in anything at this point. I may have. Anyway,
that prophesying in part, though, doesn't apply to the two witnesses.
I'm not the two witnesses.
No, that prophesying in part does not apply to the two witnesses. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think that's me.
What's that?
I don't think that's me.
No, that's what I'm saying. But I get your point about prophesying in part, and all that. But it's not like that applies to every person in every age. You know what I mean?
Does it apply to you?
100%.
Me, yes. You, me, LoP.
Yeah.
Anderson, he's a complete actor. I don't think he's not even in the running.
Yeah.
So he's going off. And I'm like, okay, cool. Maybe this is gonna be my home as a Christian. I'm gonna go around yelling about fags and stuff and telling people to
did you see his video? Like, no homos will ever be allowed on this church as long as I'm the pastor here. Never, like that, screaming.
But in a way that makes his teaching righteous. I obviously in America that's considered crazy, but some aspects of his teaching, he teaches Mystery Babylon to America. So, that's true.
That is true. I was actually at the premiere.
It's complete comedy, man. Like watching some of his sermons, he jumped on the pulpit and he's pointing at people like, if you don't back me down, these homos are, taking down all our bank accounts and the PayPal account, my brother Romero's fucking whatever, my grandfather.
But
Because
LOP,
it's
the hell, man.
that's the
Right?
part of the part of the teaching that's easy to debunk, because God makes the rich and the poor. So that's why my channel is only going to attract people who understand that God's controlling the purse strings. He's controlling the evil. So Anderson's an actor, without a doubt.
The second time I went to his church, by then my mom had actually called me up because I was red pilling her about the Jews, and she was already like into the born again Christian stuff, and she would post on Facebook the 666 Monster Energy can stuff, and I thought it was very cringe until I started waking up to stuff, and I was like, okay, that's all real. Yeah. And then I told my mom, actually, I was telling her about the Holocaust, and then she's like, oh, that sounds real. I told my dad they're divorced, and my dad was kind of tapping in. He's open minded. And my mom, my mother, she calls me, like, hey, you hear about this flat earth stuff? I'm like, it's a psyop, don't listen to it. And then like 2 weeks later, I look into it and I'm like, no, the earth's flat. I call my mom up. She's like, I say, Mom, the earth's flat. She's like, okay, are you sure? And like, yeah. She's like, she looks into it. She's like, yeah, okay, it's flat. And like, okay, cool.
Oh, she's a flat earther too?
Yeah, Mom's a flat earther.
Oh,
Hebrew,
that's
all that stuff, anti-Semite, God, lover, and whatever.
That's cool. That's different. I've never experienced anything like that. That's cool.
I think my dad's a flat earther, but he joined the Masons when I was in high school. And so he's a police officer, and I've never met a Mason that.
Oh, ETT's a Mason. End Times Teacher's a Mason, so you can talk to him next time.
That's why they act that way. Okay. They both have that same.
Shout out End Times Teacher, but I'm just giving him a hard time. But he said he has Masons in his family, so that's kind of
okay. Well, that's not the same as being a Mason. Anyway, yeah. I don't like ETT, and I don't want to talk about ETT, but this goes on with Anderson. I say, okay, I find out it's flat. I say, I figure if Stephen Anderson of all people finds out the earth is flat, this is the end. It's game over. Like, the system has to stop. The game the sky has to go bloop, game over, and then it's over.
He knows it's flat.
I know. I was naive at the time. I didn't know that at the time. Tahar
knows it's flat. Russian Vids knows that Jesus is black. These people know these things. Why? How do we know that? Because when you talk to them, they get uncomfortable. So that's why I call them actors.
Watch Tahar try to explain why flat Earth isn't true on that weird video that he made. Yeah,
it's funny as hell.
It looked like someone's pointing a gun at him behind the camera. I was like, don't mess this up. He looks so anxious.
Dude, it's so cringe. I have a video that I mirrored on my channel where he's like, oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michio Kaku, they're so close to accepting God. This guy's shilling for freaking Michio Kaku and Neil deGrasse Tyson. You're telling me he's not an actor? Are you kidding me? That's terrible acting. Really?
GMS are the worst people on the face of the earth. And as you've stated this was a sentiment that I had. If the GMS and their chapter, I
already know what you're gonna say, and I agree. Yes.
Yeah. If these are the people, then I hate this God.
Agreed. And I'm done. No, Hunter. If End Times Teacher, just put him on the spot, is a fulfillment of Revelation 11. My Bible is, I'm going to find some place like a garbage can that I could burn it, and I'm just gonna go to Chipotle tomorrow and only worry about my golf game. That's it. So I'll just be like, what the hell's going on here, dude? What's up? So. And then I don't know, I'd probably go look for a job and like take the thing. I would, if that was required, because I would reject the Bible completely. I would also reject it if it's a spinning ball at this point, because
the Bible is isn't true. The words in the Bible aren't true because I have some dogmatic belief that the words of the Bible just have to be true. That's not what it is. It's that the words of the Bible are true. They correspond to reality.
Exactly.
And I want to believe things that correspond to reality.
Dude, that's why you're next level, because you see what's going on here, and I would say you're the only person I've come across that sees what's going on in the sky as well. So like, my thing's the numerology, your thing's the sky thing, but that's cool. I would say maybe you're wording things differently, but if you are pushing this is the thing, and the next thing is salvation, then dude, that's great, man. There's no one else out there really. It's pretty much me, you, and Jewish Questions and LoP.
I told Anderson.
I agree, man.
I said, Anderson, I appreciate that. I appreciate everything you've done, blah, blah, blah. But I saw that you did a video against Flat Earth, and I think that maybe I'd like, if he would be down to talk, it'd be great. Because I think that he
says, I don't want to talk to you.
He said, I don't want to talk about it. And he starts yelling. And then he's like, listen, I have no interest. It's stupid. I'm going to go up and I'm going to preach my sermon.
Yeah.
And I hope you have a good day. Bye.
Kyrie, he won't even talk about the chip back in the day. We put pressure on his channel to do something on the microchip. He wouldn't even teach that. So
He's not even going to touch this thing with a 666-foot pole.
And he's really into the trade.
But he keeps saying, Steven Anderson always saying, like, if you don't like this, then get out. Don't let the revolving door hit you on the way out. Get out, get out. He says it like 5,000 times.
Here's the deal.
I watched so many of his sermons, I cannot even count because I love King James version. But yeah,
let's say we're like spiritually or actually kicked out of Steven Anderson's church, like FEB was. Pat yourself on the back on the way out, and if you're kicked out of GMS, hey, come have a seat here. You're welcome here, because guess what? You're in better shape because they're kicking out flat earthers from their congregation. So
right. It's a badge of honor.
Yeah, you're good. So you have a better chance of being saved if you're kicked out of GMS, IOIC, Faithful Word Baptist Church, obviously Lakewood Church, which is a complete joke, Hillsong, all that crap.
The Holy Spirit brings you to look at Steven Anderson, and then if you really have it, it gets you out.
But have you ever considered? I'm asking Flat Earth Boxer. Have you ever considered like being anti-God? Because I have. I'm just that's a personal question. Like, for example, I have considered, and I have said this before, but I've considered I want revenge against the Most High God. Yes, because of my hellish life and suffering and torture on daily basis. I have considered this. Have you?
When I was 13, not revenge against him, but I resolved that, and it was such a petty thing. I was having headaches. I was having migraine headaches, probably because I didn't drink water. I drank too much Coca-Cola. I get migraine. I didn't think of that. I get these terrible migraine headaches. I just throw up and I'd heave, and I resolved in my mind, my 13-year-old mind, that there's absolutely no God worthy of my worship insofar as it's the God, if it's anything like the God of the Bible claiming to be, which I imagined was like supposed to be a good guy God that was just good and nice and all that stuff, and would never let anything bad happen to little old me, then yeah. But other than that, not really, because I was just an atheist.
Yeah. Because but you were saying something like that. So my case was that I knew that there is a God because I have experienced heaven, and you probably don't know that story, but anyway. So, but then it was taken away from me, and I got, the worst hell. From the highest heaven I felt to the lowest hell, and I cannot reconcile it with a good God. That's why I was against God for a long, long time.
Right. Dude, I had a couple slip discs in my neck, and there were times where I said things that I don't know. They were iffy. I should never say stuff like that. So, it's usually pain, and I've seen people with spinal issues, and I don't know how some of them are alive. I'll be like, no, hell no. Like, I don't want my freaking nerves doing that to me. So it's crazy, man. We need this to wrap up. This is wild. This is just not good. What's going on in the world, man? It's terrible. Somebody in the chat asked me to read Revelation 19, 20 to 21. Yeah, son was like, and the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that wrought miracles before him, with which he deceived them and had received the mark of the beast, and then that worshipped his image. Both were cast alive into a lake of fire burning with brimstone, and the remnant were slain with the sword of him that sat upon the horse, which were proceed out of his mouth, and all the fowls were filled with their flesh. There's so much killing in the book of Revelation.
I think I get the point he's trying to make.
I don't know, actually. Go ahead, FEB. I'm not sure what he wanted with that. But
yeah, and I don't want to even. I'm bored of the point in that particular argument anyway. But
yeah, I mean that lake of fire is literal. That's why the Bible is. I want people to understand. Like, we talk about this somewhat casually, but it's pretty much we have to go all in or all out. So because there's a lot of death, and I've never read the Bible really ever in Revelation in those Bible studies that I was in throughout my years and years. It really never hit me that this mark of the beast thing could even happen in my lifetime. And I never really appreciated at all the amount of death that's in Revelation. And now I realize it's in the entire Bible. So that's where I'm at. Again, I don't think that it's easy to digest because it's a lot of killing, but that's what it says. So don't come and get mad at me or anything like that, or anybody here. That's what the Bible says. So clearly God is incredibly angry, or else he would maybe kill half the earth or a third of the earth or something. But it's very clear that he's planning to kill a majority of the earth. So that's
That was before I was not like more interested in like seeking the heaven and eternal life, and I wasn't interested much about the distraction of everything because I thought I'm already in heaven, but apparently not. And then I got pissed off from 2008 until pretty much now. So yeah, it's a long
No,
story.
I mean, I think
It's a long journey.
yeah, agreed. I mean, I don't think that it's too far away, and I'm excited either way because the Bible is going to be proven true or not true without a doubt in our lifetime. So, to me, that's kind of exciting either way. So, we'll see.
Yeah, I can't imagine it not coming true. Also, it's very bizarre for me to think about it all, about the notion. I've only lived in this body, and I've only lived in this weird reality, and then the notion of being confronted with like in the same sentience out of this brain, out of these eyes, in one sense or another, seeing this kingdom and living in a present moment that escapes me to a degree. It escapes I can imagine it, but it's terrifying it's not, the word isn't terrifying. It's exciting, but exciting is too light a word.
But Kyrie, realistically, man, just level with me because I'll tell you the honest thing with me. How much, if you, based on your own life, would you want this to keep going? Just for
none.
you, if it was just for you,
or if it's just for me.
Yeah.
None. I can't. How am I? What things? The only things I could get out of this life, theoretically, that I haven't had already, would be a son and or a daughter, but I'd prefer a son.
Okay.
So a wife or two or three, some land to be left alone in, where I have a little end times cult, maybe a compound with my friends.
Now we're talking. Yeah.
Some goats and sheep, but all this only works within all these things are things that I could theoretically have in a better form, in a perfect form in the kingdom. Probably not wives.
No, that's cool. I meant if you could have whatever you just said here, that's fair enough. And so that's just funny because like we would all pretty much say the same thing. Like we would want pretty much like nothing super special. You know what I mean? Like that's the amazing thing about it. Like it's not.
I'm just gonna say this for me. I have a wife and a daughter, and that does not give you heaven that you seek for. That does not. People keep telling me like, "Hey, you should be happy, bro. You have a wife and a daughter. There's so much to live for." But no, it's not. Okay, it doesn't give you the ultimate peace that passes all understanding that the Christ can give you.
Yeah.
Okay,
no,
it does not. Okay.
Yeah, it's still hard.
These people that are saying that, I'm making like posting kind of suicidal posts, even though I will never do it, but posting and they are complaining like, oh, and they're saying that like, oh, bro, don't fucking say that because you are, you have a child and blah, blah, blah. So.
No, I like that. It was a theoretical question, like, and I would say I would word it exactly the way he did. Like, obviously, that's in almost like an earthly utopia where you create your environment, and then that's the way we would all word it. And so, is that going to happen? It's unlikely for sure, but no doubt, we don't want to trivialize the difficulty of having kids, and definitely in the last days raising kids. I don't even know how people do it. I literally don't know. It's not funny, but like, it's crazy because we're in just the. I mean, can you imagine going to school as a young kid right now? I don't even know what I would do. I'd have anxiety attacks.
No! I do. I have an Israeli friend. He's his name's Alexei Alex. He's like 16 or something. He lives in Israel, and it's like every day he's like, I have no idea why I'm going to school. All these people are vaccinated. I try to talk to them about anything. They don't care. They wear the masks. They have no reflection on it. You can't even make a joke at it. They blink. They just blink.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Here's a good question from the chat. If you people want to answer this as well, it's a good one. Sunny G's like, honest question for all of you. Is this just a financially motivated problem for you? ? If you win the lottery tomorrow, will you want, quote, this to continue going on? That's a good question.
I'm actually in a pretty good spot financially right now as a result of a weird windfall. And it's really pointless right now because I was thinking about, okay, so I'm right now in a good financial position, so to speak. And it's like, all right, well, what am I going to do with that? Okay, let's say there's let's say some hypothetical woman or women what am I going to do? Like take them on a vacation, fornicate with them? Okay, let's say I'm going to say, hey, let's go get married. Okay, I'm going to marry them, and now I'm not going to be able to do the things that I'm doing. I have to focus on her and raise a kid in the world. Like what is the thing I'm going to do with this? And then I go on vacation surrounded by masked up retards. I can't talk to them about it.
Right, exactly.
That's just the worst time to be rich because you can't enjoy it. You can't go anywhere. So that's exactly the way I would say it. It's like, if I had $1 million or $2 million, like, it wouldn't actually change my life really at all.
At all.
So yeah.
Last month I didn't know if I was going to pay rent. Now I know I can pay rent for maybe another 3 more months. But it's like that changes nothing. You could think that'd be a big deal.
Yeah.
But it isn't, because everything is surrounded by these retard people. The best case scenario is that if I just had 50K just in my hand, what I could do is I could buy a really nice RV, because there's no time to build a house. I can buy a really nice RV and then go to a used RV and then go out to my friend's land in Tennessee and where he has a whole bunch of like, homesteady stuff, and just chill out there with a woman who gets it.
Yeah.
And pet goats until.
You know what's funny,
until
dude?
the kingdom come.
LoP likes this term, man. We use retards all the time because like we're surrounded by retards. Like, I was on a date like a couple years ago, and like I called Trump a retard, and the girl got really offended.
And you told me this.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, we can't even like we can't even talk to women, So it's like, this sounds, I don't know, it's not really selfish, but like, that door is closed. We can't travel. We can't even talk to our own family. We obviously can't work in the corporate world. We barely can go into Chipotle and get their wonderful brisket version of their bowl, which I love. But we can't even do that kind of stuff, man. Like, we're totally screwed, dude. And like, now golfing, people, more and more people around me are taking the yabba dabba do. So it's like, well, then
yeah, but
and you see the logo.
I can't say, oh, you took the mark. Oh, that's a good conversation while we're golfing. Like, what the hell, man? Like, we're surrounded, dude.
I talked to my wife, and we are kind of cool. But she's saying that, oh, I wish that I could be alive, until the age of 100 because of this and that. I'm like, what? But I at the same time, I keep telling like, hey, this is the end. The end is soon. The mark is already out there. And she's like, yeah, sure.
Right.
And like, she's like weird.
Rare.
Like she takes it as all as comedy. I think my stance. Because sometimes I say like that I am the Lord God also, because I'm crazy. But yeah.
I saw your video earlier, dude. That was bad funny. But yeah.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was kind of there was an original Facebook Live video to my friend Jeff. But anyway. But, always good like this.
But I sort of kind of really wish I had a bit of this, like 5% of this mindset throughout my whole life. It would have been more fun. Like, I wouldn't have taken everything so seriously, but
right.
It would have been, I wouldn't have studied as much. I would have had a better balance. I would have probably actually chased women more, but it would have been more fun. It wouldn't have been a big deal. So I don't know. My whole life I would have been more curious about the world. I probably would have traveled more and stuff. I wouldn't have saved, because like, what's the point? So I don't know. Like, yeah, but it is what it is. I think personalities like ours I'm extreme. So if I knew the earth was flat and stationary in high school, I would fight all my teachers to the tooth.
Right.
So we wouldn't function.
I would start an end times cold. Exactly. I mean,
we would be freaking hilarious trolls, dude. Like, I would literally just troll I actually planned this out. If I had a quiz like in physics when I used to talk about gravity and stuff, like I would just like write stupid. I bet you I would like write condescending things to my professor. So I'll be like, yeah, because the earth spins, I'll just like make up stuff. Like, I don't know how I would react, dude. I'd be literally, we're all sort of like on the edge mentally.
I want to say I want to say one funny thing. When I was in high school, so at that time I was only like 16, but at that time I didn't believe in God, of course, because, but anyway, so we were in a class of physics, and we were like a lesson about how the lightning is being formed and that kind of stuff. And I was telling my friends like, hey, dude, the lightning, that's the wrath of God, Yeah. And I didn't even it was a joke at the time, but like,
that's the way you're supposed to come. Yeah. With like all that stuff. So it's amazing, man. Like, as much as we're into the doctrine and all that, I think like our soul, we know, is from God. That's not going to change, whether Flat Earth Boxer's right, or I'm right, or we're both wrong, or whatever that is. So
yeah, I mean, I grew up in the most atheist country in the world, and I even back then I was like making jokes about it. Like when I was hanging around in front of a Catholic church with my friend, and we were getting drunk. I was saying like, hey, bro, we are blaspheming against the Most High God because we are in front of a church,
Yeah.
getting drunk. And even though I didn't believe in God at that
These
time.
churches are disgusting, man. Like if I actually I think like disrespecting them is like God's like great. Okay,
Right.
yeah, not bad, good. I appreciate
Right.
that.
That comes from a good set. That comes from a good intuition.
Right.
If you're hostile to Christianity, if you're hostile to these churches, that can't but come from like these pious people who dress. All the people, everyone that I like is deranged by the world's standards. Everyone. I
Yeah.
like. And when I go around, I hang around normal, upstanding, pleasant Christians
hell.
who are nice. They're disgusting, and I
Yeah.
hate them so
And
much.
it's
I want
cringe.
them to suffer.
Yeah.
I like making them suffer. I like making them feel as if I like when I speak and I talk about the Bible. When they feel as if the words coming out of my mouth are from a foreign God, I love that because it means that it's more like that God is not their God.
The flatterer's box are
Exactly, man.
Who would have thought at a young age we would stare at a building with other people? One person thinks it moves and the other one doesn't. Can you imagine that? Like, how the hell did we? How did we get here? Like, just what the frick, dude? And honestly, I want people to know, as angry as I come across on my channels, I'm 1,000 times more angry at God. That's why I can't post those videos, because it wouldn't be encouraging for other people's faith. But I'm pissed because the Bible says God did that to us. So it's not wrong to be angry. I'm not saying go and disrespect God. That's a bad idea. I may have to pay for what I said when I had that slip disc in my neck. I was very angry that I had to go through that. I couldn't sleep. I was literally like a walking zombie 24 hours a day for 3 months. And I was angry. But hopefully he can forgive that. But, we're ultimately angry at our creator because we're surrounded by billions of people who believe that the earth spins like thousands of miles per hour, dude. Like, what the?
That's pretty
But
bad.
also,
hell?
that would support the theory that we are indeed the fallen, like angels, right?
Mhm.
But we have rebelled in the past. That's why we are being punished. That's just like that. I cannot prove it from the Bible, but I think that's the case. Because how else? Why would we be punished unless we had done something in the previous life, like let's say a rebellion against God when we were angels?
Mhm.
But it's just a theory,
So this does speak to something. I think this helps articulate what I was trying to express earlier. If after the millennial reign or however this stuff works, so I don't want to go into all that. Whatever's at the end of this, we'll just be glorifying God, praising God, Kingdom Almighty, or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know what that would be like, because I could just be doing that all day, every day. I could just be singing Kavod Elohim, glory be to God, all day and whatever, just eating, stop to drink water. I could be doing that, but I don't do that. And my entire life, the things I've enjoyed, the things that give me pleasure and gratification of, most directly have been, like eating, drinking, the prospect of either sex or the prospect thereof, or fantasizing about these things and so on, things of earthly, satisfaction.
Yeah.
And
music.
Well, yeah, and music is actually a very good example. And also truth is probably the best one now. Like something true, like it makes my spine, like I can feel it in my nerves and all this stuff.
That's good.
And it's like, okay, well, that's all well and good. But when I try to think about and still part of me desires that, if when this all comes to pass, there's part of me that would like to, okay, well, could I just get to be in the kingdom in bodily form just until my flesh dies, so I could just live out having a family? I know you're saying you don't think it's so great, but I never experienced that.
Yeah, me either.
Could I have that and then die and then get the glorified body or something like this? Part of my mind bargains like that. At least, and it's like, but under the reign of Christ, that could be nice. And then I could, but if it's not this way, it's not this way. I could see, okay, maybe that's what happened to the fallen ones, what you're talking like. So the fallen ones, they're watchers, like in Ezekiel, they have eyes or something. And they saw the daughters of men, that they were fair. And they came down, took all, whatever, they kept not their first estate and all that. It's like, okay, well, that volition in my heart, that enticed the idea of like, okay, well, that would even delay having a glorified body and ruling and reigning with Christ, just so I could have just this normal basic thing that most people had up until the present modern weird age, just raising some goats in a family. Like if I'm willing to sacrifice, delay even for a second, the heavenly thing, just to have some semblance of the earthly thing.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Agreed. I'm the same way. And especially for other people, not that I'm the most selfless person, but if there's one person out there who is like really, really, really doesn't like it here, I don't want to interrupt that. And definitely not. Even if I was about to tee off at Augusta National on the first hole, I don't care. So no, that's fine. I have no issues. And I think to be fair, you know, like we also have to prepare for the Bible potentially not being true or not happening in our lifetime. I still think about that. You know, that's still a very real possibility, but less and less every day, honestly.
But my position is I would want to stay here only if I was completely free of suffering and
Agreed.
sickness.
Yeah, that's
which
what
I will never be, first of all, at least not here. Because I've asked God millions of times to heal me of my sicknesses, which
But
I
LoP,
cannot.
but that's because you're not praying in the name of Yahweh Bahashem.
Yeah, maybe I should try that, bro. In the name of
I'm just
Yahweh.
kidding. I'm just messing with you. I'm not trying to make light of your struggle.
But like back in 2012, I was like really desperate with my sickness, and I asked my friend, which is a witch, and he said like, you know, try to pray, you know, in the name of Diamond or something, Diamond, and that's like some of the you know, Sumerian god or something like that. I don't know, but he said I should try that, and I tried it, but didn't work. So I was like, okay.
I would suspect fasting is probably. I'm not saying it's easy because that's hard for me, but that might be the one thing that the Bible states that is likely to help. Like,
and it helped me in the past, but with my current situation, I tried it last time in 2017, and I couldn't do it more than 3 days. So I don't know, man.
What's your illness? What's the illness?
My illness? Well, I mean, I've been diagnosed with. Okay, first I was diagnosed with schizophrenia in 2008, and they keep on changing it because I got hospitalized second time in 2010.
If you don't want to, you don't have to share if you don't want to. Just so you know.
Then twice in 2012, and then they changed it kind of to schizoaffective disorder. And all kinds of and they kept changing even that, but like now they're saying it's symptoms of schizophrenia. So like they asked me, they told me the symptoms, and I said like, yeah, I have that. Yeah, I have that.
Well,
this one I don't have. So I had like 4 out of 7 or something like that symptoms of schizophrenia.
It's funny you say that, because when I talk to you, you sound normal, like relative to other people. Like,
because people don't know anything about mental illness.
I'm saying this to encourage you. Like, don't think that in any. Obviously, you know, you have episodes, and we all do. But there's people that are quote unquote like normal, and I'm looking at a monster.
Right.
Talk kind of thing. Stupid.
No, yeah, because the mentally ill people that you know I've met in the mental wards are like one of the most spiritual people. Yeah. So I mean, 100%. They know more than your people that are like in the corporate world, or I mean about the spiritual. I mean, obviously, and I mean I agree that some of them are like, you know, they cannot talk properly. They have you know, what do you call those kind of the tics, you know, like Tourette's. Not tics, the
Tourette's.
Like they are like closing their eyes and like the facial expressions, and seizures and all that kind of, and they cannot talk, they slur their speech. And I don't have these kind of things. I have more the negative things like panic attacks where I feel like I'm dying and I have all the sickness in the world, or you know, I just have nausea all the time when I eat, or if I don't eat. If I don't eat, I have a stomach pain. If I eat, then I have even bigger stomach. It's just hell, man. So I have these kind of schizophrenia symptoms, not those like, you know, when I cannot talk properly or that kind of shit.
Right. No, I get it. I think that it's really, if we understand things about psychology, is that the quote unquote truth actually puts you in a situation where you actually become more and more sick and more confused, and that's okay. I think that that's totally fine. You know, I think that that's what Christ says, that he literally only comes for the sick. So I agree that you can learn more in a mental institution than you will in a church. Okay, you're not going to learn a damn thing. So they're very spiritual people. Why? Because they need God. They need God to understand the complexity of what they go through. And that's essentially what the cry of my channel is. Every day I'm extremely bored, first and foremost, but I also see an incredible amount of evil and suffering. I don't want that. Okay, like, well, I don't want that to continue. So
I hate it, man. My daughter was just sick, and I just was like asking, to stop because she kept on vomiting. She had some flu,
right.
and I was like, like why she has to suffer? Not like put it on me. I don't care anymore because like
Yeah.
yeah, but like
That's amazing, man. I think that's why, in a
very cool.
way, to be a parent like would scare me because I'm so unstable. I can't even imagine what can I pass on to some
Yeah,
young
I had like a
person.
panic attack
Right.
from it. Like I started crying on or that, but
Right.
my
LOP,
wife
I
is
cry every
stronger
day,
than me
man. No, I'm
because
just kidding.
she
I
is
don't. But
my wife is a strong woman. So
that's great. That's
yeah.
great. No, you know a lot, man. I think that experience that you have, to me, honestly, if I had something like that happen to me, I also probably wouldn't be here because I'm not recommending that for people, but that's how unstable I am. And somebody asked me once because they've had a spiritual experience and they were like, yo, you never had anything that because you're on YouTube teaching all the time. And I'm like, I don't think I could handle that. Honestly, like if flat earth was enough for me, like, so, that's an amazing thing, man, to cherish that taste of heaven, so to speak.
Yeah, so basically after that I was just basically sharing my story with people who were like atheists to kind of like try to convince them that I have experienced this and like try to follow the steps that I did, which was basically well many things, but mainly focusing on the Bible and the teachings of the Christ, and it was also connected with being in love, but and all many things actually,
Here's a
fasting
question
and
from the chat,
sleep
which is related.
deprivation. Excuse
Yeah,
me.
this is sort of related, LOP. This is a good question from Sunny G. Are all diseases a judgment from God? An innocent child suffering and dying from cancer is a fulfillment of the verse, God punishes children for the sin of parents, question mark. That's a good
Well,
question.
I would say I don't know actually, but it says I know the verse she's referring to, that the
The iniquity of the,
yeah, prepares. I know I remember it.
that one.
Prepare
Yeah,
slaughter for the children for the iniquity of their fathers. So
right, exactly.
that is, but it doesn't really go along with the other scriptures, which like fathers sons shall not be put to death for the sins of their father. So it doesn't. It's a bit of contradiction, no?
Yeah, it's
kind of hard to say.
Yeah, I have an answer. I don't think that it's going to be very, very like sensitive, but
Try to say it.
well, I don't know. Flat Earth, do you have a position on that? I don't know if you heard that, what I read.
So I was reading the chat, but sorry, I'm guessing it's something to do with based on was like the fact that says maybe it says some people inherit the sins of their fathers, but it says the God shall not visit the sins of the fathers on somebody.
Yeah, but the question was more generally like why a quote innocent child who, a lot of them haven't sinned, obviously. How can they get cancer and die or something like that?
It says the wicked are estranged from the womb, and come out
like
speaking
that one.
lies. That's what it says.
That's
But
true.
I don't know. I mean, God, like the aborted children, I'm guessing they go to heaven, or I don't know. I don't know, man. I just got here.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I think that I don't know if
David says he knows his son. You'll see his son in heaven or something like that. So
yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that story. Yeah. When David,
no one is born innocent. We know that from the Bible. So it's not. This is where reincarnation again. It's not the only answer to this, but just know that that's fundamentally true. That just know that. So it's not. I'm not trying to put a Band-Aid on a stab wound kind of thing, but just know that that's true, that if there is an energy inside of us, the God of the Bible is indeed recycling them. And that's why those judgments can take place in future generations, because we potentially are sleeping in the very bed that we made, literally. So, but no one fundamentally has died innocently on this earth except Jesus Christ. That's the Bible narrative.
Right.
So, but I'm not saying that that's easy to understand, but that's what it is. And so reincarnation is only one tool to help us understand that. But also that person that Christ healed, the disciples even asked him, why was this man born blind? Was it because of the sins of his parents? And he said, no, it was strictly for this moment. So that person, when I say a person's an actor, it doesn't mean that they're evil. It just means that God needed that character to do that particular task. And so that person was not there because of sins. He was there for that moment in history, in this movie, for us to then, like Christ said in that experience, for the power of God to be displayed. So that's ultimately what's happening. Is it scary to know that God would use evil to demonstrate his power? Yeah. all three of us, we don't like that. I was like, well, that's not our idea. Okay. So I'm not trying to be flippant about it, but we didn't come up with that. And so, and it's okay if we don't understand that. That's, if you have the answer to that, you're completely lost. Okay. No, you don't understand that. So,
It's
but that's
just
what the
guesswork. Yeah.
yeah, it's just it's too brilliant for us to imagine. But ultimately, we would have to believe even the incredible evil that was inflicted upon Christ had to be divine. How is that possible? How can God put his own son on the cross and do that? And why do it in such a gruesome way? We wouldn't be upset. Okay, like we don't need him to die. We personally don't need that. We would worship him strictly because of the things that he said and did prior to that. I would. No, I have no issues with that. But there's got to be something about that for what people to understand. God is. That's why we teach and we know that the God is behind good and evil. So he put his own son on the cross as a result of the evil that he infused into the world. We're a part of it, no doubt, and we have to seek forgiveness for that. But know that there's something else going on. Okay, I want people to be comforted by this. Don't take all the evil in the world and put it on your shoulders. Okay, you didn't do that. You didn't come up with the mark of the beast and the evil of the ball earth and all that kind of stuff. You didn't do that. And so just be okay with it. Really fine. God did.
Well, my friend Alex, he's teaching that, although we didn't do that, but he said we should feel all the evil in the world upon ourselves, just as Christ did, to go through everything that Christ did. That's what he's teaching. But it's kind of a
It's too heavy. It's too heavy to do that.
It is, but that's why he's
Yeah, I think that's too much. I think that's where Christ says his burden is actually light, and that's true. It has to be.
He bore our sin on his.
Yeah, that's why his teaching. I would say it's pretty off, his teachings.
Yeah,
I got a cool numerological find. If you go to,
let's hear it.
Revelation. Back to Revelation chapter 4 with the 4 and 20 elders. So which is to say 24 elders. Revelation chapter 4. It would be. Oh, okay. And round about the throne, there were 4. Oh, this is crazy. Revelation 4:4.
Yeah.
Round about the throne, there were 4 and 20 seats, and upon the seats, I saw 4 and 20 elders sitting, clothed in white raiment, and they had on their head crowns of gold.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you go then to 1 Chronicles chapter 24.
Yeah.
And then go to verse 4. 1 Chronicles.
This Bible was not constructed by man. I think we know that on this. Yeah. So just know that.
So this is the priestly divisions of the temple of David, and David distributed them, both Zadok and the son of Eleazar and Ahimelech, the sons of Ithamar, according to the officers of their service. I'm at 3, now to 4. Mm-hmm. And there were more chief men found of the sons of Eleazar than the sons of Ithamar, and thus they were divided among the sons of Eleazar. There were 16 chief men of their house or their fathers, and 8 among the sons of Ithamar, according to the house of their fathers. And they were divided by lot, one sword with another, for the governors of the sanctuary and the governors of the house of God were of the sons of Eleazar and the sons of Ithamar. So bam, 16 plus 8, 24. First Chronicles 24, Revelation chapter 4:4. And then there's 12 signs of the zodiac, the priestly courses. They had 2 courses per year. So that's a division of the heaven would be 2 per month. Solar month would be 4 weeks. So if they're both working, every priest basically works twice a month. Sorry, twice a year. And so that's the division of the sun over the course of 2 weeks. Bam.
Dude, I don't know how many books can be constructed on just the numerology. That in 1 Chronicles 24:4, that's incredible. And so there's no way that this is
24:4, Revelation 4:4.
Yeah, and Revelation 13:4 is the elect. Really? Come on, dude. No, stop. This was constructed without a doubt.
There's one verse where, talking about David's mighty men. If you remember that chapter, I think it's from Samuel, and it's also all of the Samuel is repeated in the book of Chronicles, right?
Yeah.
And it's talking about of the 3, he was more valiant than the first 3. Albeit he didn't attain unto the first 3. He was one of the 3 And how did he not attain unto the first three? This never made sense to me. Like it seems like God was trolling a bit there. You know what I mean? I might pull it up if you don't believe me that
Yeah,
it's
no,
it really,
you can bring it out. That's fine.
yeah. Let me pull it up because like it says it's kind of funny. And
Definitely 24 is like 44, just like 23 is 33. So that's 24 is a special number without a doubt, because of the 24 elders, but also because 24 is 44. So we know that now. And Revelation 14:4 and Isaiah 66:15, and I don't even know how long of a list I can make. They're there specifically. And 33 is an important number, and so is 66, of course. So
I just listened to that chapter a few days ago, so it will be in my iTunes. So I'm gonna find it. Hold on.
yeah, no rush.
Yeah,
I don't think there's no doubt at this point, that we're dealing with the Word of God here. The only question is really when, not if, at this point, for pretty much everything. So that's amazing.
Yeah, I posted on Twitter that if America still exists by 2024, we're gonna have a hard time. And I was saying this very as meekly as I could, as uncontroversially as I could, in order to keep up appearances to some extent with these people. And I have my reasons to longshore and blah blah. But I said, this is how I said it. And then so many people thought this was controversial, and I was actually surprised by the degree to which people thought that was controversial.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like. And then I'd ask them, like, okay, so at what point does the Bible become false for you? And these were people who when I asked them, okay, do you believe the earth was made in 6 days?
I love that
basic
question.
Basic stuff. And they would say, well, listen, I mean, okay, so you already think the Bible's a lie, but you're getting mad at me?
Yeah.
Like, in what sense do you believe the earth was made after the grass? I mean, sorry, do you think the sun was made after the grass or not? They would say, well, I mean, it's a metaphor. Okay, in what sense is it true? It's true in a spiritual sense. Okay, spiritually, in what sense is it true the sun was made after the grass? And they have no answer, and then they will still dare to rebuke me for suggesting that I'm holding the Bible to any standard of truth, veracity.
Yeah.
As if I'm the evil one for taking God at his word.
Yeah. Dude, were you brought back to the Bible with flat earth, or were you always a Bible person in general?
When I was I went to Catholic school when I was like in kindergarten and first grade.
Okay.
And then I saw the Prince of Egypt when I was in like second grade. And I got into ancient Egyptian stuff, and I was reading the book of Exodus, and I was like, oh, this is all very interesting. And then I saw God just slaying the Midianites, and like I'm like, that's a little intense.
Yeah.
That's much.
Yeah.
And then I was like, okay, I'm done. And then like by third grade, I was pretty much a secular atheist. And by fourth and fifth grade, I was 100% atheist. Sixth grade, I was a communist. And seventh grade, it's like existentialist. And
jeez, dude.
That's cool. Hey, I just found the verse, guys.
Just the fact that you would know those words at that age is kind of impressive. But go ahead, LoP, what's up?
Yeah, so it's First Chronicles chapter 11,
okay.
Verse. Okay, I found it. Verse. Damn it. Verse 20, I think. No, verse 21. Like, I'll read the verse 20 and 21 as well, because it's connected. And Abishai, the brother of Joab, was chief of the three for lifting up his spear against 300. He slew them and had the name among the three. Of the three, he was more honorable than the two, for he was their captain. Howbeit, he attained not to the first three. Like, what? He was from the three, but he didn't attain to the first three? This doesn't make any sense. This is God trolling or something. I don't know.
I gotta read that, man. Can you send that again? What was the
First Chronicles chapter 11, and just read the whole chapter, because the whole chapter is pretty funny. I especially listen to it with with the narration of the King James Bible. Is funny. Like, I laugh at this chapter because it has the names of like Maharai the Nephathathite, Heled the son of Baana the Netophathite, Ittai the son of Ribai. It's just funny.
The reason I like when I talk with you and End Times Teacher and FEB and others is that I just look for the sequence. So that's why I was very curious. So I'm going to look for that, but I'll read it and I'll email you what I think. But
your English is amazing, because I could have read that in English and just my brain would have gone like, I don't know what I just read, but my ego's not going to let me accept that I didn't understand what I just read. I would just continue the next verse and not even get the joke. It's amazing that you read that and then was able to logically. That's just.
Wait,
LOP's a
you mean the King James language, bro?
Your English is, I mean, your ability to understand, your reading comprehension in
No, because
what's obviously not your first language is really good.
LOP's
no, because
British.
I've been reading the King James Version Bible since 2007 every year, basically. So that's why I understand the the 17th century English very well. So.
Dude, God definitely has a sense of humor, no doubt. Like, you know, because he's behind the left-hand side. He created trolls or whatever you want to call them. But yeah, he's there. There's clearly, you know, he invented humor, and there, I do believe that, you know, if you were to interact with Christ on a personal level, he's not going to be freaking dead serious all the time. There's no way. There's no way that's his personality, because then other people wouldn't want to hang out with him. They'll be like, dude, that guy's stiff as a board. Like, I don't want to talk.
Yeah.
So clearly he's not like that. So, but we do live in very serious times without a doubt. So, and the Old Testament is loaded with killing. And that's why it was hard for me as a person reading it at the beginning to grip it. I'm like, why is he so mad? You know, like, it's not funny, but like, I'm like, dude, what the hell is this? Like, that's why the Bible went from fairy tales to reality, like, quick to me, you know, and we all had to deal with that in different speeds, but you know, it's okay to say, like, we don't know why he's that mad. Like, the reality is, if I were to be honest with myself, I don't know why I should be exempt from any of that stuff that's going to happen. Like, why? Because I have a YouTube channel? Wow, that's a great accomplishment. Like, that doesn't mean anything. So it's okay for us to talk like that. If we're exempt, we're exempt. It's what it is. So we didn't do anything to deserve it.
Yeah, because like back in 2010, I found the site Skeptic Annotated Bible, and I was like, you know, it points out all the like basically, you know, God being evil stuff in a way. And I was like, I had panic attacks from, because I used to believe, oh, God is only love and stuff like that. And then I was like, you know, I literally had a panic attack, and I had to be not confined, but like my parents had to force medication on me and like stuff like that, because I was panicking. I was like shaking all over. So yeah, it was crazy. And just from reading the Bible, I was like, you know, oh my God, God killed everybody. All these, you know, the slaughter of the Old Testament, the genocides. Yeah. Right. So
here's the deal.
Freaked me out, man.
No, it's a bloodbath. I don't know what else to say, man. In the Old Testament, and certainly that's why it is difficult sometimes to reconcile Christ's teaching with the Book of Revelation, because why didn't he do it then? You know, people would ask, like, well, what's the difference? Okay, if you're angry at the end, why weren't you angry then, kind of thing. But we have to understand that that's why it's important for us to know that we're in a movie, and this whole movie is for us to understand the way God is. It has to be, if there is a God, okay, which obviously we know that there is. But Luke 6:32, for if ye love them which love you, what thank have ye? For sinners also love those that love them. So God's going to hold himself to that very standard. So in order for God then to not be a hypocrite, he has to then demonstrate this verse with his son. And so he has to then love those who hate him. And so everything that God says, he's not a hypocrite. He has to then show us. God could sit there and lecture us all day, do this, do that. I'll be like, God, that's what God's left-hand side does. Do this, do that. They don't demonstrate any of the things that they care about or whatever. That's his left-hand side. Okay. God's right-hand side are consistent. They'll say this, and then Christ will show it. Okay. How can somebody who's being brutalized that much even have any breath left, but he's asking for them to be forgiven? And some of them will be through reincarnation, because they're Israelites. So that's an amazing thing to think about. So that's the supreme ethic. God is not a liar. He's not a hypocrite. I honestly feel like God can deal with a lot of sins, every single sin. But once a person lies, then that's very sinister. He can't deal with that. He cannot. So that's the amazing thing about the God of the Bible. Everything that he says has to come true. It has to.
Yeah, but I think like if a person like is a sinner and that kind of stuff, then I think that God like gives them at least like a happier life than those that seek God and are more spiritual. Like they have more, you know, they have less sickness, or they are mentally more, you know, less tormented mentally. They are pretty much happy. They have a lot of entertainment stuff, sex and pleasure and all that stuff.
Yeah.
True.
Like money, you know, they have big houses, they have cars and whatnot. So like he gave them that, but then, you know,
it's amazing, man. Like it's I don't know, man. Like I actually, for the first time in my life, sort of feel like a quote unquote Christian, and not the cringe kind, but like I never really felt like one. I just felt like I was like going through the motions. But you know, in these last days, like I don't lean on all of them. I'm not like a superstar, but it's kind of amazing when we read these words. We're like, damn, like it's actually true. Like it's actually consistent, you know, and it's like it actually has a logic behind it. It's fascinating. Just the structure of the Bible is absolutely incredible. The numerology and the consistency from Old Testament to New Testament, even though it's been painted as a different God and a very different God, we realize, no, it's exactly the same one. It's amazing. So we have a lot of reason to understand that the God is consistent from beginning to end, even the Apocrypha, for sure. So we're on the right team, man. Bad time to be a Muslim, bad time to be a Buddhist, a Hindu, okay?
But I'll say this: I think, I think Buddhists are, closer than like these Christians. Most of them,
without a doubt,
because like they are, at least they are, abstaining from, they are kind of meditating and
they're not in it for the money.
Living, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so
exactly. 100%.
They are more closer to God than.
Dude, I'd go to a freaking yoga retreat before I'd go to a freaking Bible camp or something like that with those Christians. Hell no. No, I'd rather go and do yoga. That'd be fine. So, yeah, definitely.
Wait, somebody referenced Psalms to me, Psalm 73. Let me pull that up. Let me pull it up on Bible Hub. Bible Gateway.
Last night I went to the world's oldest synagogue in America, and these people, I told them about the eclipses and the signs and the UFOs. They were not having it. They politely shut up and try to make me feel very awkward.
Guaranteed.
Can I just read the verse that Sunny G referred to me?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Okay, I will read it. So Psalm 73, truly God is good to Israel, even to such as are of clean heart. But as for me, my feet were almost gone. My steps had well nigh slipped. For I was envious at the foolish when I saw the prosperity of the wicked. For there are no bands in their death, but their strength is firm. They are not in trouble as other men, neither are they plagued like other men. Yeah, that's what I was kind of like saying with the thing that, the wicked, they prosper right now, and they are, Yeah, that's a very good verse from Sunny G. But
that's what's incredible about the times that we live in now. It's like even the upper middle class, they're struggling because all their businesses are closed and stuff. So it's like, it's not funny, but like it's like this is why the times that we live in are unique. It's like, and I'm not envious of an NBA player because look what they got to go through just to freaking play basketball. So I don't want to be one of them. So this is like there's no better time to just take all of our spiritual chips, okay, and place them in the Bible. That's amazing.
Right.
It's amazing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wow. But that's a good verse, though. I like that.
Yeah.
Sons like Revelation 14, 1-5. This is great. And look, and I looked, and lo, and behold, a lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his father's name written in their foreheads. Wait a minute. I thought that was Yahweh, whatever the Rakah Kradash or whatever the hell these people are talking about. How come they keep saying in the Bible there's a new name? What's up with that? Having his father's name written on their foreheads. Why don't they just say Yahushai or whatever?
It's Samuel Owen.
Yeah. And I heard a voice from heaven as the voice of many waters and the voice of a great thunder. And I heard the voice of harpers harping with their harps. And they sung as it were a new song before the throne and before the four beasts and the elders. And no man could learn that song but the 144,000 which were redeemed from the earth. I just find it funny that people in general say, even like Mark Sargent and all these people, oh, no, there is no rapture in the Bible. Oh, really? Okay. It's pretty much everywhere. But that's kind of cool. So I've heard that so many times.
No, the word rapture is not in the Bible. That is correct.
I agree.
It's yeah.
It's just funny that people it's kind of like ballers, like, oh, why does it fall? Why does it fall? They keep going back to that. It's like so stupid, man. It's like you don't have to believe the Bible if you don't want to, but don't make absurd claims that it doesn't talk about a group being delivered or whatever. So
No, but the atheists, they say, "Oh, we all evolved from fish." Well, how is that more retarded than the Bible? It's
Agreed.
not. It's more
Agreed.
retarded than the
Agreed.
Bible, actually.
It requires more faith in statistics, which I mean, statistics.
Yeah, and actually, it's funny because they say we, like humans, all came from fish, basically. And what the Jesus always said, like, "I make you fishers of men." So it kind of also subliminally ties into.
Yeah, that's why people gotta understand. We know that God's behind both sides, so God's left-hand side are just as spiritual to some extent as God's right-hand side, because like they know the opposite of the truth. So that's still information, and they're going to use language that right-hand side.
This is the problem with this. That's the problem with the horoscopic astrology. So if you're it's still in the game of like talking to people, and for whatever reason, when someone tells you that they have, you can download an app called Skyview, and Skyview allows you to show any time in history where the sun was, or where anything in the sky was at any given time. You just point at that place. Well, when people say that their sun sign, what they mean is, when they say you're an Aquarius or you're a Pisces or whatever, what they mean is, what's being said is that the sun was inside of that constellation during that time of the year, during that day of the year you were born, and it moves to a different constellation roughly every 30 days, depending on the size of the zodiac sign. The problem is that every like 1500 years or so, there's something called precession of the equinox, so basically the spring equinox will be after, let's say at the beginning of time around 3700 whatever BC, the spring equinox was inside the horns of Taurus. Well, by the time the 1400 years after that, or something, like more than that, but let's say about 1400 years after that, the Israelites leave. They left like 2000 years. Anyway, they leave Egypt. Well, at that point the spring equinox had moved into Aries, the ram. Okay, well, so if you're saying so that means if back in the day during Adam's time, if you're thinking that you're a Taurus on May 22nd, well, now May 22nd you're in Aries. And so when you show someone says when they say their sun sign is this and that, well, it has nothing to do with where the sun was in the sky the day you were born, because they're making reference to the positions of the sun during a time where the sun was in a completely different place, where the sun would be in a different place at that time of the year. It's just completely bonkers and made up. And then even this age of Aquarius thing, the spring what they mean is, at the beginning, the spring equinox was in Taurus, so that was the age of Taurus, and that's why they deified the bull god. Then after that, the spring equinox came to be in Aries, and that's why you'll see like the Assyrians, they have a lot of like the rams in front of their gates and stuff, these ram statues. Right. And then with Jesus, it's crazy. The spring equinox had moved from Aries to the fish, to the Pisces, in the 1st century AD. And then
that's the symbol of Christianity, I guess.
Right, the fish.
Right.
To begin the new age.
Yeah, the symbolism's deep, man. And I think the stuff in the firmament, man, that's no joke, because that's what the Israelites were all about. They're not gonna just look around all the earth with a bunch of retards. No, they're gonna look at the skies, the firmament. They're gonna freaking pay attention to everything. So why are the Hebrew Israelites getting freaking lapped by all these us individuals? So what's up with that? Okay.
Right.
So what's going on? Well, what is that? What's the conclusion? Well, God's hiding his truth in individuals. That's what's happening. And we're proof of that.
But I wanted to mention only one verse that connects to the signs in heaven. Like God said, be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them.
Exactly.
I'm just paraphrasing. I mean, I'm not reading that. I'm just
dismayed? That's exactly the verse. That's exactly what's going on. It's like, why is a Russian quote unquote Edomite? Okay, maybe he looks white. Why is the guy freaking running laps around everybody? Okay, give me a break. So what's going on here? Well, it's clearly that God's people are exactly what the Bible says, speckled throughout the earth. That's what it says. Okay.
Hey, what's your point about a Russian bit? I didn't get. Sorry.
No, he's a Russian. He's a quote unquote white person. I'm speaking out against the quote unquote Hebrew Israelites, who are basically in this race baiting kind of language or whatever. But what we know now is God's people look exactly like this panel that we have right now. Okay, that's what the evidence of it is by the way that we're speaking. That's what I want people. People come by here understand that. But no, it's not a white person's God or a black person's God or Indian person's God. Give me a break. So we know by what people say and what they're interested in, whether God is backing them or not, right? That's proof here. So I'm speaking out against these structures. So we've debunked the 501c3 church easily. Now we've successfully debunked them. And so this is where we're at. God is going to collect the outcast, what the Bible says in many, many places. So if you're an outcast, like Flat Earth Boxer says that he is, and I know LoP and me are, like, well, that's great. Okay, perfect. That's excellent. So we have a good chance. We'll see.
Your brethren that hated you, that cast you out for my name's sake, saying, "Let the Lord be glorified." But the Lord shall appear to your joy, and they shall be ashamed. A voice of the Lord from the city, from the temple. A voice of the Lord that renders recompense to his enemies. For before Zion travailed, she brought forth her children. Shall I bring? It goes. That's Isaiah 66.
Yeah.
The nation be born at once.
I'm going to put the link in the chat if anybody wants to join. We got 2 Liter J. Just don't do anything gross. That's all I ask.
ETT always mentions Isaiah chapter 66 because it says about the mice and the pork and the broth of abominable things.
He doesn't even understand what that means. He doesn't.
And he doesn't. Yeah. It doesn't mean what it doesn't mean what he thinks it means.
No, it definitely.
Wait, can you guys clarify that? What's going on? What's going on?
Well, just read that. It says, those that purify themselves in the garden and eating swine's flesh and mice and the broth of abominable things shall be all consumed together, saith the Lord. I'm just saying it from my head because I got memorized a few things.
No, that's good. I mean, he brings it out every single video, so it's like it makes sense.
But he's saying like mice sandwich, but that's not really what it's talking about.
Isaiah 66:17 is what he's referring to. They that sanctify themselves and purify themselves in the gardens behind one tree in the midst, eating swine's flesh, and the abomination and the mouse shall be consumed together, saith the Lord. And so,
yes,
no doubt that eating pork is against the law, without a doubt. That's also, we have to understand a destruction in the last days. So it has to relate to the mark of the beast. So you do the math. Okay, so we know what it means. So that's what it is, and we know what's in those things. So
people gonna be hungry too.
That's what it is. So.
That's interesting. Yeah. This Isaiah 66:17 is another one that proves that the King James specifically is inspired, because if you read the Hebrew in Isaiah 66:17, the word tree is not in there, and there's nothing really in the context that would lead someone to go, okay, behind one. It says behind one in the midst. It's like, okay, one what? Well, I suppose a tree, but it could be a bush, it could be a totem, it could be a statue, it could be an image. But they said tree. Well, there's only like 3 religions where anyone's in anywhere sanctifying themselves. There's pretty much everyone's a Christian now, as someone stated, as ETT stated, and I'm sad that I have to admit that he said something true. He said like, okay, well, and I was driving out of Philadelphia, and I'm looking around, I'm like, everyone, it's pretty much what everyone's a Christian. Like, where are these other religions? Because I was listening to about the condition, the spiritual state, the state of the religion in ancient Rome. There are cults of Diana, cults of Artemis, cults of Zeus, cults of Mercury, cults of that. Yeah, it's like, but it's really the same, because there's just different brands of false Christianity, and it's like, all right, well, why am I saying this? Oh, because that is what's going on. People are purifying themselves and sanctifying themselves in gardens behind one tree. Well, the tree, Jesus was slew and hanged on a tree. The cross is a tree. And
it's deeper than simply just eating pork, without a doubt. Like there's something.
It's the whole religious practice of hypocrisy.
Yeah. I would take that interpretation, or I would take it's literally referring to the mark of the beast, because we know what's in that. So something like that. Anyway, I want people to know, like, at times teacher, he's right on a few things, but just don't take it too seriously, okay? All white people did not come from one baby. Really? Get out of here.
And then there was a twin brother to a black guy, and we don't. How? It's just so stupid.
It's retarded.
How can white people be Edomites if we do not have the same haplotype?
I'd be more inclined to believe Tahar's an Edomite than anybody, any white person or whatever. I'll be like, Tahar's an Edomite. So look for.
No, also what they're saying is complete nonsense. That Jacob is the Hebrew Israelites which are supposedly black, and then Esau is his brother, and he's Edom, right? Edomites are from, and like, so Jacob and what's his wife, Sarah, or no, Rebecca. Yeah. I mean, Isaac and his wife.
Simple. It doesn't surprise me that they.
He has one son that is white and one son that is black. That makes no sense, right?
Explain to me then why all the white people. Explain to me why all the quote white people are bringing out the flat Earth. Why? Like, how do you explain that? Are you kidding me? Like, I'm not saying, we're not, in there, different colors, but how do you explain that? Okay.
Esau had 3 black wives.
So it doesn't make sense. But, I'm not saying that there are not evil people in the flat earth. Of course, we know that there are actors and stuff, but it's not that simple. And I would say, I'll be honest with you, the most important truth, if I were to put it in one bucket, is the flat stationary earth. I wouldn't do these live streams if I didn't know that. I certainly wouldn't do them as fervently, and I wouldn't be as clear about what the mark is. I'll be like, man, I don't know, but I know it's the next thing. You'd be like, dude, the next thing that they're about to do that's worldwide, I'm not doing it. That's what we were all waiting for as flat earthers, right? Because we know that evil's not going to stop. You know what? I'll push pause on this. We'll let you flat earthers just chill for a couple of generations. Are you kidding me? That's not going to happen. So, that truth is absolutely precious to me. And that came from, let's look at the list. What do we got? Russian vids, quote unquote, white person, Russian, Nathan Oakley, Ranty, Mark Sargent, Rob Skiba. What's going on? So where's the Hebrews? All those people make fun of the flat earth. So what's going on here? There's got to be something else going on, clearly.
Japheth being large, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's to trace it back, like it would be cool, but I think that also would be overwhelming because then we look at all these people so differently. You know what I mean? Like it would be another form of division, and we already have so much division, so it would actually make us mental.
But it would all go back to Noah and his 3 sons, right? So
yeah.
We all came from them, so but it doesn't mean that like one of his sons were black, one Asian, and one white. Like what? No,
it's too complicated.
I don't know. It's weird, right?
Yes.
It's not that complicated.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know, man. Like I just find that funny, dude. Like I never bought into that whole like, I'm gonna start putting E as the devil and all that. I'm like, well, how the hell does somebody fall for that, man? In the times that we live in now, that's absolutely ridiculous. If you've been recruited to go and say that Esau's the devil, you're mentally retarded. I'll say that right now.
Job was an Edomite.
The best word, mentally retarded.
Is that what they teach?
Job? No, I mean it's a matter of fact. Job was an Edomite.
Really?
Wait, Job was one of the oldest. It's the oldest book from the Bible.
It's pre-Torah, yeah. It's pre.
Yeah.
Where are you getting that from, FEB? What verse, or how do you come to that?
Yeah,
conclusion?
so there's a number of hints in it. So in the first place, you have Teman and Eliphaz, who are contemporaries of Job. And Teman is a descendant of, Teman in the first place, Teman is, it means Yemen in Hebrew. And okay. Teman is southern Arabia. And southern Arabia, again, was where also dwelt Eliphaz. And even just the names, the way they sound, Eliphaz is Alphaz, Alphaz. It's just Arabic Hebrew. Because Arabic is a dialect of Hebrew, and that's where you get Aramaic down the line, blah, blah, which becomes Arabic. And then you have, Eliphaz I think is a son of Esau. And then if you in the Septuagint, there's a verse after the last verse, what's in the Masoretic, which makes it clear that Job is in fact Jobab, King Jobab, who is a descendant of Esau. Mm-hmm. And it's also written in a dialect of Hebrew that is an Edomite dialect.
Yeah.
It's not
I mean, there's a lot of characters. Man. There's a lot of characters in the Bible who are not Israelites that God loves, without a doubt, and they're great faith. So that doesn't surprise me. And I just looked it up online. I never realized that there's a.
Yeah, I mean, God said Job was the most righteous man on the earth at that time.
He's up there for sure.
And he was not. And you're saying he was, not, he was from Edom.
Yeah.
Those Israelites are full of shit. I don't know how to say that in a different way, man. They're full of like so much. It's overflowing. First of all, if you're not a flat stationary earth, there you're extremely suspect.
This would kind of prove Samuel Owen because Job was the most righteous, and Sam is there saying, "I'm the Edomite warlord judge, bow before me."
Samuel Owen, dude, is just absolutely wild, man. But. Yeah, man, all those groups fundamentally, that's again why I would consider Samuel Owen being the Son of Man before I believe End Times Teachers the Two Witnesses, without a doubt. I would go to Samuel Owen's channel. I'm not believing that the Hebrew Israelites are the Two Witnesses. Absolutely not. No,
he can be fun.
Yeah, I mean he knows something about the shape that not everybody knows, so that he's closer to the truth than the spinning ball earthers. So no, I reject that. That's absolutely crazy. I will never worship a God who's fulfilling Revelation 11 with that clown show on the streets. No, will not. So
modern Ethiopians are most likely descendant of Edomite stock. The modern Ethiopians, they speak a language they're called Amhara. They speak a language called Amharic, which is a Semitic language, not a Cushitic language. Dinka people, the modern, what they call the Sudanese, like those are Cushitic people. Those are actually those are the Ethiopians of the biblical age. Even as late as the New Testament, when it talks about Queen Candace that would be Queen Kandake, who is that would have been more of a Sudanese woman than what they call Ethiopians today. What they call Ethiopians today, those are people from Sheba and Himyar, and, which would be southern Arabia. Those
Queen
are Yemen
Sheba,
former.
The from Solomon, story.
Queen of Sheba, I don't remember if she was from the kingdom of Sheba or if she was a Kush.
Yeah, I thought you meant the Queen Sheba with the story of Solomon.
The infidelity, the King David.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, not King David.
Okay.
That was Bathsheba, but Queen Sheba was the one that came to King Solomon to seek his wisdom. And
I know what you're talking about.
Brought gifts. If you remember that story,
right.
Yeah, so those would have been a Semitic people, those weren't Ethiopians. Yeah, those people would have been a Semitic people from roughly southern Arabia, even to the Horn of Africa.
Dude, freaking Flat Earth Boxer is mad funny. You would like this. Tahar believes people are Israelites based on how well they box and how good they are at singing. And that's what he'll literally post. Like, hey, this person, I like their singing. Are they an Israelite? And he's really into boxing. So he's like, oh, this person's a great boxer. They're probably an Israelite. Like, how stupid is that, man? Like, are you kidding
I hate
me?
that nigger, bro.
He's so dumb, dude. Like, are you kidding me? Pick I'm not saying that those things.
Wait, he's
like,
is he black?
He's like a light skin. I think what people would call him light skin, but that's end times teacher spiritual father, just so you know. So,
but end times teacher is white, and he's half Mexican, half white.
Yeah,
it's clearly white. So don't call him.
That's why the deceptions to me are so ridiculous. Like, it's better to just laugh at nonsense than have an opinion on it. That's that's my opinion. It's like, it kind of makes it sort of obvious what's true about the Bible, because the stupidity of the ball earthers makes the flat earth. I mean, we have no choice. It's like, well, I mean, I can't go with those people because they're stupid. So, I mean, it has to be this. So that's the way it is.
Yeah, and even the concave Earth is less retarded than the ball Earth.
100%, without a doubt. Sam knows some things that we probably don't even know what the hell he's saying, kind of thing. So yeah, without a doubt, it would just take like 6 months to figure it out, because like he'll tell you like one thing a month or something, like because he's yelling at you, calling you like a chimp or
because you gotta go to the original man. Lord Stephen Christ, he laid it out perfectly, and he speaks in a better, like, he has a charisma more than Sam, or he had, he's prison
I think
now.
It's the same with Arwen. Like, Arwen's kind of an esoteric, kind of spiritual flat earther, and he has this rectangular looping. I used to make fun of it.
God,
I don't know. Like, I'm not saying that that's true, but I think once in a while these people will say things that you're like, and even Mark Sargent talked about an alien invasion, and he wrote a book. It's like, why would Mark Sargent talk about that if he's not into the Bible, unless he knows some things? So
no, Mark Sargent is a believer in God, though.
I mean, he is, but he doesn't really go Bible so much. But you're right.
Okay,
without a doubt, you're right. He's affiliated with the Bible.
Oh, but have you? Do you guys know about that Ivor Anon guy?
Never.
He had that flat Earth documentary part. Is eight parts of it. It's a huge documentary about the history. It's called The Lost History of the Flat Earth, and it might be still on YouTube, but it's definitely on BitChute and these other places. And it's really really interesting for me. I watched all parts. It's like all in all maybe 6 hours long, but it's very interesting.
Dude, LoP, man, I'm so one-dimensional and boring, man. My life is pretty much freaking Second Coming or golf. Like, it's so bad, dude. I literally am pretty much only subscribed to you and Times Teacher as a comedian. So, like, I don't know what the hell's going on, dude. And it's like,
man, I'm glad that me too. I'm always bored. I'm either like watching some like Nikita TV shows kind of stuff, which is like action and stuff. But and I watch all your videos or ETT sometimes, of course.
Yeah.
I watched some of the also flat Earth boxer stuff.
My content
And
lit. I mean, not to boast, but
Ah,
it's lit. I'm boasting in the Lord in this sense. My
FEBR knows things, man. There's no doubt. You know, people.
you are very, very like deep into the everything. You like
No,
esoteric
I don't
stuff.
treat any flat earther as somebody who is came here randomly. Are you kidding me? Why would you pick the flat earth of all truths to come on? No, right when you say you are, you have something to offer, whatever it is. I don't care who you are. Mark Sargent, Rob Skiba obviously passed away, but Rob Skiba knew a lot of things. Are you kidding me? Right. The guy freaking
he was very smart. Yeah.
Yeah, he debunked every optical thing. He obviously prophesied this accurately. That's not a normal person. Give me a break.
And also he knows so much about the Book of Enoch, the Nephilim, and all that stuff.
Exactly. So the only stuff he didn't know are the things that are kind of obvious. So like, it's like that's actually made it sort of easy. And that's why I think those people are there. Like Russian Vids is a great example. They're there for us to build our faith. And thankfully the things that they teach now, we can take it and make it into something more. Look at the numerology, man. I see people every day, lots of people pointing out 33 and 666 and all that in the news clippings. And it's everywhere. It's like this. I mean, you cannot stop the amount that's just obvious now. And that's amazing, But
the main Russian wits thing was the 9/11.
That's how we started?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's how it started. It all started with 9/11.
Yeah, I believe that. I mean, I think a lot of flat earthers got into it because of that being ridiculous. So that wasn't me, man. I believe in that hook, line, and sinker, man. I was like, oh shit.
But he was saying from the beginning, I think he started even before YouTube even existed. I think he's really, really like.
He said on one of his live streams that he learned that from somebody else. So he didn't start from scratch. Again, I'm not trying to take away from what he's doing because I love what he
and
taught,
he even said, get this, bro. Mm-hmm. He even said that Alex Jones used some of his material about the 9/11.
I have a feeling pretty much like a lot of people have heard of him, like even like celebrities and all that. They follow that.
Yeah, it's like an underground legend.
Yeah, guarantee you, Kyrie Irving, for example, he's seen Russian Vids videos without a doubt. Guaranteed. So he knows what exactly is going on. That's why he's not taking it. He's not stupid. I hope he continues to not take it, but we'll see.
Who did you mean again?
Sorry, an NBA basketball player. There's one of them who's holding out from taking this thing. And
okay. I know now.
He's getting bashed in the media every day, like, oh, he's so selfish and this and that. And so, if there's
you shared a clip about that guy,
yeah, it's like if he's willing to give up some number of $1 million, then this is it, because like clearly if we just need one person to give up from every corporation and this thing will end next week, it's going to be over. So, and that's clearly happening. So this has
I wish it will come soon, man. For real.
I would be, if it's not next year, I think the Bible is completely suspect after next year.
Yeah.
Super shady. So possible, but shady. After 2023, no way.
But I hope I hope you said that, you after January, you will probably run out of money. So that, it should come soon.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think that, I think in general, we're in the time period. The nice thing I would just want to say for people, just know that the Bible is the cherry on top for me. The underlying issue that I have in my life was here prior to this, without the Bible even being there. So, if you have something that you're working on and you can operate within a thing you're comfortable with, do you. That's what I would recommend. But all I can speak of is what's going on with me. But it's very clear that the Bible is going to prove itself to be true on the order of days and months, not years and decades. That's for damn sure.
Agreed.
Yeah. So, but I'll probably wrap it here, guys. But thanks again for stopping by. I'll probably do this, at least a couple more times or whatever. But if you guys have any closing thoughts or whatever.
But this was one of the longest, over 4 hours, dude.
Yeah, it's kind of cool because it's almost like a form of therapy. Because honestly, I don't talk to anybody else really except you two and ETT. And really there's no one else we can talk about, because at least us three, we agree what the mark is. So who else can we go talk to? It's like, it's going to be terrible news with other people.
I have
So,
at least one friend on Facebook who, I talk to, and he believes the same thing.
Okay, that's good.
Except
That's
for the
really good.
Vatican, but yeah,
How do you think it is for sure LOP, or what do you think? Like, is there a chance it's something in the future, or what's your gut if you were to?
Wait, you
Yes.
mean about my friend on Facebook?
No, sorry, that this is indeed the fulfillment of Revelation 13. Like, do you think this is it? I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just wondering. Yeah. Just wondering. I, for me at this point, the alternative is only the Bible is not true, not that it's in the future. So, which I leave open as a very slim chance at this point. But yeah, I'm pretty confident, because it is kind of scary, because if we're wrong, it's like, well, damn, like this thing is obviously affecting people physically. So I'll be like, I just feel like I would be a useful vermin in society. Because I'm like, well, I'm commenting on something that is like a fairy tale, and then I'm like, raining on people's parade. So I'm like, I don't want that. So I'd feel guilty. That's my thinking. I say that sincerely. I think about that because, like people, my cousin, like she's like expecting a kid, like she wants to start a family and all that. And it's like people have plans, and dreams and all that kind of stuff.
And my sister, my sister also has just recently told me she's pregnant. So, it's, but she hasn't taken the yabba dabba doob doob or whatever you call it.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's good, man. I think people, man, if you're gonna have kids, man, get those kids out now before this thing starts becoming. I wouldn't take the risk, man. Like I'm pretty sure we're gonna see kids with like 3 arms and like freaking 8 fingers, and who knows?
Oh no,
who knows?
I stress a lot of people out by telling them the vaccines mark of the beast. So I mean, if it ain't, also peace in Hebrew, it's the same word for shalom. That's also the word for health. So when they shall say health and safety, then sudden destruction cometh upon them as travail upon a woman with child, and they shall not escape.
Yeah.
I say to everyone, even to atheists, that it is the mark of the beast. So
yeah, I know that, you said the people around you, they don't even like when you talk about it because you talk about it all the time. Did you tell me that in an email?
Yeah, I did, man. Yeah. I did. My therapist,
me,
he's like, hey, please, when we are going to this 3 days retreat, please, can you not talk about the apocalyptic shit? And I'm like, I will try.
My friend,
that's the way my parents are. I was like, I want to talk about all this stuff. They're like, you can come, but don't bring up that stuff. So like they have to tell me, like,
right.
Same.
Insane, man. But no, it's cool, man. I appreciate you guys coming by. This was good. So we're all in agreement that, we're dealing with what it is. So, we just got to stay strong. That's it. So,
and it was like a therapy for me too, bro. Much better than the one that, from my actual therapist,
Yeah. I mean, to me, the Bible, if it's not our truth, or healing and that kind of thing, then I don't know where else to look. I'm just being completely honest with people. I don't know where to look. I'm just completely confused because, like, I don't know what to do around here. And so if God of the Bible, the Israelites, doesn't have something better, I'll be the doorman. I don't care. I'll do anything in the kingdom, dude. Like, I'll drive people around or whatever, like whatever they need. So that's what it's all about.
Because all the psychiatrists and therapists, they are offering a solution that is not an ultimate cure, but God is saying there will be no more suffering. And they are saying, my sickness is incurable. Even if I take the medication that I'm supposed to take, it's not going to cure me. I'm going to be dependent on it for the rest of my life. And it has billions of side effects. No way. Like, I don't fucking want that.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, man, because just to think about the alternate case, okay? Let's say we all had a good life, wife, kids, and, we had a functioning, job and economy and all that. And then they were like, oh, crap, this like thing has popped off, this virus or whatever. And they're like, okay, this solution, we promise you, you're only going to have to do it once and you're never going to bug you again. And then you can go on with your life. That would be sort of tempting. I can't imagine that ever happening, but that would be like, okay, maybe, I don't know, whatever, I'll do it. This is crazy, dude. Like, they're like, dude, they're going to freaking jab you freaking 6 months. We're like, and then it's somebody else that decides how it's wearing off in my body. Somebody else. Okay. How the hell does that work?
Wherefore comfort yourselves together and edify one another, even as also ye do. And we beseech you, brethren, to know them which labor among you and over you in the Lord, and admonish you, and to esteem them very highly in love for their work's sake, and be at peace among yourselves. Now we exhort you, brethren, warn them that are unruly, comfort the feeble-minded, support the weak, and be patient toward all men, so that none render evil for evil unto any man, but ever follow that which is good both among yourselves and to all men. Rejoice evermore, pray without ceasing, and in everything give thanks, for this is the will of God concerning you. Quench not the spirit, despise not prophesying, prove all things, hold fast that which is good, abstain from all appearance of evil, but very God of peace sanctify you wholly. And I pray, God, your whole spirit and soul and body be preserved blameless unto the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. Faithfully he that calleth you, who will also will do it, brethren, pray for us. Greet all brethren with a holy kiss. And I charge you by the Lord, that this epistle be read unto all the holy brethren. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with you. Amen.
That's a good one, man. I'm going to add to that because this is one that I used to do all the time.
Ephesians or something, right?
1 Thess 5.
Yeah,
I like
yeah.
that,
I know it's
Which is
Paul.
which is proof for Revelation 12, because it opens with the Revelation 12 sign.
Yeah, man, we're definitely the freaking the skies, the firmament, like we read, declare the glory. So like everything's pointing to something. Okay, the sky, the nonsense here on Earth.
Yeah, I make fun of this nonsense. I'm like to my friend on Facebook. I'm saying like, you know, everybody need to inject even the unborn babies with the vaccine if it's a jab, man. Like,
dude, they're coming after
retarded,
everybody,
man.
They're coming after freaking everybody, dude. Like they're not going to be happy until everyone has some freaking kind of deranged baby that they have to then use the medical system more to like deal with that, and then it's like a really sick form of dependence that's going on right now. It's absolutely insane. So I don't know what to say, man. Like it's not even tempting. That's why I believe there is a group that's exempt from the hour of temptation, because it's not tempting for us. Like it's laughable. Like, no, I honestly wish sometimes it was more tempting, but this is so stupid. Like it's crazy, man. But Matthew 6, 9, after this manner, therefore, pray, our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. For if we forgive men their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. I would recommend for people out there, I know this is easy for me to say because I don't interact with people, but just whatever is going on in your heart, just get rid of it. Okay, no big deal. Just let it go. It's not that deep. Okay. Just forgive them. Just be like, okay, get away from me. That's fine. That's the times that we should live in now. That's not easy. That's not easy to do. I know people have gone through abuse and all that kind of stuff, especially sexual abuse, which is scary. So I'm not trying to trivialize that, but that's what I have to say. I have to say that. Okay. And then even if somebody was saying that to me, I'd be a bit angry, but that's what I have to say. And so there's got to be a reason. There has to be a righteous reason for all these things. That's what we'll leave you on. But LoP, man, thanks. And FEB, man, thanks again for dropping by. This was great, man. You know, and I'll be around. You know, if you guys need anything, just shoot me an email or whatever.
Yeah, great chat, man. And, you know, see you next time, man.
Yeah.
Good night.
Peace. Take care,
Okay,
man.
good night. I mean, good morning here.
Sleep well, man. Peace. Bye.